Thank you very much for inviting me up here. It's a pleasure. I would say my name is Verna van der Pooy. I'm a clinical oncologist, that's radiation and medical oncologist, and that hasn't come easily. So before, I actually thought I wanted to be a radiologist. I was very confused until we had this scholarship that said radiation oncology. I'm like, oh, that's interesting. I went to the library, I read, and I was very excited that I was joining this field. So I finally ended up under an IEA fellowship in the USA. It was a lot of fun, and I studied, and I was so excited with. And if you wonder what my love is with Nigeria, my mentor was a Nigerian in the USA. So that's how I started the Nigerian journey, and so many other colleagues. So then I came back to Ghana, and well, I realized that the radiation on its own was quite difficult because we didn't have any medical oncology at all. You know how the US is mainly radiation oncology. But I was still interested at the tumor boards, what the chemo was all about and all that. So I said, you know what, I think I need to do more medical oncology. So I applied, I went online. So this is a good point. I went online and looked for something that will help me to get out and learn some medical oncology. And I did find one from the American Cancer Society. So that's how I ended up at the University of Chicago. But I had gone there earlier to spend some time in the lab for radiobiology. And I used to join their tumor boards. And I met this lady who was in charge of the tumor board. She gets there and everything is quiet. And that was Fumi Olupade. So I was able to tell her, I want to come and do medical oncology in your faculty. So that's how it all started. I spent some time there as well. And I think I was very equipped to be able to do both, because I realized that we needed one. And then, I guess she told me just volunteer. I started with aortic. Volunteer for things. And I think that is one key that the young folks don't do. You have to volunteer for things. Once you volunteer, make comments, people see you. And then they want to do something. They remember, well, I met this lady here. And just how it starts. It's interest. And also remember, it's about professional development. I think that's also missing. You're not doing this for anybody but yourself. You have to volunteer to do things. I know sometimes it's expensive, but it's your profession you are delivering. Always remember that it's you, your CV you are building up. So sometimes you have to input something, into these and volunteer. I think that is also missing a lot in doing things. Research, I think everybody's looking at this large randomized phase 3 trials. No, you can start from the clinics, observations, retrospective analysis. People think I'm a pain, when I say write up this, and I forget. I tell you to write it up and I've forgotten. I'll start writing it down. But then they don't do it. But I think that is how people look for your name. People see me all the time and say, oh, I thought you were male. Because I've seen your publications, but I thought you were male. Or people said, oh, I didn't expect you to be the Van der Pooy that I see online. You understand? And I'm not writing phase 3 trials. I'm not. You understand? But it's just, my daily work. That happens that when you go out there, people call you to collaborate. So you're already in the Lancet. You are in all places that people don't expect you to be. Because you volunteered for something, you showed up, and you showed interest in your profession. You need to learn, apart from publications and all of that, even in your own field speciality, you need to go for the textbook. You need to follow your oncologists. You need to follow your physicists. I think that's also missing. To learn how to plan, you need to change things. I remember I was just saying, nobody taught us how to do certain things because your basis is good. I know everybody runs for 3D now. But I think we learned more of the basics with 2D. I think it's good to balance yourself with the two of them. Because you just leave, I realize that with the new plans, you just leave it for the physicists to plan. That is not right. How do you tell the physicists that they are wrong? How do you say this is not good enough for my patient if you don't understand the processes that go through it? So I think I've come a long way by just volunteering, being out there, you just go for a meeting once and somebody invites you to join a committee. Then from then it becomes another committee. So I think you need to invest in your career. Okay, in terms of mentorship, you should get somebody as a role model. I think more and more people are talking about this, but it's missing in most of Africa. So just follow up. It doesn't have to be just one person. The person doesn't have to be in your field, but you follow a role model and can you help me to do this? Can you help me to do this? And what do you understand by this? Sometimes the role model have their own problems. But don't give up. Sometimes they are short and sharp, but that's probably because they are going through their own. But how they navigate and come up with problems. Oh, I have this, but what do I do about it? What do you think? You understand? I think, and then because you are close to them, they have to nominate somebody. You are the one who comes to their front. So they will nominate you to do things. Or so, are you writing a piece? I love that when people say, are you writing something? Can I join you? That is how we all start. You understand? I give you something to do and you try. You can't do it, but you try. But just by publishing, I remember I had my HOD when I was in Howard. He bothered me so much to write something. It was a case report on osteoradionecrosis, I remember. And he was a pain because he kept bothering me to write this thing. I came back to Ghana. I still hadn't been published, but it was in the, I think it was the NMA or something journal. And it has over 100 citations. It was in the textbooks. It was a case report. And just by doing one paper, it opens up the door for you to write so many other papers. So I think don't give up opportunities that come your way. Don't wait for double-blinded randomized trials or research grants. That's another thing. We are all waiting for research grants before we do anything. You can do something with no money. You can publish papers with no money. So these are things that I think you should follow, and then get somebody to follow, somebody who has run this path. Okay, I think sometimes we have a little bit of pride or whatever. Don't be too scared. Our faces look like that, but deep down we are really not like that. So I think you need to. So I think that you should, come close to people for that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Please, let's give her a round of applause. Because I don't want to forget the important points Professor Venner talked about, and I'm sure our young oncologists, including me, would really, I would like to just quickly recap. She talked about volunteering. She talked about being passionate and dedicated to little things. It's those little things, little drops of water makes a mighty ocean. She talked about finding someone, even though the person is not in your field. She talked about approaching people, even if their faces look scary. I don't know, before we go on, does anybody want to ask her some questions or get some clarifications before we go on from among us? Yes, I know there would be. Yes, please, can you have the mic, please?
I'm Dr. Gaddafi Yusuf from Ahmadu Bello University Teaching Hospital Zaria. Ma, could you shed? I said I'm Dr. Gaddafi Yusuf from Ahmadu Bello University Teaching Hospital Zaria. So the journey is a bit far, and could you please shed more light personally? What were your challenges as you move on, so that at least we can have something to take from there?
Oh, I think I've said a lot. I talked rather fast. I accept. My journey in terms of how far I've gotten. Okay, I think there was once ASCO had a palliative care session in Ghana for the first time. I attended, and I had to give some presentations. After that, I was nominated into the International Affairs Committee. Okay, to join them, I was very excited because I felt like I was doing something and representing Africa. So I did that. I'm not sure how much I contributed, but I was there and I made sure I asked questions. Because some people come and they are stooges. They just sit down and they just keep quiet. Okay, but you need to voice out your concerns, ask questions, or say, no, what about Africa? I put Africa on the map. Those are things that I did. I did my 3 years and I was gone. But then guess what? When they were looking for a chair, they came back to me. You understand? Just by my little interactions with them, making sure that I'm there to talk. And then as at now, when I'm just the immediate past chair, but I make sure I put Africa on the agenda. Just by contributing to this palliative care meeting, just from the passion of what I do. You understand? So those are some of the, the things. And for a lot of international meetings, like I said, because you are out there, you've published something, you speak somewhere, somebody says, oh, I'm looking for a black face, excuse me, but it has to be an intelligent black face. So they come for you. So I think it's about dedication in what you do. All right, so I'll say that for my journey. And then teaching also my residents passionately. I didn't realize what I was doing. I was doing what I loved. And yet I got the mentorship award for ASCO. You understand what I mean? Because of just loving what I'm doing here right now, speaking to you, and you sending me email and say, Dr. Vanderpoel, what do you think? I'm writing something. Or I want to do this. I have a fellowship for this. What do you think? I just did it out of passion. Dr. Olupade used to send me medical students from Chicago and all of that. And they call me up, and I didn't even realize what I was doing. But then I got an award for it. I'm like, that's the best thing ever. You got an award for something that you're doing that you love. So I guess just put your heart into what you're doing, develop yourself, you know, in the research arena, mentorship, and even in your patients as well. Your patients love to see you because you make so much of a difference. So that's really what I want to say. Thank you.
Ma, I think you also, thank you very much. You also asked about what challenges did you face? Like, could you share your challenges?
Challenges, one is family. That could be quite difficult with your spouse. Now I'm laughing because I've overcome that journey. When your spouse says, where are you going and why? You know, you're going too much. So for females, it's a little bit difficult. And that is where you need mentorship. Somebody will help you to overcome that part. It's difficult at the beginning, but later on, they kind of like understand. For me, it's even worse because my husband is a physician, you know, but he's not an academic physician. So you see where the differences are, where you're always on the computer, you're always out somewhere giving a lecture. Those were some of my challenges. I had a daughter as well. I was a late bloomer, so I had to make sure I was at home. But I'll say I was happy when my daughter said, my mother is very busy, but she still finds time for me. Because like I said, even I'm out 3 days, by the 4th day, I'm back. And people don't understand why I don't stay. But you need to balance that out, and that can be tough. Also, when you are nominated for something, and somebody says, you know, just cancels you out because they want to give it to somebody else. I faced that a couple of times. And also as a female, I think we are coming out with the Lancet Commission on Women. It's going to be published, I think, in the next couple of years. And I'm part of the commission. And you see the challenges that female oncologists have, you know, worldwide, not just in Africa. You know, so these are some of the issues that I've had, you know, and also for even in terms of leadership, they choose somebody else when you think you are qualified, so many. But I think God gives everybody enough grace. And there are other things to concentrate on. For me, I move on to the next. I don't let one thing, you know, bring me down. I move on to the next thing. And I'm happy-go-lucky. So I think those are the things. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So from what she shared, it's like you win some, you lose some, but you don't stay down, you keep going forward. I would like Dr. Kenny Dolala to please join the panel here on stage. Thank you very much. So as we journey through our career, some of us have a different passion, and we're trying to navigate, we're trying to understand, what do I really want to do? Do I want to go after residency particularly? Do I want to go into research? Do I want to be a full clinician? Do I want to be a clinician and a researcher? Do I want to go into, you know, something different other than being an active radiation and clinical oncologist? Dr. Debo Mikule, you're a well-respected clinical and radiation oncologist in the sense that you've gone into the pharma company, you're not actively practicing radiation and clinical oncology, but you've been able to make your mark. I want you to advise and share your journey with the young oncologists, how you chose that career, why you chose that, and the benefits and the benefits, and also the challenges that you share. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Sarimiye. If I should go to the very beginning of my journey, maybe I'll refer to myself as somebody that is daring. Yes. Leaving med school, I know for most of us then, it would be like, oh, maybe I want to be a surgeon, I want to be a gynecologist, will be crossing people's mind. That was never the case for me. I was looking for something that we do not have, the crowd. As of 2005, when I was coming in, when I met Professor Campbell for the first time, I'm not sure we have up to 20 radiation oncologists in Nigeria. I'm sure they were far less than that. I'm happy my teachers are here that can really attest to that. And somehow, I met with Dr. Abdul Salam. He was with the state government. I just came back from NYSC. He was working with the state government. So we had that chat and a long thing. So I told him, then I was really considering geriatric, which was not available in Nigeria. That is who I am. I always look for something totally different from the rest of the crowd. I want to stand alone somehow and stay and see whether I can create a path and niche for myself. And he said, we don't have geriatric in Nigeria. Are you planning to leave the shores of Nigeria and all that? Then he explained a bit to me around oncology. I said, that's, oh, and our thinking then was old people will always come down with cancer, right? So maybe this is closer to what I'm thinking about. And he introduced me to Dr. Intekim. I'm sure probably Chief will be here soon. And I got introduced to Professor Campbell. I had like almost 1 hour lecture with him that day. And we spoke at length, and I said, sir, this is what I'm looking for. He said, okay, go back to Interkim, we'll be able to guide you more and all that. And they said the rest is history. So I came in. We were writing primaries for oncologists at that time. You just write the UCH exams, and then I came in. And I think I loved everything about oncology. Everything. Everything. Came with a lot of wonderful people who really guided me right. And you see, some of the things, again, is quickly choose your mentors. Quickly choose people that can guide you, right? And I think I'm quite lucky. Yeah, I would say that maybe I'm a lucky guy. I spoke with some of the younger generation of the oncologists then, the likes of Interkim, Folashiri was just coming up and all that. And I was really under their wings. And aside that, Prof mentioned something. You can look for mentors even outside of your field, right? So I have some other people that are not clinicians. In short, some are businessmen, I would say. And then they were able to show to me how to impact life, not necessarily sitting at the table consulting. So, and I was also made to realize that relationship in life is very important. You don't know where your path is going to cross again. But you see, when you show that good side about yourself to people, they will start to develop interest in you. Then conversations here and there. While we're still looking, okay, maybe we still end up like a Professor Campbell, see patients, teach people and all that. Yes, I like teaching, no doubt. And I love to learn at the same time. Maybe it's now this learning thing, and by the time I was done, perhaps it was just National Hospital Abuja, the only machine working in Nigeria then. And I asked myself, they will come around, we can do little or nothing, right? No machine is working. What is all this and all that? But while growing as a resident, and my path crossed with Roche as a resident, and I tried to understand more what they do. I asked a series of questions. Why are you guys just focusing on oncology and all that and all that? Don't you think if you have oncologists working with you directly rather than come to us to get some insights, will it not be better? And lo and behold, they were taking some of these points down, and they have some of these reviewed. As a matter of fact, and I love saying this part of it, I like to take life easy too at the same time. I don't let things weigh me down. No matter what I'm facing, I try to still put off the smiling face almost all the time. I think I was in a cinema when I got a call for the interview for Roche. It was a day I just told myself, see, relax, don't worry, take it cool. Put in your best in whatever you are doing. Don't get me wrong. Put in your very best, but relax. Because your time will surely come when you are doing the right thing. So I got that call and I was like, okay, I'll come around. And I went for the interview. And I asked many questions. Now, will I still be able to see my patients when They were like, no, conflict of interest, this and that. So they explained all that part to me. It took me almost 1 month before I finally decided that, okay, I think I'm really ready to. Because I was able to see how to impact the patients that the clinicians would sit down with in the clinic, even without me sitting down with the patient. And I said, okay, I think this will still give me fulfillment. So what are the benefits? I think part of the benefit is I'm sitting here today. It's part of the benefit. And I'm going to explain why. I said I have 2 of my teachers seated there. You have not called them, not because they're not worthy to be here, right? But you think maybe Debo is doing something different. Let's hear his own perspective. These are people who walk into their office anyhow, anytime. I still gain from them till now. I enjoy learning a lot. And the daring man, I got into the pharma world, and I realized that there's so much to learn outside of my radiation and oncology, know-how. I've been shown so many other things. So what will I really ask the younger ones to start to think about? that there lies out there many opportunities. Many. So numerous. So don't start thinking like, oh, how many centers do we have? Will I get a job when I am done? Will I be able to do this or that? Think out of the box. All right? And have that good relationship with people such that when you knock on their door anytime, they are able to welcome you with open arms and discuss things they are not even thinking about to you. Be open, make your plans clear to them. Let them have a clear idea of who you are and things you are open to. I love the idea of volunteering that you gave, Ma. I was sponsored by Roche way back in 2010 for a conference in Kenya as a senior registrar. The opportunity came my way. Asked me, I think I was, Professor Latoke is here. I saw him earlier. That was the first time I met with him. You might probably have forgotten. That was the first time I met with him. I was the only resident at that very conference. Others were consultants, professors, and all of them. But how did he come my way? I said, build relationship, and to your teachers, please give them the due respect. I took my teacher's slot. He was just like, I'll be busy for this. And are you open? So I said, why not? What are we going to be doing there? He said, there'll be a lot of learning. I said, if it is learning, I'm open to. So these are part of what you get to benefit when you choose the right mentor, because they will be on the lookout for you. As they are growing, they are thinking about you, and they are looking for opportunities for you too. And when those opportunity comes, once you are ready, lash on it, because it will be useful for something or the other. Coming back from Kenya, I never knew I was going to turn out to be a Roche staff one day. But that very day, I met with the person who happens to be the general manager for Roche today in Nigeria. We met at that conference the first time. And I was able to keep that channel open. So when they were thinking about, we'll need an oncologist in Roche, it just, I know the guy. And another person confirmed it, and then they reached out to me. And, the whole idea sounded so good. So keep that channel open. Relationship, it's quite important. Be open to people. Think outside of the box, always. And don't turn it down when it appears as if the work is too much. Yes, be vocal. Let them know so that when help is needed, the group of people that gave you the same work to do will bring the support for you to get it completed. That is another important thing. Maybe I'll put a pause for now.
Thank you very much. Let's put our hands for Dr. Debo Omikunle. He kept re-emphasizing, the best resources any human being and anybody can have is human resources. He kept reiterating, invest in relationships, and that is what majority of life events are all about, investing in relationships, having good relationships with people. He also talked about, it was one of the last, but about hard work, that hard work pays. You might, yes, be vocal, but be hardworking to put your best in what you're doing, and eventually those who are supporting you or who gave you that assignment will also raise up for you. And then the reason why he's here, he talked about thinking outside the box. He is still making impact in the oncology space, but in his own way. So I would like some of the residents to please ask questions and interact with him. Thank you. Yes, we have 2 hands raised. Please, can somebody walk up to them and give them the microphone?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Sulaiman Alabi Yunus from National Hospital Abuja. Thank you for the insights, Chief. My own question is, despite the fact you are totally off the, being clinician to say, do you still go around consulting patients or go to the clinic to get insights? Because I'm very sure that insights might be an hint to these farm people, or what's your job scope in their midst. I just want to know, because when you are saying you are actually not a clinician, you are part of them, but you have never tell us what your job description in their midst. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Yunus, for your question. Now, you used a particular word which I'm going to use all over again. You said insight. As a matter of fact, that's probably most of the things that I do. I'll sit down with Dr. Lalade in his consulting room, and we'll talk around some of his challenges. Okay? And while I'm listening to all he's talking about, I am trying to think around how do I solve his problem? Okay? How can Rush help to solve some of his problem? And I'll try and just give like an example. He's probably saying, oh, my patients, I have them treated based on the results, but the outcome of my treatment is not what I'm expecting. Oh, I have maybe fewer numbers of my patients having the full workup done, and it's really impacting negatively on what I would have loved to do for my patient. Then I've listened to all he has said, right? And I'm listening to understand. I'm not listening to ask questions. I'm not listening to challenge him or anything. I'm listening to understand where he is, right? And the challenges that he's facing. When I have the clear understanding, I'm able to now look inward based on my own experience. I can see things perhaps that he cannot see because it's just with his patients, right? I now have the understanding that, see, if I bring a pathologist into this man's practice, who will ensure the right kind of diagnosis is done? I'm practically taking away all these problems. You agree with me? So that is me drawing insight from the challenges he's facing. Because I was once on that side of the divide, mind you, I'm able to understand quickly what he's talking about. And then use my own exposure to other side to solve part of his problem. And today, basically, that is what I do. So I still relate with the clinicians. Like I said, I do not see patients. And I'm going to tell you why I won't see patients. It is conflict of interest. And Rush believes very much in following the rules. Imagine if I were to see patients. I think there will be bias. I have the patient right in front of me, and I'm already thinking, rush medication in taking my decisions. And that is why I am not allowed to sit down with the patient. I would rather sit down with you and people like you and let you understand the science behind the decision you are going to take, because I know quite well that when you take the right scientific-based decision, evidence-based, Roche will do the business. Thank you. And one other man raised up his hand just right behind you.
Okay. Thank you very much for the discussions, actually. So apart from the sponsorship that one can get from the mentors, what other ways can a young oncologist get sponsorship or training both locally and internationally for capacity building and training? Thank you.
Okay, maybe I would have loved to ask more questions and get clarity around what do you mean sponsorship from your mentor? Because your mentor many a times will not even sponsor you. No. I don't think that's what the mentors are meant to do. Your mentors are to guide you, right, for your career growth. That's what they are there for, not to sponsor you. Your mentor can help you to link you with people that can get you sponsored, right? But they are really there for guidance for your career growth. So I don't know whether we are speaking the same thing. If that's not what you are trying to find out, you may probably want to ask again.
No, I think from your own part, like, okay, your mentor can guide you to get sponsorship, but from your own part, how can a young oncologist do
fantastic. That for Debo working within the industry, how can I be of help to you? Very well. I am sure if you speak with Dr. Yeshegun, who is seated, one of my well-respected teachers here, he will probably tell you so many things, how to plan, see your patient, relationship with the patient, clinical outcome, and all that. when you sit down with Debo, what I'm going to ask you to come up with is all that you have with you. Keep them close to your chest. Then come with an open mindset, because there's a lot more out there that you can do. Now within the industry, there are so many things that you can still do as a clinician, as an oncologist. There's also another colleague of ours, I think the senior ones will probably know him, Tomi Fakolade. Tomi today, we are both working with Roche. He's also another oncologist, right? Tomi has moved in now straight fully into research. It's now at the headquarters of Roche Global in Basel. So there is much more that you can really do. But if you do not go close to these people who have seen more than you, they will not be able to guide you right. What I'm saying invariably is there is a lot. Prof mentioned clinical trial. Most of the clinical trial, who is sponsoring them? The pharma world. You want to be involved in things like that, it's easier when you have that understanding. And you can work within that space when you're crossing even into pharma. Okay? Drug development. You have more opportunity, you can get that done. Even business. So the means seated in front of you, let me just say this to you. I'm already thinking in line of management. Perhaps maybe one day I'll be opportune to manage some of my teachers. Bring them into some businesses and all that. That's really what I'm thinking about right now, for real. So until you are out of that your consulting room and start to think out of the box, I've said that before, there lies out there a lot of opportunities. There's one thing I love to brag about. A doctor is initially, first, brilliant guy. You've got the brain as a doctor. And I believe you can do anything that you really want to do. I have colleagues today who are into accounting. These guys are medical doctors. As a matter of fact, they became chartered when we were still in medical school. God has given you guys the brain. There is nothing you really want to do that you cannot do with your brain. You have that. If you are able to graduate out of medical school, there is nothing you want to take on that you cannot take on and be successful at it, for that matter. So, reach out, my friend, and then people can speak to you again around other things that you can start to consider. But your interest is of great importance, so that if A do not have it, it can link you to B and perhaps C, that this one is interested in the following. It will need your guidance, and you are able to do that successfully. But know for sure that you do not necessarily need to sit down with a patient in the clinic after your fellowship. So many opportunities lie, out there for you.
Thank you very much. Let's give Dr. Debo a hand for us. Professor Vena wants to say something.
I'll say there are a lot of grants and fellowships out there, and you find a lot of things online, so don't take it for granted. But I'll say that your best point is if you have an abstract. So I think there are small things that you see in your clinic. I think you need to write them up and present them as abstracts. You have a better chance at being sponsored to a meeting when you have an abstract. So that's something you should always remember. So I used to look for scholarships for my residents. I asked Roche, can you take my resident here? AstraZeneca, can you take my resident here? But after a while, they started doing it myself. They don't need me anymore. You understand? That's what you need a mentor for, to show you how to do it. Okay, but go online. There are a lot of things. Again, your best bet is presenting an abstract. I'm also part of the Conquer Cancer Foundation grants reviewers, and I see a lot of people from India, from Colombia applying for these grants. Africa is nil. And most of them are Nigerians. I don't know, your colleagues are not talking to you, but people are really presenting things and actually getting these grants. So just try. What happens is that we are so proud as Africans that we don't like rejection. But that's the only way to move forward. When they reject you, it's like my first paper. You blasted. Your English is not even bad. And you are so angry. After all the school I went to, you are telling me my English is bad. But then if you go back and reflect, the person is probably telling the truth. Because you go back and read it, and the person is, I'm a reviewer as well. You understand? And an editor. So understand, at the beginning it's painful, it's annoying. but it's a way of getting better. You improve yourself that way. So accept rejection. It's the beginning of going up the ladder, okay?
Thank you very much, Prof. Vena. So we'll continue in this session. Dr. Olalade, you are also a radiation and clinical oncologist, and you've been able to take on so many things together. You're into politics. You've been able to work and establish a private oncology center, and that's a whole lot to take on. We want to hear from you, share your journey, how you've been able to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me.
You're welcome.
It's been a very exciting journey. I'll first of all speak to the political side, then I'll come and speak to the setting up a practice. I realized that just like one of our speakers mentioned, for medical school, I was into Students Association and Medical Students Association. Then I was in Student Union, I was Vice President of University of Lagos Student Union. And ARD, I was Secretary General ARD. I was Secretary of NMA. I think I was Internal Auditor NMA, Assistant Secretary NMA National at some point. But there was a continuous decimal that the caliber of impact you can make in a professional group is 5, when the caliber of impact you can make in the mainstream politics is 500. It will amaze you that things as little as the siting of a primary healthcare center is decided by 6 people. If a doctor is not there, they will decide, they will place it, and all that. So I've had to be in meetings where, for example, they wanted to locate a primary healthcare center, and the individual that was in charge of the building chose the cheapest, where we make the highest profit, at the expense of the center that had the highest population. So I had to put my foot down. I had to bring the meeting back. I had to insist that no, that you cannot go and renovate a primary health care center that is off in the Buntu, in the bush, while the one in the city center that has the highest population is abandoned. So because of that, those are some of the things that, when you're in mainstream politics, you have access. You have access. You can be anywhere. You have access to the villa. You have access to the governor. You have access to everywhere. I remember, if those that are just in the professional group, they want to see the governor, they will take permission. They will have to do this. They have to go and book. But there's some of us that once we get there, even there was a particular time that I wanted to see the governor, and there were so many people there. The security just kept clearing the way. Even when he was in the governor of Lagos, the moment I just introduced myself that I was so and so, it was the security that did all the profiling and all the clearing. So, you have access, you can make more impact. And they will respect you because they know you're a doctor. They know you have a second address. The average Nigerian politician does not have a second address. So those of us that have second address, we are very few. So the respect is there. They know that you are doing it as an added on, or there are even some of our colleagues that will ask us that, what are you doing in the midst of this kind of people? They're so rough. Sometimes it can be very rough. Maybe you're in a function and they just start shooting. And so, the normal doctor will run, but people just tell you, don't worry, don't run. It's a lie. They will soon stop that shooting. Whereas the average person will be scared and all that. You just be like, It's one of those things. They're just playing. These are our boys. They are just playing at the periphery. They can never get access. So, there's so many things like that. And also, the quality of advice that, like an oncologist that is in politics will offer. You are talking as a specialist. You are talking from a point of experience, exposure, intelligence, and all that. That's on that side for the politics. Then another thing the politics will teach you is the ability to rise when you fail. You realize that majority of those that have done politics, it's a very common story. They would have tried this one. For example, my governor wanted to be a senator in 2015 and lost. As a matter of fact, they were telling me about how they were crying in the room, that they had to lock themselves and all that, and they were all crying. Everybody had disappeared. Once you lose, a lot of people run away. You are left with only only 3 people and all that. But the same person that lost in 2015 won in 2019. And is now the beautiful bride. Everybody wants to be around him and all that. That's that on the political side. Now for the setting up of a private practice, Jacaranda Cancer Center. It's been a wonderful and interesting journey because there's not been a cancer center in the environment in the entire Ogun State. And we just had we just had the desire to, number one, establish a second address. Number two, have something that where you can always spend time. Because one of the challenges in the political space is that every time you go to the office, you will spend money. Every day. There is no day that you enter the office from the main gate, from the gate of the secretariat. Once they start saying, honorable, 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 what they are saying is, give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money. So, in order to stem that, one of my friends now said, why don't you look for something else to do? And I said, we are not, and one of the lows of our political environment is that they can give you a post without a job description. You are only good for, maybe they'll invite you to a few meetings and you just take picture. When you get to the environment, they just say, we hereby welcome, so, and so. Everybody will rise up, they'll clap for you, you take picture. So they are only paying you salary to be taking pictures. So after some time, I asked myself, I said, is this how I'm going to be taking pictures for the rest of my life? People will just be clapping for you, take picture, they clap for you, take picture. They just say, if you want to see the governor and all that. Now, so we now put up the center. Now, to set up a center, particularly when it's a specialized center, you also have to take a decision. The average person that wants to make money will say, let us do everything. But when you are very specific, quality above just giving people access or just making profit. So we set out, we asked about those that have done it before, the likes of Marcel Ruth. We recognize you. Those are our big mentors, So we are like, okay, fine. If we cannot get to this level, let's start from what we can get. And, you have to get a place. You have to get a place that matches the quality of what you want to do. Because you are going to be interacting with patients that would rather have traveled abroad or that have gone to Abuja or to Lagos and all that. And you must also be able to identify your catchment. One of the notions we have is that you are not God. You can't take care of everybody. So just choose. Do you want to minister to those that is like an NGO setting? I get a lot of calls from abroad that, why don't you convert this to NGO so that we'll be able to support you with this, support you with that? And I tell them, I said, no, it's not an NGO. It's not an NGO. If it's an NGO, that means you expect me to be like not for profit. This one is for profit. So you must have a plan, you must have a template. You must know that you are attending to a particular group of people. Those that would rather not want to go far from their business. Those that want to, that don't want to travel. Some people, once you tell them that you have to get this care and this care has to be gotten in like 70 kilometers away, they just start weeping. So you meet those kind of people. Then also you choose your catchment. You find a way of giving back to the society. So in order to give back to society, for example, what we do is that on Mondays, there's a Catholic hospital in Abeokuta, Sacred Heart Hospital. That hospital, we offer free service in their hospital on Mondays, every Monday, such that we can, so when we have people that are unable to afford the private oncology center, Jacaranda Cancer Center, we'll send them, either they go to FMC, Federal Medical Center, or they go to the Catholic Hospital. That's on that side. Then another thing you have to, if you want to set up a private practice, another thing you have to brace up for is there are so many regulations, there's so many things. But the first approach is to make up your mind that you are not going to go back. Because there are so many obstacles, tax, they will say you pay FIRS, after they will say the OGIRS, the state tax, after they will say that the waste management people will come, after they say you need a fire certificate, after they will say you need environmental impact assessment, after, there's some, and even for environmental impact assessment alone, you are discussing with 6 agencies. So, they will say flood control, the other people say medical waste, different. But once you make up your mind that this has to be done, when they come, you will discuss with them. You will just tell them, okay, what do we do? How do we solve the problem and all that? And, and another thing is you must now be able to face your desire. If you are just doing it as part-time, it's different from when you are going in headlong. If you are doing a part-time, maybe you have a regular job, like you have a 9 to 5 in like a government facility or another facility, and you are just doing it along the line. But if you are going in headlong, I realized that in our environment, and I took a study and I found out that it was even global. Between 9 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Monday to Friday is when most businesses are done all over the world. That's a serious period. So if you dedicate that period alone to your business, that business is bound to grow. People will take you serious. People will live 50 kilometers. We get people come from London only to come and discuss with us how we are managing their parents. Then another thing that happens is that when you set up that kind of setting, you realize that most of your colleagues that are not probably oncologists, when they know that you are genuine and you offer them quality service, they will make reference to you. So one of the things that easily over time we've been able to achieve is that most of our colleagues, when they want to treat their father, they want to treat their mother, they will call you and say, and you have to help me with this and all that. Then for expansion, one of the greatest challenges in private practice is access to finance. Access to finance. An oncology center sits on 3 legs. There's the surgery aspect, there's the chemotherapy aspect, and there's also the radiotherapy aspect. Then to make a good diagnosis, obviously you have the pathology and all that, and the imaging and all that. Now, for you to have all that in a center, you need an average of between 10 to about 15 million US dollars. So, but the fear of that amount of money limits a whole lot of our colleagues from starting at all. They're like, how do I start and all that? But one of the things we have realized is that you can face it. You can start with the clinical practice, the one you have. You can administer chemo. If you get a good facility, you can obviously you can have a surgical theater and all that. If you go beyond that, you can move to the next level. Then, as people see your trajectory, we realize that from the first year, we had a turnover of about 22 million. The second year, we had a turnover of 80 million. I mean, that's 4 times, just based on just the normal, without a radiotherapy facility. So what we do is that when we now get to the point of the radiotherapy, we either refer them to Master Route or to NSIA or to National Hospital in Abuja. So, and with that, we're able to present to any financiers that, look, we've already seen a trajectory, even in the absence of all the complements of the treatment. If you can support us, but even for you to get that support is also another challenge. There's one infrastructure bank that we approached, I think sometime last year. And when they were going to send a mail back, they sent us a list of 32 things to get, to present to them. Economic impact assessment. That economic impact assessment was about maybe like 3 million to get it sorted out. Then you have to get your audited account. That was another problem. You have to go and recruit. You have to have a structure and all that. So, so it's a very interesting journey, but the main thing is you must not be afraid and you must be able to push. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lala. Let's put our hands together. It's been a very engaging and enlightening session. And we'll soon be rounding up. I want questions for Dr. Lalade from our oncologist. Yes, the females. I want a female, young, Dr. Obi. Dr. Obi in the hall. Our female oncologist, young oncologist. Dr. Obi, please ask a question. One more questions. Please, can somebody hand over the mics to the females at the back there?
Good morning, everyone. This goes to Dr. Mikunle. Please, I want to know the challenges you encountered while opening your private hospital. Sorry, Dr. Lalade. Sorry. The challenges you encountered.
Thank you very much. The first challenge is acceptance. When you are coming into a new environment, I mean, you must be able to be prepared to answer many questions. From the name of the facility, people start asking questions. Then they want to ask who is the funder, who is the person behind it. They want to know what have you done before. And I mean, they want you to be able to explain to them the vision behind it. So in our reception, one of the things we have done is that we have a huge image of where we see ourselves in the future, so they can actually understand the fact that this is just like a test run and we're still actually going forward. Another challenge you are going to face is finance. So what we encourage people is that if you are going to set up, you should start with bootstrapping. You must use your own money. You must get money from your relatives and friends to do the initial push. So as people don't identify with failures, people easily identify. Once you start succeeding, people will start coming into it. Another thing you must prepare for if you are starting that is that you can have disappointment. There's a finance house that charged us 2 million naira because they wanted to help us raise funds. So we paid them 1 million. After about that, okay, when they deliver, they'll get their balance of 1 million. After about a year, they've not done anything. They've collected their money. They've gone. And, we're the ones asking them, what are you doing? What of the thing you promised us? They say, well, we are still working on it. We are still working on it for a whole year. I mean, so, you must prepare. You must prepare to win some and lose some. You must prepare a situation where it's going to be like water running through a pipe. Not everything will come out on the other side. But the beautiful thing about setting up that is that it opens you up to a whole lot of forums. It opens you up to a lot of opportunities. A private practice on its own is multiple streams of income. So I get things as basic as somebody that went to the embassy, and when they got to the embassy, migration and all that, she wants to migrate to another country, and they tell her that she has to, an oncologist has to write for her that even though she has cancer, she'll be able to work independently when she gets to the country she's going. And since it's a fee, the person is paying a fee, so you get there's so many different opportunities and all that. You also have challenges, particularly when, for example, subsidy, you are running on fuel, and that can be challenging. It can be distressing sometimes. I mean, you don't want your hospital to be powered down. We have 4 sources of power. There's power holding company, there's generator, there's solar, and there's inverter. Now, one of the challenges is that it could happen that one of your sources of power is done by someone that is not competent. So our solar and our inverter went down because the person that fixed it bought something that was substandard. So we tried to fix it, the first battery went, the second battery went, the third battery went. So someone just advised that let's keep the other batteries before they go down as well. So the implication of that is that we're now left with two sources of power. So it's either power holding company or you use the generator. So the generator now, it has to do with fuel. Along the line, there was removal of fuel subsidy. Now, removal of fuel subsidy, the ripple effect is not just on the fuel. The ripple effect went as bad as it affected the drug companies. One of our drug companies, this patient was on Perjeta and Herceptin, are taking the drug 17 times. Only for the last one, the sales company said, we're sorry, we're cut off with subsidy. They added close to 200,000 naira to the fee. But fortunately, one of the good things that makes your journey effortless is if you ensure that you have integrity. Everybody that comes to your facility knows that you have to make money, particularly if you are quality-based. If they know that what you are offering them, I mean, one of the signatures that we enjoy is that anytime any of our patients come, they easily switch their phone to video, and they want to show their relatives abroad that this place looks nice and all that. So so once you are offering people service, they themselves will tell you that, look, we know you have to mark it up. They know that if you tell them that this is the amount, you tell them that this is for us, this is, they will understand with you. And once you are able to do that, the sky is not even a limit. Thank you.
Thank you very. Okay, there's one more question. Okay.
Thank you, sir. My name. Good morning, all again. My name still remains Sulaiman Alabi Yunus from National Hospital Abuja. Chief, I want to thank you by chipping in that political aspect because not everybody actually very good at some abstract or some other things, academics. But you said something, which Chief said, is that discovering yourself, the talent, and you choose a mentor. Your mentor doesn't need to be from your field. So far, you're actually guided appropriately. So thank you for that, because some of us, we have been doing politics for more than 20 years, which we still plan to continue. So it's going to be politics of selfishness, so that it won't be like a politics for nothing. So my question is, as a clinician, like working in a government hospital, and you have your private practice, how do you balance between not being biased in like most of our government hospitals are deficient of one facility or the other, and you think this patient need to get the best, and finance is not a problem. So how do you balance not being like asking patients to go to your center? Do you get it? Not, or telling some doctors to refer patients to your center in mind to give them some returns. How do you balance that equation? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. One of the beautiful things about where I sit is that one of my colleagues in the hall still asked me last week when she called me and said, do you work for government? I said, I don't work for government. So, do you understand? I don't work in a government hospital. The Sacred Heart is CSR. It's part of our CSR as Jacaranda Cancer Center. That will just go there. We have a breast clinic or like a surgical oncology clinic. So I sit with the surgeon every Monday. So anyone that is unable to afford the private Jacaranda Cancer Service Center funding, it will go there and all that. So you understand? And there's something about quality. Whenever you offer quality, the product will sell itself. In medicine, there are certain things that are major magnets or major pull factors when it comes to patients. Number one, which is like one of the biggest one, is a good name. If you have a good name, most people will go where they tell them to go. by somebody that has interacted with someone. So, you know, so you have situations where even as I yesterday, I just got somebody, I think she's probably in Netherlands or something, that sent a patient to us. The patient is unable to pay. The person in Netherlands paid directly into the hospital account because they know that they're going to get quality. Now, that's one. Then if you have infrastructure, if you have like a radiotherapy machine, if you have the latest CT scan or the latest MRI, you won't have to speak much. The doctor will explain to the patient, you can get this. They say, okay, you need this. They will ask them, okay, where can I get it? Say, there's Ibadan, there's Lagos, there's someone in Abeokuta. They will ask, they will be the one that will dig for you. It's just like a good car, or like maybe like Toyota, or like, you know, nobody will tell you, go and buy Toyota. By the time you have used Honda and it has embarrassed you on the way sometime, or you have used another car and the tire has spot on the way, and you now use one that you use it 5 years, 10 years, no problem. Obviously, you will know where it is. That's that. And another thing is that, you know, there's what we call, there are ways as professional people where you position yourself. Because another thing is that if you do not position yourself very well, if you do not volunteer, like Mommy said, you will not be seen. And if you are not seen, nobody will know you exist. So, you know, we have a lot of good products that are badly packaged. So, you know, one of the things you might have to engage if you are in like if you have a private facility or something is like you might be involved in digital marketing. There are people that you pay them and they will do that packaging for you. There are people that, you know, their own is like they are journalists. They want to ask you, they want to feature you in the newspaper. They want to ask you questions. It might come at a little fee and all that. So those are some of the ways you can actually position yourself. Another thing is in community service. As you do community service, as you do, I have one senior colleague who said in Abuja that the time his practice changed was when he offered 10 people that could not have IVF, free IVF. And that was the landmark. So there's something also about goodwill and giving back to the society. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together for our wonderful speakers. Thank you, Professor Vena. Thank you, Dr. Debo. Thank you, Dr. Debo Mikole, Dr. Kehinde Olalade. It's been a very inspiring and engaging session. We're going to have this again on tomorrow and then on Thursday. Thank you so much.
starting anything. Are we going to start at 12? Program 9. Program 9. We should be conscious of that. Tony. Right on it. I saw what's his name yesterday. Ansu.
Thank you very much. We'd like to go into the next session for the abstract presentation. Yes, Dr. Gbinobaza. We'd like to welcome you to come and take over with the co-chair for this session. And Dr. B.
I need it. Let me take a picture.
Those are involved in the first set of abstracts. Dr. Omunakwe, I heard is online. Multimedia, please help us locate Dr. Omunakwe. Is online, is presenting the first abstract. I should be on standby. Dr. Yusuf. Dr. Yusuf from Master Ruth, are you ready? Please, you can come forward, come and sit here. Yes, the presenter should please come forward. No problem. A comparative study on the dosimetric outcomes of the use of bolus and non-bolus on left breast. Mr. Eswegene John. Mr. John, where are you? Okay. Okay, that's also Marcel Ruth. Then association of serum lipid profile with prostate cancer risk. Okay. Model of hospice care delivery for patients with advanced CA in a resource-limited setting. If you are here, please come forward. Come and sit here. Then multi-mobility in cancer patients in Port Harcourt. Dr. Hannah Omunakwe, online. Dr. No. Please, the individual online, is he ready? You can start if it's, sir? Okay, sir. Yes, please. So Dr. Munakwe will be speaking from Port Harcourt.
Good morning, all. The abstract session presentation is about to begin. Please, presenters, you are already seated. Put your hearts together. The program is about to kick off right now. We have a list here. We have a list. The first presentation is on, please, you can go to the abstract page of your leaflet. You have it. It is from page 61. You have the list of the abstracts from page 61. We are presenting, the first case is multi-morbidity in cancer patients in Port Harcourt by Dr. Hannah Omunakwe. This is an online presentation. Is the presenter ready? Okay, here we are on the, you can see it on the screen. Multi-morbidity in cancer patients in Port Harcourt as declared. If you go to your handbook, I think it's abstract number 012. Abstract number 012. Yeah, there we are. Abstract number 012. Please, how many minutes do they have for this presentation?
6 minutes.
6
minutes.
6 minutes. Please.
So you are presenting in 6 minutes. We'll take 2 minutes for questions.
Yes.
6 minutes presentation. Please, we need a timer. Help us time it. Or we'll time it from here.
Okay, timer, please. Are we set? Can we get going? All right. Presenter, please, you can begin. Your time starts now. 6 minutes. Can we hear you?
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope I'm audible and
You're audible.
I'm being
audible,
heard from the hall. Thank you very much for enabling me to share these findings of multimorbidity in cancer patients in Port Harcourt on behalf of my colleagues, Dr. Shegun B., Linda Dublin-Green, and Anita Oweredava. I'm Hannah Omunakwe. I'm a consultant hematologist. So I'll just run through this very quickly because I know we are pressed for time. So multimorbidity is a coexistence of two or more chronic conditions in an individual. It presents significant challenges when we are taking care of cancer patients. It increases the risk of death, hospitalization, the use of our healthcare resources that are very slim in our environment. It also decreases the quality of life of such patients. It increases the rate of adverse events when we are thinking of any form of treatment or intervention. So we aimed in this study to investigate the prevalence of multimorbidity in cancer patients here in Port Harcourt and to understand the impact that this has on the treatment and to understand as well how our patients cope with multimorbidity. It was a prospective cross-sectional survey of consenting adult patients that had a laboratory diagnosis of cancer in the two teaching hospitals in Port Harcourt. That's Rivers State University Teaching Hospital and University of Port Harcourt Teaching Hospital. We did this after ethical clearance from RSU Health Research Ethics Committee. So the findings from the first month of collecting this data were able to assess 263 adult cancer patients at different stages of their management in these two hospitals. The mean age of the participant was 51.51 plus or minus 15 years. Majority of them were females, 65% of them were females, 35% of them were males. The mean age of the males was 58.98 plus or minus 11.65 years. Majority of our participants were married, about 89% of them, and most of them had at least secondary level of education. Now, the most common cancer diagnosed was breast cancer in 43.35%, followed by prostate cancer, and then hematologic malignancies were the third most common of the cases that we saw in this 1 month period. Colorectal cancer was the fourth more common, but the graph on the right there just shows the spread of other malignancies. A few lung cancers, gynecology, oncology, like ovarian, CA, and cervical cancer, they were not so many, but they were part of the patients that we saw. Among the participants, 10.3% had not yet commenced chemotherapy or any form of treatment, but most of them were on systemic chemotherapy. A few of them had 38% of them had some form of surgical intervention. Other treatment modalities were biologic therapy, and we can understand some of them may not be easy to use except we have specific diagnosis, and of course the cost is also inhibitory for some. Radiotherapy was assessed, of course, outside Port Harcourt in other parts of the country, and that was available for about 11.8% of our respondents had undergone radiotherapy at the time of review. Regarding comorbidity, about 25.1% of the patients had additional chronic conditions, and just 6.3% of them had multimorbidity, that is more than 2 other chronic illnesses associated along with the cancer. Among these, 4.2 of them developed among the 263 patients that we assessed, about 11 of them, 4.2% of them, developed comorbidities during the course of the cancer treatment. Most of those comorbidities were hypertension and renal disease. The most prevalent comorbidities were hypertension. Generally, the most prevalent comorbidities were hypertension, gastritis or peptic ulcer disease, and diabetes mellitus. This, on this other side, this graph just shows that the distribution of multimorbidities, the common illnesses that patients had associated with cancer, hypertension and peptic ulcer disease, hypertension and diabetes associated together, were the most common multimorbid states that we found in our patients. Majority of the patients that we assessed in this 1 month period relied on out-of-pocket payments, and we've had a lot of discussion on how patients assess care and the difficulties around Nigeria already today. Out-of-pocket payments occurred for about 87.5% of the patients. Only 11.4% had an active health insurance that covered part of their medical services. Coping with multiple diseases was reported to be challenging for majority of the patients, 75.7% of them. About 13% stated that it was extremely difficult, issues with transportation, cost of care, and things like that. 6.5% reported finding it relatively easy to cope with multiple illnesses. And this was mainly because they had family support for their care.
Please round up.
So we'd like to conclude this initial findings of this study by saying that our study highlighted the significant burden of comorbidity and multimorbidity among cancer patients in Port Harcourt. Hypertension, gastritis, diabetes mellitus were the most prevalent comorbidities. And I can imagine we have different types of experience with our colleagues in other specialties that are not oncology when we have our oncology patients have other comorbid states. Hypertension associated with PUD and diabetes were the most frequent comorbid states.
Your time is over. Your time is over. Questions, please. 2 questions. Questions from the floor. Yes. Question number 1, question number 2. Yes, please, your question.
So we have 2 questions, Dr.
Folashire, your question, please.
And okay, we can take 3. So let's take just one. 3.
Okay.
That's all.
Okay.
Yes. Please.
Please, can somebody give me mic? These Astra sessions, assessing them will be based on sticking to the regulations stipulated, and then is it really, is it a complete presentation? The aims, have they been exhausted? Is it concise presentation? Is it clear? And then are the writings kept together? Are they cohesive? If these the scoring will be based on these points. Please, your question, Dr. Folashire.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, the presenter, and thank you for the work done. I just want to ask, what exactly is the significance of this comorbidity? Because you just said, listed those comorbidity, but has it really impacted on this cancer patient? Or were they able to analyze which one really has a significant comorbidity effect on those patients? Thank you.
Thank you. Please, the presenter, you take the three questions together.
Take note of those questions. You will answer them when the questions are through. You pick them one by one at the answer, but you will not answer as the questions are coming. So note that first question. The second question is really from the back. Yes. Yes, please. Please give him mic. Yes.
Thank you very much. My question to the presenter is more or less trying to clarify certain things. The use of terminology.
Yeah.
These comorbidities, are they diagnosed before the start of treatment of this patient with chemotherapy, or they were induced by the chemotherapeutic agents? If they were induced by the chemotherapeutic agent, what are the supportive care given to this patient before treatment to reduce these comorbidities?
Okay. In other words, were they therapy induced or they were pre-existing before therapy commenced? And
the last question.
Is all right. Number 3, please. Yes.
Thank you very much for the presentation. From the topic, from the title of the presentation is multi-morbidity in cancer patients. So like the team is discussing about multi-morbidity, but I want to say that the team was not like, the main point were not stick to very well. What I understood is that 6% of the patients had multi-morbidity, but if the presenter can be able to highlight what is the distribution of those with multi-morbidity in terms of their age distribution, gender distribution, also the cancer types that had this multi-morbidity.
Beautiful question.
And
yes.
The last thing is, how did this multi-morbidity affect their treatment in relation to those who had single morbidity or no morbidity at all? I think that's where you drive home the main message. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. So, presenter, please, your time to answer these questions. Quickly.
Much for the responses. So I will start with the first one, the impact of the comorbidity. So I'll just start off by saying this was primarily a survey of patients, asking them their diagnosis and what treatment they have undergone, and if they had any illness before the cancer, any other illness before the cancer diagnosis, or if it occurred after the cancer diagnosis. Now, so the impact of the comorbidities, this would have had to be assessed by the primary managing surgeon or physician, as the case may be. So we used research scientists to collect this data. So we're not actively assessing how diabetes, for example, affects your decision, for example, to expose to radiotherapy or to reduce or increase the dose of chemotherapy, as the case may be. But what we saw from most of the patients, like for me, my own patients that are hemato-oncology patients, those that have diabetes and renal CKD, for example, it's always a problem managing them, because you have to, for most of our hemato-oncology, especially lymphoid malignancies, we administer steroids for part of their chemotherapy. So it's usually a problem giving appropriate doses of steroids when patients have difficulties with glycemic control. So PUD, gastritis, peptic ulcer disease, is also another comorbidity that we see can easily lead to anemia, because if it's not identified and treated properly while patients are undergoing chemotherapy, we have seen from experience that patients with PUD can have gentle bleeds from the GI tract over time, and they are anemic, and it's difficult to optimize the patient sometimes to give appropriate doses of chemotherapy as you should, because you are having problems with anemia, we are losing time with transfusion and things like that. So in our view, while we're still collecting data for this study, and those are more things that we're going to now, terminology. Somebody asked about terminologies, whether these comorbidities were diagnosed before or after the chemotherapy. Yeah, I said that about 11 of the 263 patients, 11 of them had comorbidities, but those comorbidities occurred after they began chemotherapy. Majority of those comorbidities were renal problems and hypertension. Renal problems and hypertension, those were the comorbidities that we identified just in 11 people. Hypertension and renal problems and diabetes. Diabetes was more common in hematology oncology patients because very likely the use of steroids, the iatrogenic effect of steroids causing poor glycemic control for many patients. So the last question was asking whether we've actually assessed the impact of comorbidities. We are just collecting this data to find out whether there are patients that have comorbidities or multimorbidities. Now, one thing that is coming out, like I said, we are still collecting the data. One thing that is coming out is that patients that have this multimorbidity have been on treatment for longer. So they have been on follow-up for longer. So it appears that they have been on treatment. You are doing very well in the treatment you are providing for cancer patients, and they are living longer, and they are getting to that age where they begin to have these chronic illnesses like diabetes and hypertension.
Your response time to this question, you were given 2 minutes.
This is what we are finding in the preliminary data that we have.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Well, the comment I have on that is, well, your study aim, you talked about prevalence. Well, in a way, you have addressed some of the prevalence, but the impact on its treatment and coping mechanisms were poorly documented here. You may have to go and do something more on that aspect, all right, to really exhaust its impact on their treatment and coping mechanism. Thank you very much. Now we are going to the second. My colleague here will handle the second one.
Thank you very much. The second abstract presentation is a comparative study of the dosimetric outcomes of the use of bolus and non-bolus on left breast post-mastectomy in radiotherapy, LBPMRT, at the Master Root Cancer Center and Specialist Hospital, the experience. Mr. John Esoegene Awariadu will be presenting.
On the manual, please, what number is that? Kindly,
that's
so that
page
people can check.
69, abstract 008.
Abstract 008, please.
You have 6 minutes to make your delivery. Yes. Is the mic there? Okay.
Where is the presenter, please?
The presenter is there.
Oh, you're already there. 6 minutes for your presentation. And please keep to time. And 2 minutes for your response time to your questions. Thank you very much. You can begin now.
Thank you very much, sir. Please, my slide. I'm Esoegene John Awariadu, a medical physicist at Master Root Cancer Center. I'm here to present a comparative study of the dosimetry outcomes of the use of bolus and non-bolus on left breast post-mastectomy radiotherapy. This is our experience. Next slide. Now, the bolus is a material, a tissue equivalent material that's placed on patients during treatment, especially for those that have undergone mastectomy to their chest wall. So it is act as a compensator and helps to bring the dose to the skin, especially when we want to treat the surface of the skin. Now, this work was aimed to actually investigate the dosimetry outcomes, the quality of the plans that are being done, comparing the ones done with bolus and the one that was done without bolus. Next slide. Now, the materials are mentored. We used 20 patients were selected for this study. We had 10 for the one used with bolus and 10 for the one without the bolus. This patient, they actually underwent the treatment all through in this manner. And then for the dose prescription for this site was 50 gray in 25 fractions. And then also we looked at the maximum dose to the skin. We looked at the mean dose to the heart. We also looked at the volume of doses receiving 5 gray, 10 gray, 20 gray, and 40 gray of the skin. And then the student t-test was used for the statistical analysis. Next slide, please. Okay, these are results. Sorry, it's like slide is not too obvious from what we're saying. But from the results, we have a mean age for the mean age of patient that was treated. We also will have from conformity index, the homogeneity index, which has to do with the uniformity of those around the treatment volume. Then we have the skin dose and etc. From our result discussion, next slide. From results, we discovered that there was no statistical difference between all of these parameters with comparing the one used, bolus used, and without the bolus. And from what we see, even the dose to the organometrics, we consider that of the heart because it's a very critical organ in that region. And then but there was no difference. We're looking at the statistical qualities of the plan. And that helps us to conclude, next slide, that even when we treat with bolus or without bolus, looking at the dosimetry quantity, there was no difference. But although this difference might be observed if bolus of different size, because we have different materials made of bolus, we have silicone and the brows, and also we have different thickness, 0.5 centimeters, 1 centimeter. For this our study, we use the one of 0.5 for our own study. But then, like what we have here in our result, this is a deviation where the data were collected, and we can see the comparison between the two, the one of bolus, the right-hand side, and the one without bolus, the left-hand side. You can see from the curve that they are all the same. So we actually came to the conclusion that either we use bolus or without bolus, considering the dosimetry quality of the plan, there are no statistical difference. But the clinical outcomes of this plan will actually be investigated for further studies. Thank you.
Thank you very much for keeping to time. Questions, please. Questions from the house or online? Are there questions for the speaker? I wanted to find out when you say that there are various thicknesses of the bolus. I thought maybe you were going to speak to that, particularly highlighting the fact that, because you mentioned that there are differences when you use different sizes of the bolus. So can you give him the mic? Let him respond to that.
Okay, like I actually said, the different sizes, we have the one of 0.5 centimeters, we have the one of 1 centimeter, and even there are some that is of 0.1 centimeters. Now, the idea of the size has to do with the thickness, and this thickness and the use has to do with the thickness of the chest wall that has been treated. So, the thinner the chest wall, the thicker the bolus you want to use. And so, but in our own center, we have the one of 0.5 centimeters. But that of 1 centimeter is used other areas, other centers. But ours is 0.5, and the use of it has to do with how thick the chest wall is, how thin it is, and how thick it is, and also the availability of chest materials in your center.
Thank you very much. That means,
thank you.
Yes, please.
Conclusion.
I've seen 2 hands. Oh, sorry, sir. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. So please, do you have a pen with you? We'll take all the questions. Sirs, we'll take all the questions. Then we'll. Yes.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Well done. I just wanted to ask, I know you are yet to collect a lot of the clinical effects, but do you have an idea of the skin effects that your experience so far. Thank you.
Okay, I'm Dr. Sylvester Keke. Let me start by appreciating you for your presentation. But in view of the fact that the bolus is usually used to raise the Dmax, now if you're of the opinion, based on your study, that there was no variation, there was no statistical difference compared to with or without bolus, now are you proposing that in treatment of the chest wall for post-mastectomy, that the bolus can be avoided? Is that your position?
Let's take the third question. So please, let's signify again. Yes, the question.
Part of my question was asked by Dr. Hannah, so I will not go back to that. The other question is, does the energy actually matters in defining whether the bolus will be used or not? The energy as well. And then do you need to take some time really to study the toxicity on the skin over a period of time to compare whether the dosimetry actually really matters or not? Because at the end of the day, it's the toxicity that is of concern. Thank you.
Yeah, and the final one, come forward, there's a question. They've asked a question. Okay, sir, thank you, sir. Please, could you quickly respond to that, to the questions? Mike, about 3 questions. Yeah. While he's getting the mic, Prof, we want to welcome you, ma. Prof, ma. Professor Koema. We rise to welcome you, ma. Please, let's give her a round of applause. She's one of those that over the last 2 to 3 decades. And,
welcome, ma.
Ma, how was the inaugural lecture, ma?
Okay, thank you for the questions. Okay, very quickly, the skin effect so far, we've experienced like two skin reaction, but then when we evaluate those plans, we discovered that it is not as a result of the treatment plan itself. And that we did further investigation, and then we realized that it's actually down to the care the patient actually did in terms of maintaining the skin. Because most times we have this challenge where patients, they don't follow exactly what you tell them to do. And then you're doing taking the radiotherapy, there are side effects, there are some reaction that may occur if you're going to apply the wrong cream or you do the wrong skin management. And that will lead to further reaction on the skin. So, but thus far, we have experienced some adverse reaction. But then, this actually moved us more to want to know all other cases, what are actually, the effect, because some of them, we want to be sure that, okay, yes, this method of treatment is very conducive for our people in this part of the world. Then that for the treatment, yes, it depends. Like, from my own experience, I won't really say that it's 100% go without bolus or 100% go with bolus, because as a medical physicist, I did a lot of planning, and most cases, the issue we do experience is difficulty in actually having an homogeneous distribution of those in very thin walls. Sometimes when the surgeons actually carry out the mastectomy process, it tends to get close to the ribs, so it tends to make it more difficult for us to achieve coverage or good distribution of those. So I won't say 100%, but with our further studies that we're going to check for the side effect and know which is best, then I'll be able to tell you, let's do without or we do with. Then for that of the energy, yes, the energy matters, though basically for breast cases, we treat majorly with 6MV. We treat with 6MV because of the higher the energy, the more deep the penetration of the radiation. So to avoid your dose getting to your organ at rest deep inside the body, we use that of the 6 MV. So energy affects, no doubt. The major thing is the higher the energy, the more penetration you have, and then you also have more deeper dose going into the area, the body of the patient. Then the other one, talking about toxicity, I believe I've actually said that when replying to the
Thank you very much.
Bolus or not. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please let's encourage you with a round of applause. But before you go, I just want to, it will be very important for you to do further studies, particularly based on the number of patients you see vis-a-vis the number of patients you studied. Do you understand? Because, do you understand? I have a little idea that you see a lot of patients. So when you are making a report based on just 20 of them, then, you begin to wonder. And, if you want something to be statistically significant, either way, you must have like a particular size of number of patients, be that as it may. And also, and in a center like yours, that you have only one particular measure of bolus, it's a bit difficult for you to give a general statement about the comparison of other sizes. It is what you have been able to utilize that you should speak to. You shouldn't speak in abstract, so what you have not actually experienced in another thing, so that your research and your conclusion, they'll be able to speak the same language. Thank you very much.
Yes,
Thank you very much.
Just a parting word for you. In your consideration of your patients, in the selection of your patients, was the aim purely a comparison of dosimetric values, or the clinical component influence those that had your bolus and non-bolus, like skin involvement, chest skin involvement? Was that a part? Was that a part of what necessitated your decisions in choosing bolus for some and non-bolus for the other?
Yeah, for that was actually one of the reasons I wanted to investigate to see if we should take for this bolus or we should not use the bolus. Like I said, further investigation is going to be carried out to actually ascertain the result at the end of it all. Thank you.
All right, you can.
Thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause one more time. Be encouraged. You have started on the right path.
So the next presentation is on head and neck malignancy, the Master Root Cancer Center Hospital Experience by Dr. Yusuf. Please, if you are the presenter and you are here, please kindly go to the podium. You have 6 minutes for your presentation. This will be followed by 2 minutes of response time to your questions. Your time starts now.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Yusuf Akanisiki. I'm standing on existing protocols, and I'll be presenting head and neck cancer. The muscle.
Volume, please.
Please move
People
the
want
mic.
to hear you.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
I'll be presenting head and neck cancer.
Please, abstract number 009, your manual, in your handbook. Abstract number 009, please. Page 70. No, page 60.
Okay, so
page
I'm
68.
presenting along this outline.
Page 68.
For clarity, head and neck cancers encompasses cancers arising from the paranasal sinuses. This next slide, the sinus, the hypopharynx, the nasopharynx, the oropharynx, the nasal cavity, the oral cavity, and the larynx. It constitutes about 4.5% of cancer incidence globally in 2020, according to Globacon, and about 4.6% of cancer-related mortality. It is estimated that 15,400 deaths will occur in the United States by the end 2023. It accounts for 3.8% of cancer incidence in Nigeria and 2.9% of cancer-related mortality in 2020. This is to show the incidence of head and neck cancers in Nigeria. Next slide. Is more common in males than in females. The objective is to determine the pattern of head and neck cancers in Massachusetts Cancer Center, which is a freestanding cancer treatment facility offering access care to cancer patients. And this will give us an insight on the frequency and distribution of head and neck cancers presenting to the facility. Next slide, please. It is a retrospective analysis done at the Department of Radiotherapy, Massachusetts Cancer Center and Specialist Hospital, which has a true beam linear accelerator machine. All patients with histological diagnosis of head and neck cancers between May 2021 and July 2023 were analyzed or reviewed. Data was collected at the department using the electronic medical record and the ARIAS package by 3 trained medical record clerks, a physicist, a radiotherapist, and a radiation oncologist. And to ensure reliability of data, data was cross-examined by a senior radiation oncologist. And these are our results. Of the 737 patients seen between this period, we have head and neck cancers account for 9.5% of all the malignancies seen within this period, with a mean age of 53.93, standard deviation of plus or minus 19.51, with a male predisponence. 44 males and 26 females were found in these studies, with male to female ratio of 1.7 to 1. Next slide, please. So this is distribution, a table showing the distribution according to anatomic location. And as you can see, NPC, that's nasopharyngeal carcinoma, accounts for more than 45% of cancers, followed by paranasal cyanosis and the laryngeal cancers. Next slide. The next slide, the table is showing the histological types. And as you can see, squamous cell carcinoma accounts for more than 64% of the histological types, followed by adenocarcinomas. So this is a bar chart showing the distribution according to geopolitical zones. And as you can see, Southwest has the highest frequencies. And this could be due to proximity to the facility. Lagos precisely, and followed by North Central. Abuja precisely has about 8 patients coming to assess treatment in this facility. So we have about 90% of the patients with palliative, with curative intent. We treated 90% of them with curative intent, while 10% with palliative intent. And the treatment technique used was VMAT, volumetric modulated radiation, volumetric modulated HAC therapy treatment, which is an advanced radiotherapy technique. It offers maximal dose distribution, maximal dose at the tumor while sparing normal tissue, as compared to RMLT. And so, in conclusion, the pattern seen in this study has further confirmed the most common nasopharyngeal carcinoma as the most common cancer seen in the southwest part of Nigeria. With an increase in cancer treatment awareness and access, it is hoped that the rates of cancer-related mortality are improved. And further, we also intend to analyze the outcomes in our next publication. Thank you.
Questions, please. Questions, please. And I see the hands up. Questions for this presenter? Oh, no question? Or is that? But okay, if there's no question, that makes things easier for you. But hold on, please. I have some few. Your aim was to determine the pattern of head and neck cancers. When you say pattern, what do you mean? You just talked about pattern. Head and neck is one big box with so many subunits in there. And you're just telling us about nasopharynx alone. Where are the others? And when you talk about pattern, what of the tumor stage on presentation? We were silent on all those. So please go and do more work on that.
But you know, I mean, and I must commend your. There's something about the way you presented. It was seamless. It's obvious that you were part of those that actually did the treatment. So you know, so there's always that difference between somebody that is just gathering data and somebody that actually, I mean, so you know, so be encouraged, and we look forward to seeing you subsequently with further details, looking into the staging, probably the grade, and probably the outcomes, like you said, and follow up as well. You will also be telling us then about the follow-up pattern. Thank you very much.
Okay, well done.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah,
that's a part of our next. That's what I said we intend to analyze.
All right, that's a good try.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to welcome the third presenter, physical, that's going to be talking about. Where's Dr. Yusuf? Okay, are you coming back again to tell us about the association of serum lipid profile with prostate cancer risk and aggressiveness in Nigerian men? Thank you. Abstract 001 in our abstract list. Please let's pull up his slides.
Thank you very much. Thank you for allowing me to take the next. So I'll be presenting association of serum lipid profile with prostate cancer risk and aggressiveness in Nigerian men. I'm standing in for Dr. Kende Adeyinka, who is unavoidably absent. So this study was done in UCH. Please, next slide. As we all know, prostate cancer is the most common cancer in men, and it's still the most common cancer-related death in men. So the aim of this is relationship with serum lipid profiles, which is a biochemical measurement of dietary fat, has not been explored among Nigerian men. So the aim of the study is to determine if the serum lipid profile is associated with prostate cancer risk and aggressiveness. So please, next slide. It is a case control study carried out at the University College Hospital, Ibadan. The cases were recently diagnosed prostate cancer ages between 50 to 75, while the controls were age-matched LD men with normal prostate specific antigen. They were recruited from the, please next, just leave it. They were recruited from general outpatient clinics. Exclusion criteria were uncontrolled comorbidities greater or equal to 3 and weight loss in the past month. Social demographic data and clinical data were obtained using interviewer-administered questionnaire, and a serum lipid profile test was done in addition to the PSA for all the participants. Analysis of the variables were on SPSS version 23.0. So, as I've said, this is a table presenting the results. Mean age of the cases was 65.0, standard deviation plus or minus 5.9 years for the cases, and 63.0, the mean age of 63.0, standard deviation plus or minus 6.5 years for the controls. And of all the social demographic data, we only found out that the highest level of education was statistically significant, showing less than 0.001. Next slide, please. So this is a bar chart and a pie chart showing that about 39.2% of the cases had high-grade prostate cancer, Gleason score greater or equal to 8, and 35.2% of them had stage 4 disease, as indicated in these figures. We also found out that the mean level of total cholesterol and high-density lipoprotein cholesterol were significantly higher in the cases, as you can see. Total cholesterol is less than 0.001. And then the high-density lipoprotein is also less than 0.001, which is statistically significant. Next slide. So we also found that as this disease stage advanced, the mean triglyceride increased, while the high-density lipoprotein cholesterol decreased, but they were not significant. Please, next. So with worsening prostate cancer grade, the mean total cholesterol significantly increased as you can see in the table, while the mean high-density lipoprotein also significantly decreased in the table. So in conclusion, elevated total cholesterol and high-density lipoprotein cholesterol were associated with increased prostate cancer risk, while elevated total cholesterol was associated with high-grade prostate cancer, while a high level of high-density lipoprotein cholesterol was associated with low-grade disease. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe I'll first ask you, are you the one to ask the questions? Or should we, because you are, can you also represent him by answering the questions? Yes. Thank you very much. I'm not even perturbed because I can see other names among those that wrote the article. The boss is here. Professor Ntekim now. Professor Adenik Bekun is also on the list. So I know that we are covered. Any question that is beyond the presenter, it becomes the mentor's property. Yes. How many questions do we have? 1, 2, 3. Yes. 4. Any other question? Okay. Yes. Please, please, sirs, the mentors, please also take note of the questions. Yes, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Okoye, and thank you so much for your presentation. So I just wanted to ask, because from everything you said, we've seen that there is some form of association between high total cholesterol and prostate cancer. So I was just wondering if there could be a role of early use of statins for patients with high cholesterol, or patients that have been diagnosed with prostate cancer with high cholesterol. So I was just, thinking if there is any role of use of statins in these patients. Yes.
Thank you very much. Next question, please.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I would just like to ask a question. In the methodology, it was said that there's the experimental group and the control group, a case control study. If I understand, the control were men of similar age, but without prostate cancer. So was it just the age you controlled for, but did you control for other factors like obesity and other comorbidities that may have increased the level of that's the cholesterol and the rest?
Thank you very much.
And in your analysis, were you able to ensure that you rule out effect of covariates, that's the covariates that may obscure or potentiate these results? Because then the other thing I wanted to ask, in the conclusion, it was said that, I didn't get it clearly, but something was associated with low-grade disease. So I think the whole thing is about between prostate cancer and control. So how did you arrive at low-grade disease? Yes,
thank you. The next question. The next question, go to the back. Sorry, please, let's make our questions concise.
All right, thank you for your presentation, Dr. Beleme. So, in addition to what the last question on, in addition to the last question on other comorbidities, or whether the controls had obesity and the likes, you also made mention of the educational level being statistically significant. So is there any, consideration of nutrition, maybe the more exposed person, being exposed to maybe high cholesterol diets as, with changes to lifestyle and all? Did you consider that being maybe a reason why there was a statistical significance in their level of education, and then the risks that you found out and aggressiveness?
Thank you. Please come forward. Come forward. Let's come forward. Professor Wong?
Thank you for your presentation. My question relates to what is meant by prostate cancer risk. To expand on that, if you're referring to the risk of developing cancer, the patients that you have cancer and measure their cholesterol level as at the time of diagnosis. So it is presence of cancer diagnosis and the cholesterol level, but I wonder about the inference that because of those cholesterol levels, they develop prostate cancer when you use the word risk. So is the word risk implying that those cholesterol levels cause or predispose them to prostate cancer, or were you meaning something else?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Then Dr. Falashi, just next.
Thank you. Most of the concerns have been
handled. Okay.
So
let's take his response.
Thank you very much. I'm really grateful. I do appreciate your contributions. So I'll start with the cases and control if we consider other confounding factors. Yes, we did, and it's part of the exclusion criteria we applied in our cases and controls. So exclusion criteria is part of it. So other comorbidities, dyslipidemia, hypertensive, diabetes, we excluded them in choosing our controls. Thank you. I hope that is clear. Okay. At this point,
Are you calling for the mentors?
I think so.
You think so? I know so.
At this point, I will.
Yes, please take the mic to Dr. Tekim there. No, don't worry, they will help you. Guy, he took a deep breath. Very strategic guy. He did not want to call for help on time. You know, one of the things we learned in medical school is, how do you know a successful doctor is a doctor who is able to call for help? Not the one that will kill the patient, or the patient is deteriorating, he cannot collaborate, he can't ask for help, he can't call for help. Yes, sir.
Yes, so good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Ontekim. My Oga is also here, Professor Denik Bekum, so we can also pass that.
The buck has been passed.
I cannot do, I will pass to him. Yeah, so on the other aspects of I think it was on BMI also. Now, this is the second part of this study. The first part was presented in last Arcon meeting here on anthropometric studies. And in that study, we saw that there were the control groups and the cases were represented. There was no significant difference. I think we just forgot to bring that up here. So this is the second part of the study. On the possible use of statin, well, this is what we found out from our studies. So these are some of the things that we may have to either do further studies to see whether statin can actually help in reducing these relationships or not. So that is a subject for further investigations. And I don't think, which other question is there? Well, the other association of cholesterol with the low grade, that was just the findings from the bivariate analysis that we found out. And so we are yet to do other things to be able to confirm whether the studies are okay. And then as the point that Professor Rebecca raised, well, this was just like a cross-sectional study which we picked the patients as they came with controls. I know that there could be other risk factors, maybe genetic and so on and so forth, which we did not actually go into. But this was an initial study that documented our findings so far, and then we may really need to look further, maybe with more sample size, to be able to have an association per se. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Prof, sir.
Well, thank you very much.
Well, the main author is not here, so I'm sure that's why you are observing that. The only, Dr. Tekim actually has addressed it very well. The only one I would just talk about is the word risk, which someone was a bit concerned about. Yes, that's what about other factors have they been looked into to use that risk? All I would just say is that yes, we agree with that, but it just means that it's strongly associated, you know, with what we are seeing. So the word strongly associated could also, you know, have been used instead of the word risk. Further studies and other variables need to be, you know, looked into to now strongly say, yes, a risk. But in terms of whether associated with low grade, is observation. That was what was observed in that study. And we stand by it, you know, because it's based on the histology reports and all the factors that were looked into. But yes, whether it is, it increased the risk of someone having prostate cancer, I can say it's strongly associated, you know, could have replaced the word risk. Thank you. And before I sit down, I think I want to publicly appreciate the residents who have been coming out from private setting. They were on posting to Mercedes route, and you could see them coming out, presenting. I think a round of applause should be given to them. Thank you.
Sir, this question will go for the mentors. I want to find out, among the exclusion criteria, I saw weight loss in the last 1 month. So I don't know how to sit with that. I don't know why. I want to understand the why weight loss in the last 1 month will be an exclusion criteria in that, among the exclusion criteria meant. Thank you.
Sorry, that just shows that the weight loss is rapid. And so if there's a rapid weight loss in the last 1 month, we know that we may not be comparing people of the same characteristics. Something might be happening which we will not really know. Maybe some metabolic diseases, malnutrition, and so on that just came in, especially in the palliative cases. Maybe they are not able to eat well or due to advancement of the disease. So we didn't actually want to include such candidates in the study. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. Let's encourage him with a round of applause. Thank you very much, presenter. Go, you can go, you can go. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you.
The next presentation is titled Promoting Equity in Radiotherapy Access. Presenter, please. You will find that in your Arcon booklet on page abstract
number 4.
Yes, 004.
Page 64.
Page 64.
Amanda.
Yes, Amanda.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
6 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Amanda Yado Ugboji, and I work with Foundation for Cancer Care. I'm here to present an abstract titled Promoting Equity in Radiotherapy Access. Please, next slide. Okay, so briefly before I go into the presentation itself, I would like to give a little background about the Foundation for Cancer Care, because many of us here, we don't know about the Foundation for Cancer Care. The Foundation is a non-profit organization that commenced operations in about 2021, and our focus is basically on cancer awareness and education, screening, and treatment funding as well. And within the space of 2021 till date, we have been able to reach about 5,000 plus people through education and awareness efforts. We have funded 13 radiotherapy treatments, and we also cater for a cancer survivor group as well. Next slide, please. So I'll go straight now into the presentation itself. Okay, so before I go into it, you know, the theme of this conference today, as we all know, is equity in oncology. And I would like to emphasize the fact that this presentation is on the collaborative efforts between Foundation for Cancer Care, NSI Luth, and Lakeshore Cancer Center. So briefly, cancer is a global public health problem with about 70% of mortality occurring in low middle income countries. And in Nigeria, one of the challenges of cancer care is the expensive cost, and which is usually out of pocket payments for the patient. And this issue and this challenge usually has a significant impact on the kind of care many of these patients get. Next slide, please. So the study objective basically is to look at the cancer prevention and control via a collaborative effort, and we are focusing on providing financial support to cancer patients who are in need of radiotherapy treatment. Next slide. Okay, so I'll briefly talk about our methods. So as I mentioned earlier, this is, sort of a report on one of our focus areas at the Foundation for Cancer Care. So the methods in which we get our patients to be funded. First of all, we have the patient referral system from either healthcare facilities such as NSI Luth that I mentioned earlier, Lakeshore Cancer Center, and other NGOs such as Cancer Aware. Then the next thing we do, we have an eligibility criteria that the patient has to meet. We have a patient selection committee that sits on applications from these referred facilities. So patients who are approved by the committee move on to the next stage, which is to receive treatment from the facility where they will be getting their radiotherapy from. I would like to emphasize that treatment is not funded into the account of the patient. It's funded directly to the facility for radiotherapy. Next slide. Okay, so I'll briefly talk about the results of our program. So a total of 10 patients have been funded between 2020 and June 2023. And out of these 10 patients, we have lost only 2 out of them. So briefly, I would like to show us a breakdown of, next slide if you may. Thank you. So I would like to show us the breakdown of the results. So we have been able to, reach out to male and female patients alike with the lowest age, about 26, and we've reached out to an older patient who is about 75. And, we have various radiotherapy intents from curative, majorly curative, and we have also funded palliative treatment with cancer sites from breast cancers to throat cancers and mandibular cancer as well. And the stages have ranged from stage 1 to stage 4. Next slide. So in conclusion, basically, at the Foundation for Cancer Care, we know, and from this study, we can see that collaboration plays a vital role in the field of oncology. And the Foundation for Cancer Care, we're very open to collaborate with other facilities to promote equity in radiotherapy access. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Foundation for Cancer Care.
Questions, please, for this presenter. Question, please. Yes. Number 1. Yes, please. Number 2 behind. Is there a third? Yes, number 3 behind number 1. That's number 3. Number 3 behind number 1. Yeah, please.
Thank you for the presentation. Lovely work. I'm just curious how many patients applied as a denominator resulting in the 10 being funded? And what criteria did you use to select them?
Thank you very much. A very nice presentation. And it's nice to know that collaboration and cooperation is working. Just like the last speaker said, it would be nice to see how many patients came to you and applied, and what your challenges are, and what areas do you need collaboration in. So if we can help, we'll be able to help you in that way. Thank you.
Dr. Bash, the last question.
Number 3, yes.
Thank you so much. Good presentation. I love your eloquence, by the way.
So my question is in line with Dr. Mashaye's question. What were your challenges really in coming up with the radiotherapy access, collaborating and everything, and what future challenges do you see?
You may respond.
You have 2 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you very much for your question. So in answer to the first question regarding on how many patients we have, have contacted us so far, we have had over 30 patients contact us for this care that they need funding of their treatment. But as I mentioned, we have an eligibility criteria. So usually you should have been able to complete your chemo. Many of them come, they haven't done chemo, they are in need of surgery, they haven't done that. So you need to complete your preliminary treatment before you get to the stage of, radiotherapy. And apart from that, another criteria we have is, the type of radiotherapy needed. Usually we fund majorly curative. So it depends on, I mentioned we have about 30, but it depends on the flow of, applications we have at that point in time. So if we have people who are in need of curative and you have a few applications that are palliative, you'd have to prioritize the curative over the palliative so, we have the best care given as possible. Then in regards to challenges, funding is a very, very big challenge for us because we're a relatively young NGO and, we want to do more, but, when we don't have the fund and the limits we can go in, for example, last year we funded about 8 patients and this year we have a goal to fund about 10 to 15 patients. And all this is dependent on funding. So a major challenge we have is funding. And the other question that was asked was, what are the challenges we see in future? A challenge we see is, the reason we are here today is to create awareness on what we do because many health facilities and NGOs do not know they could refer patients to us to get the care that they need funded. So it's a challenge that has been ongoing and we are here to create this awareness that you could refer patients to us, you could partner with us, you could fund our program objectives, to promote this equity that we're trying to promote. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's please give her a round of applause. You can be assured that sequel to this presentation, you are going to experience an avalanche of, you understand, and we want to commend you, but I have a question. When you say that the individual should have completed surgery and chemo, now, so that means your support group is focused based on radiotherapy alone?
Exactly. For now, we fund radiotherapy alone. It's a one-off treatment. So we fund radiotherapy alone just for now.
Okay. So that we have it in the right perspective, so that people won't send you early cases that are unable to afford. Because we know that one of the greatest challenges we've had in this economy, in our country, is that people, as little as true cut biopsy, that can cost about 30,000 or 20-something thousand or a little more, might be a major challenge. Some people go for 2 months because they are looking for money to buy the true cut needle. So, so we know that the challenges are it's like a cascade. But we want to appreciate the fact that your organization has chosen a very special and very cost-intensive aspect. Thank you very much. Let's give her a round of applause.
Yeah, that's a great presentation. Thank you for what you do. Yeah.
I'd like to call the next presenter. The next presenter is going to be speaking on the model of hospice care delivery for patients with advanced cancer in a resource-limited setting. Dr. Okoye.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Okoye, you have 6 minutes to do justice to this topic.
All right, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Okoye, and I'm from Lakeshore Cancer Center. So I want to thank everyone for being here today. And I'll be talking about model of hospice care service delivery for patients with advanced cancer patients with advanced cancer in a resource-limited setting. So before we go into anything, it would be best to just define some terms. So first, what is palliative care? So palliative care is it's a form of interdisciplinary care that we give patients with chronic illness and medical condition. Then hospice care is it's end-of-life care. In summary, it's end-of-life care. Now, palliative care is, again, it's a form of care that we can actually start right from the beginning of diagnosis of any chronic medical condition. And like I said before, hospice care is just for end of life. So I put a diagram up there that actually just states that hospice care is like a branch of palliative care. Then the study that we actually did, the study was to show the number of patients that has been managed by Lakeshore Cancer Center, and also to show the characteristics of. Should I wait? I can continue, right? Okay. So and also to show the characteristics of each of these patients, and also like there are diagrams that showed the diagnosis that they had as well. So just next slide. You can move like 3 slides down. Yeah, thank you. The inclusion criteria for patients to receive hospice care is patients that have less than 6 months to live, and also patients that are not receiving any active care. So next slide, please. So from the study, we found that we had majority of our patients being female, and we also found that most of our patients enrolled in the hospice program, majority of the diagnosis was breast cancer, then prostate cancer, then we had liver cancer and colorectal cancer. So those were like the top 4 cancer diagnoses we got. Next slide, please. So we designed this hospice care to kind of suit our environment, right? Because again, due to the nature of our setting, most of our patients that come in with cancer diagnoses, sadly, most of them, they come in for hospice care. Again, it's either hospice or palliative care because they present very late. So this model is in such a way that it can cater for most of the patients coming in. So we have the outpatients, inpatients, and home care. So outpatients is basically patients that decide that they don't want any form of active treatment, like they don't want chemo, they don't want radiation, they just want to be symptomatically managed. So we just term them out as outpatients. So they can come into clinic. Sometimes we do virtual calls. We also do like in-person visits as well in clinic. Then we have inpatients. So inpatients is usually for those like the hospice patients. We have specific patients that they want to be on admission for like a prolonged period of time, and that way we just basically provide end-of-life care support for them. And then we have home care. So majority of our patients, again, due to the fact that cost is something that they consider, they don't want to be on admission for prolonged periods, so they want to go home. So for most of these patients with home care, next slide please. For most of these patients with home care, before we discharge them, we try to link them with like home nurses, and also we provide home services as well. So we go to the patient's home, we make sure that their home nurse is able to understand what they're supposed to do and what they should expect from patients enrolled in hospice program. And some patients might not be able to afford these home nurses. So what we do is we try to train the relatives, or like I'll just term them caregivers, because they could be relatives or like the patient's like neighbor, like extended family. Next slide, please. So here you can see from the graph for the home care patients, you can see that some of the patients are able to get nurses, while some, they just want like a relative to hang around. And then we go for home visits and teach these relatives how to care for patients in hospice care. So again, I stated like the most common symptoms that these patients face. Most of the patients actually complain of pain, so that's one of the symptoms that we deal with. So we have pain, then anemia, then constipation. Again, like these are just like the most common symptoms that we handle. Next slide. So like in conclusion, because of the kind of setting we are in, we see it as like it's a necessity for us to actually develop a model that can fit, if not all, but most of the patients. So for patients who are not able to be hospitalized, we give them the option to go home. But before they can go home, we let them know that, okay, because again, remember that hospice care patients are end-of-life patients. They require very technical, very sensitive touch, and sometimes like their relatives might not really understand this. So we take it upon ourselves to train them. So we do home visits, we go to their homes, we try to train the relatives or even caregivers, because not all caregivers are trained in providing care for, end-of-life patients. So I feel like this topic is very important in our society because of, again, the time that patients present to the hospital. Because sadly, most of our patients, they would end up needing hospice care at some point. So yeah, that's all I have for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I don't know if there are questions for him. Questions concerning this palliative care in a resource-limited setting? 1, 2. Any other question? 3. Any other one? So, yes, Professor.
Thank you very much. I'm happy that at least palliative care is getting some focus also, since over 70% of our patients come in advanced stage, so palliative care is, so I appreciate your efforts. I just quickly, how do you manage pain? I mean, what do you use? So your technique of managing pain among these patients, I want to know quickly, both pharmacological and the non-pharmacological. And then secondly, do you go as far as giving bereavement support, for this group of patients? Thank you.
The next, Professor Wong.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. I just want to hear a little bit more details about home hospice, like at the very end of life. Is this service able to provide satisfactory end-of-life care, or you need more inpatient care, and where the resource should be placed to build going forward?
Thank you. The last question, Mommy Maserut. Dr. Liberty, sorry.
Dr. Lolade, I was planning to find you.
No, I have to promote your,
your
vision.
My name is Dr. Elebute, not Marcel Ruth. Good morning. Thank you very much. That was a very, very, honestly, topical subject. And I think one that, as Professor Adenipekun just said, we need to talk about a bit more. But in line with Professor Won's question, and actually our experience at Marcel Ruth, how do you actually manage to get your patients to enroll into this sort of hospice care? Because what we've found is that actually, despite a lot of input from the medical nursing team, counselors, and so on, the acceptance of family members and patients themselves, but particularly family members, to move into end-of-life care is very, very difficult. And also, you seem to have quite a high number who are willing to go home. In our hands, even when we try and put everything in place, they want to stay in hospitals. I wonder how you manage to do that. And in particular, because I'm sure like with us, you get patients from outside Lagos, especially, from all over the country. How, and your numbers for home care seem to be quite high. So how do you manage the patients who've gone back to, I don't know, Ibadan, Abeokuta, or whatever? Do you liaise or collaborate with people in that setting? And then just lastly, but I think because obviously you are presenting data from quite a wide, long amount of time, and because with us, with a lot of education and awareness from lots of NGOs, we're beginning to find that quite a lot of our patients are presenting early. So that's one of the messages I think we should go home with from this conference. We are seeing quite a lot of patients now presenting with stage 1, stage 2 disease, and we're managing to treat them quite successfully. But yes, we still have an issue for those who are presenting late.
Thank you, ma'am. There's a last question. Just come forward. Just come forward. Yes, ma'am, you can take your question now.
Thank you. My name is
yes,
Abiola Ibrahim from University of Illinois at Chicago. So my question is this. We talk about palliative care, end-of-life issues and all that, and studies have shown that when we introduce palliative care early on in diagnosis, it improves quality of life, and it has been shown to improve overall survival. So the question is, how are you integrating that early on in a patient's diagnosis and treatment?
Okay, and finally, there's another question. Just go straight down. Please, that will be the last question. It's as if questions are giving back to questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation and the contribution so far. I'm Mr. Kolawole. I want to emphasize that palliative care is actually required to be introduced at the point of diagnosis, not just because it helps in the integration, but when you carry that along in the process of care, the patient is not discouraged or feel bad when you now shift over to palliative care. In the past, the introduction of palliative care is delayed till towards the end, and then patients end up feeling that, well, they have asked me to go and die. That is why people die. So they have said there's nothing else they can do. So I will just move over. But when you introduce at the beginning, the palliative care content increases as the disease progresses. And this is a smooth transfer from the curative intent to palliative intent. So it helps the patient and also improve the quality of life of the patient. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You want to quickly respond to those questions, please?
Okay, thank you so much for the questions. I'm going to start with the first question about how we manage pain at our center. So we have various medications for pain, ranging from NSAIDs to opioids, right? So for some patients, once they're on, because most times what we do is we try to use like a step-up approach, right? So we start with NSAIDs, for example. That's again for patients who don't have any form of risk of bleeding and all that. So we start with that. So we have NSAIDs. We have other medications like pregabalin, gabapentin. You know, depending on the location of the pain, the cause of the pain, the type of cancer, all of that matters. Because if it's a neuropathic pain, and like a patient having neuropathic pain, another pain having abdominal pain, the approach, you know, to it is quite different, right? So, and also depending on what's causing it. For example, if it's, you know, pain due to like liver enlargement, right? So most of those patients, like we place them on steroids, which actually helps with the pain as well. So we have all these different medications, and also we use buprenorphine patch when it comes to the morphine product. We also use fentanyl patch as well. But usually we find out like towards the end, like towards let me just say towards like end of life, like within like 4 weeks or within the last 4 weeks or within the last 2 weeks before we lose some of our patients, we actually notice that their pain threshold like really reduces. So most of the time we end up having to use the buprenorphine patch for them. So that's it with regards to the pain. Then in terms of, the next question was about bereavement support and if we provide. Yes, we do provide bereavement support for our patients. We also have like a platform as well whereby like a WhatsApp platform, whereby we check on our patients. I personally check on my patient because again, the setting we have at Lakeshore is in such a way that when a patient comes in, the patient has an assigned medical officer. So I have my patient load, right? And every patient that becomes palliative, or we enroll in the hospice care, they become my patient. So from the beginning, we have that rapport. So when there is a situation whereby this patient passed or something like that, I actually keep in touch with, the remaining spouse, because we've also found that it takes a big toll on, the spouse that stays alive. So what we do is, we check up on them after death, like a week, 2 weeks after, like a month after. So we do provide some of this support. And sometimes if we do have someone available when they are ready for like when they invite us for like burial arrangement and all that, if we do have someone, we do send a team, to go there as well. So I think all of this actually plays a role in how they deal with their loss. Then also, there was a question about, Professor Wong asked about if the patient receiving home hospice care, if they found it satisfactory. I think that's actually a very tricky question in the sense that we've had situations whereby patients go home. So again, before they go home, what we do is we provide a medical report that we give this patient. So I'm going to kind of combine the question with, I'll combine the response I'm giving now with the question on how we manage patients with long distance. So patient in Abeokuta and all that. So what I do is I provide a medical report for them, and I let them know that any nearest medical center they need to go to. They also have my direct WhatsApp line. So when they go home, if they need to take the patient for like an emergency visit to the hospital or something, they have that medical report. And also I'm available to speak to whoever is on ground on the other end to make sure that everything is being managed accordingly. Because what happens is for the long distance patients, when they go home, and let's say the caregivers, towards that, couple of weeks towards the end of life, let's say the patient is vomiting or is in severe pain, and there is just something going on that they don't fully understand. Most of the home care nurses or relatives, they freak out. Even though it's hospice care, but they freak out and they rush them to the hospital. And when that happens, if it's just a peripheral facility that doesn't really know what's going on, they might actually start active management. So that's
Please round up. Your 2 minutes is well spent.
Okay. So that's why we provide the medical report for them, and also the availability to speak to someone from the team to let the doctors know what's going on. And also there was a question on how we get the patients to accept to be enrolled in the palliative and hospice program. So again, we start from the beginning. From the moment the patient walks into clinic, all of our medical officers are trained in such a way that we talk to the patient and we let them know that palliative care is actually part of cancer care. It's not just about chemotherapy, radiotherapy, immunotherapy and all that. Palliative care is a form of care because it does provide better prognosis, better quality of life, and it does help with how they deal with their diagnosis as well. And we let them know that we're here to support them all through. They have our contacts. We have 24/7 line. They can call anytime. And if they are worried and they cannot come to the hospital, we do home visits as well. So thank you so much.
Thank you. The session for abstract presentation is concluded now. I want to thank all the presenters. And also want to thank the centers from where they came. Please, more of this to educate everyone and also put people on the scientific path. Thank you. The SecGen has information for you.
Thank you very much, all the presenters. I think one of the things Arcon has been able to do successfully in the last few years is that we have a national map where we'll identify every area where oncology care can be assessed, such that if somebody's in Port Harcourt, for example, the person will not be going from Port Harcourt to Asaba, whereas they can easily go to Calabar. And also, where they can enjoy there's always this collaboration and this handshake between centers, the big centers, the small centers, the centers, so that, one of the most painful things is when you refer a patient from a big center, from one center to another center, only for the patient to get there before they find out that the service they actually went for is unavailable. So we have collaborations. For example, I remember very well, there was a patient that's been managed in Marcel Ruth that needed support in Jacaranda, and she called us that we should handle this in the interim when the big things that they had to go back. Then there are some patients also that were managed in UCH that have a handshake with them. Even I remember very well that even Dr. Van der Poel, she sent some patients to us from Ghana. They needed to come for PET, and we were able to manage it. So this room is one of the benefits of our networking, is the fact that we must know where services can be rendered, so that when we are sending our patients home, we'll send them home. And also, as an oncologist, we are not afraid to tell the patients that they're not making it. But once in a blue moon, we have cases where we would have even told the patient that the patient is going to die, and suddenly everything changes, and we keep wondering, just by interacting. We had a patient recently who had lung CA, and we had already given up, we tried everything and all that. Only a call to one of our doctor, Dr. Alabi in Luth, and she just said, no, you should, why don't you try this? We tried this, and everything changed. And it was just like magic. The patient went off oxygen, everything just changed. So occasionally, is not keeping quiet, being able to ask our senior colleagues, our people that have, you can call Ghana, you can call Professor Wong, you can call, where's she? You can call her, you can call Illinois, you can call the US, you can call anywhere, send a mail, they will guide you at, we're trying this and all that. And I'm sure that as we do that, we'll offer better equity to our patients. Thank you very much, and let's give a big round of applause to all the abstract presenters. We are indeed grateful. Thank you. It's time for the D event. Please, if you do not have a name tag, please you scan the QR code so that you scan this QR code on the dashboard and you can have it. have in our midst Professor Koe. Professor Koe, we greet you one more time. Thank you for all the good work you have done with BWS. Professor Adenikweku, good morning, sir. We are indeed very grateful. Dr. Isha, good morning, sir. Dr. Latoke, we greet you specially. All the way from Elu Lorin. Welcome, sir. Please, I need the protocol list. Protocol officer, I need the protocol list. Chairman Lelosi, well done for the good work. Because I told them that's why they moved it here. Ask them. I asked them. They said, let them come and move it. Let them come and move it. Let them come and move it. That's fine. Please. Thank you very much. We would like to welcome Professor Adenikweku. Prof, sir, would like you, please come forward. Arcon President, please take your seat in front. Our keynote speaker, the President of the West African College of Surgeons, Professor Eziome, please, you can also take a step forward. Professor Okoye is also going to come forward. She's representing the Director General of the Nigerian Institute of Cancer Research and Treatment. The representative of NICRA DG should please come forward. We also want to welcome Professor Eziome, please come forward, sir. Yes, sir. Professor Adenukpekun will also be coming forward. Of course now. Let me introduce, I heard his name is Lorenzo. You know, no matter how you try to do the job of a doctor, if you are a doctor, you are a doctor. If you are not a doctor, you cannot be a doctor. But no matter how you want to do the job of an MC, if you are not an MC, you can only be like a quack MC.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. I enjoy the abstract presentation session. Thank you for that session. And also, I'd like to say welcome to Enugu. This is not the official welcoming I'm going to do. I'm going to do that much later when the protocol is observed. But I would like to say to all of you that are visiting Enugu, especially those coming for the first time, welcome to the coal city. Welcome to the coal city. This is a land of milk, honey, and coal. So we have light. We have what it takes to make you excited. I'm sure that since we've been here since the 10th of the month of September, you've been having some fun, at least beyond the conference. In case you haven't looked around, just make sure you look around, because Enugu is known for something, and that is the hills. And we have 1,000 hills. We might not be Kigali, but we have 1,000 hills that you can look around and enjoy. So thank you for coming, and I hope that we're going to have a great session. This opening ceremony, as much as academic as it will be, I'll try to ensure also that we smile and laugh in between conversations, so that we can all, of course, ease up a little bit in all of our seriousness. Thank you.
Professor Adenukpekun, sir, please come forward next to Professor Okoye. Is standing in for the chairman of our BOT, Professor Drosimi Eti. Thank you very much. So you'll be welcoming us to Enugu. You said you have 1,000 hills.
Yes, we do. We have 1,000 hills.
Who did the statistical count? Who counted it?
Well, for the last I checked, I belong to the world of literature, and I have poetic license, just like you have your license in the medical field. So my license permits me to look around and state what it is without the exact number. In fact, it's more than 1,000, just that I'm trying to be nice.
That means there's no statistical significance of your... It's just an opinion.
It's not an opinion, it's what it is. Well...
1,000 hills. When we are not in Kigali.
That's why I said we're not in Kigali. We have more than 1,000 here.
Well, we're here.
We have beautiful people too. We have good food.
I can accept that one.
Okay.
When you say you have beautiful people, I can accept that one.
Yeah, you know, some of our people, especially our sisters, especially the ones that studied medicine.
What do you mean by our sisters? What are you saying? Are they not our sisters?
No, first of all, they were our sisters. Then you people took some of them. I'm not saying any particular person.
Are you saying something? We have eyes for good things.
Yes, you do. And, you know, Arcon has a president. Yeah, she happens to be from here, but oh, we thank God. We thank God for the people that saw.
God is good.
Yes, yes, he is all the time. So I'm sure after this conference, such minglings and conversations will also happen.
Are you giving us license to...
Provided you don't have one, you can look around. God will bless you at the end of the day. Yes. We have young doctors that just finished from the University of Nigeria. And we have so look around. They're very smart. Some of them have been here to present abstracts. Look beyond the abstract. See what you are supposed to see.
See no evil.
No, see no evil, but
see no evil.
This is one Nigeria. So even those from Asia, from Europe, from America, we are all one. Just do what you're supposed to do. The time has passed when we used to worry about
the walls have come down.
He's from here or there. Do your thing. Just do it the right way.
I heard the gist of one of our CMDs. So our CMD was taking a round. So while the round was going on, he stumbled on this young, good-looking, like you said, lady. So he stopped the round and called the lady. Apparently, the lady was a health worker and said, "How are you?" Said, "Prof, I'm fine, sir." Said, okay. Did you just start working in this hospital? Said, "No, sir." "How many years have you been here?" "I've been here for 2 years." "Are you single or married?" "I'm single, sir." You are single in this environment. He looked back at the residents. He said, all the men, all the males among the residents, come to this side. You guys are all blind. So, I hope you are not giving us something, you are not speaking in parables.
Well, at the end of the conference, I'm sure you'll be the one to use your mic and ask the young men to come out and ask them what's wrong with their eyesight.
We're expecting some VIPs to join us. We want to follow the protocol. You know that there's some VIPs that Wednesday we'll welcome them, we'll take the national anthem, and we kickstart. While that might take a few minutes, so that we are grateful to the Almighty that Arcon has grown to a significant level where whenever we're in any environment. I remember when we were in Lagos. How many of us can remember Lagos? We saw 2 layers of VIP. First layer, second layer. I think we had, how many first ladies? I think we had, is it 4? We had all the, so we're trying, we're waiting. I'm sure one of them, they're very close by. I've seen the advanced team, they're already here, and they're trying to reach out to them that we're ready to start. We want honor to be given to whom it is due. Professor Adewi, good morning, sir. Dr. Bello, sir. Where we recognize you specially for all your wonderful works. Our welfare secretary, good morning. We're grateful. Yes, please. Sitting very closely to our Dr. Nwanchuku. Good morning. How are you, ma? So the media, please give us a little music, just a little, for the next few minutes. We have lovely companies in the house like JNCI who have been supporting us from way back. So, and this year has not been an exception. Professor Lasende, good morning, sir. Especially recognize you, all your efforts in IAA, Afronet, Central Nigeria, North Central Nigeria, ABU Zaria, and even to those of us in Lagos and all over the country and all over Africa. We're very grateful for the wonderful work you are doing, sir. We especially recognize you. When I saw Dr. Ntekim at this AGM, the first thing that came to my mind was a study. They did a special study that really captivated me. If you have not seen that study, you should go and look at it. It talks about the prevalence of breast cancer in Nigerians under the age of 40. And it was a very well-cited, well-researched, well-documented paper. So we appreciate you and we recognize you for your inspiration. You know, when we were in residency, Oga went for one study abroad. And the moment Oga came back, the exams changed. I failed that exam. I won't forget in a hurry. First time, second time, third time. The fourth time, me too, I went abroad to go and prepare for the exam. So I came from South Africa and now passed the exam. So, you know, sometimes when the exam is cooked abroad, the solution also must be cooked where? Abroad. Thank you very much for the wonderful work you have been doing, sir. We appreciate you. Our sister from Illinois, I didn't get your name, that's why. I mean, what's the name, ma? Ibrahim. Oh, thank you very much for coming. Especially appreciate you. So as you go around, make yourself comfortable. There are conveniences out, and I think to the left and to the right. And also, if you need anything, we have a help desk outside for one reason or the other. Make sure that you do not leave Enugu without having a taste of abacha. Is it abacha now? Someone should help me. Is it abacha? Abacha. And there's one that looks like murmuring. What's it called? The one that looks like bean cake. What's it called, please? Someone should help me with the name. Okpa. Okpa. Then make sure that you go with kola nut and ugba. Make sure that you don't just come to Enugu and just go like that. I was privileged to take the two of them yesterday night, and they were, I mean, I didn't take beyond my limit, but I just took a little, and they were very fine. So you're welcome to Enugu. We especially welcome you. In the next few minutes, we should be starting with the other events of the day. Thank you.
Enugu welcomes you to the coal city. Welcome to Enugu, obodo ife na-eme. Nnọọ. Arcon, Enugu welcomes you to the coal city. Welcome to Enugu.
IKOB. We also want to specially recognize the Acting Chief Medical Director of the University of Nigeria Teaching Hospital, Professor Val Ugu. Prof, sir, we specially welcome you. Thank you very much for honoring us with your presence. Please, let's welcome them with a round of applause. Thank you very much. We are starting in earnest, but we just have a few more minutes to go. Thank you.
Arcon, Enugu welcomes you.
Yay! It's happy today. The Association of Radiation and Clinical Oncologists of Nigeria, Arcon,
Holding an annual scientific conference and AGM in September.
This epoch-making event is happening in Enugu this year.
Let me let you into one uncommon knowledge.
This conference is the foremost gathering in oncology in subcontinent.
It offers a fantastic opportunity for networking with eminent players in the field of oncology.
And a great place to showcase your hard work by presenting your
posters and abstracts.
This year, the beautiful and ancient city of Enugu is hosting the conference.
The date is 12 to 14 September 2023.
So we can't wait to have you join us.
So make it a day and join the moving train to Enugu to be a part of this conference.
Enugu Amaka!
It's happening again, and it's happening again.
Yay! It's happy today. The Association of Radiation and Clinical Oncologists of Nigeria, Arcon,
Holding an annual scientific conference and AGM in September.
This epoch-making event is happening in Enugu this year.
let me let you into one uncommon knowledge.
This conference is the foremost gathering in oncology in subcontinent.
It offers a fantastic opportunity for networking with eminent players in the field of oncology.
And a great place to showcase your hard work by presenting your
posters and abstracts.
This year, the beautiful and ancient city of Enugu is hosting the conference.
The date is 12 to 14th September 2023. So we can't wait to have you join us.
So make it a day and join the moving train to Enugu to be a part of the conference.
Enugu Amaka!
It's happening again, and it's happening again.
Yay! It's happening today. The Association of Radiation and Clinical Oncologists of Nigeria, Arcon,
holding an annual scientific conference and AGM in September.
This epoch-making event is happening in Enugu this year.
Let me let you into one uncommon knowledge.
This conference is the foremost gathering in oncology in subcontinent.
It offers a fantastic opportunity for networking eminent players in the field of oncology.
And a great place to showcase your hard work by presenting your
posters and abstracts.
This year, the beautiful and ancient city of Enugu is hosting the conference.
The date is 12 to 14th September 2023.
So we can't wait to have you join us.
So make it a day and join the moving train to Enugu to be a part of the conference.
Enugu Amaka!
It's happening again, and it's happening again.
Yay! It's happening today. The Association of Radiation and Clinical Oncologists of Nigeria, Arcon,
holding an annual scientific conference and AGM in September.
This epoch-making event is happening in Enugu this year.
Let me let you into one uncommon knowledge.
This conference is the foremost gathering in oncology in subcontinent.
It offers a fantastic opportunity for networking eminent players in the field of oncology.
And a great place to showcase your hard work by presenting your
posters and abstracts.
This year, the beautiful and ancient city of Enugu is hosting the conference.
The date is 12 to 14th September 2023.
So we can't wait to have you join us.
So make it a day and join the moving train to Enugu to be a part of the conference.
Enugu Amaka!
It's happening again, and it's happening again.
Yay! It's happening today. The Association of Radiation and Clinical Oncologists of Nigeria, Arcon,
holding an annual scientific conference and AGM in September.
This epoch-making event is happening in Enugu this year.
Let me let you into one uncommon knowledge.
This conference is the foremost gathering in oncology in subcontinent.
It offers a fantastic opportunity for networking eminent players in the field of oncology.
And a great place to showcase your hard work by presenting your
posters and abstracts.
This year, the beautiful and ancient city of Enugu is hosting the conference.
The date is 12 to 14th September 2023.
So we can't wait to have you join us.
So make it a day and join the moving train to Enugu to be a part of the conference.
Enugu Amaka!
It's happening again, and it's happening again.
Yay! It's happening today. The Association of Radiation and Clinical Oncologists of Nigeria, Arcon,
holding an annual scientific conference and AGM in September.
This epoch-making event is happening in Enugu this year.
Let me let you into one uncommon knowledge.
This conference is the foremost gathering in oncology in subcontinent.
It offers a fantastic opportunity for networking eminent players in the field of oncology.
And a great place to showcase your hard work by presenting your
posters and abstracts.
This year, the beautiful and ancient city of Enugu is hosting the conference.
The date is 12 to 14th September 2023.
So we can't wait to have you join us.
So make it a day and join the moving train to Enugu to be a part of the conference.
Enugu Amaka!
It's happening again, and it's happening again.
Yay! It's happening today. The Association of Radiation and Clinical Oncologists of Nigeria, Arcon,
holding an annual scientific conference and AGM in September.
This epoch-making event is happening in Enugu this year.
Let me let you into one uncommon knowledge.
This conference is the foremost gathering in oncology.
But the most important part is that we are here to celebrate our doctors, especially the ones that we're going to identify them. For those of you just joining us online, you're going to find in details, because everything we're going to do here will be all about them. It's the 6th Annual General Meeting and Scientific Conference with the theme Equity in Oncology, Patients, Practice and Policy. We have some of our professors that have distinguished themselves in this field, traveling across forests and seas just to be with us here today. We also have people that are not really in the field in our area, but are interested because they belong in either to the government or an arm of government that's going to help radiation and oncology practices, clinical oncology practices, not just in Nigeria and beyond. We have friends also coming from India, Asia at large, and also Europe and America. We appreciate all of you, and we say thank you for joining us here today. For a minute, we've waited for some of our distinguished guests, but it's my honor to let you know that His Excellency, the Governor of Enugu State, is right here in the buildings. Please just rise up to receive the Governor, please. Please let's rise to receive the Governor. He's aptly represented by his deputy, but in due course, I'm going to do that introduction. We'd like to say welcome, Your Excellency. Now, with the arrival of His Excellency, the Governor, and his entourage, let us give honor to our fatherland as we sing the national anthem. Please all keep standing, please. This time, we're going to say an opening prayer. This is our national prayer, and it's a second stanza of the national anthem. So we're going to all sing it ourselves. We're not going to just listen to it. Please. Please, can you play that again so we can sing the second stanza whilst the music is playing in the background? O God of creation, direct our noble cause, guide our leaders right, help our youth the truth to know, in love and honesty to grow and live in just and true. Great lofty heights attained to build a nation where peace and justice reign. Thank you. Please put your hands together for Nigeria. Thank you. You may be seated. His Excellency, the Governor of Enugu State, ably represented by His Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Enugu State, the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Health, Enugu State, the President, Association of Radiation and Clinical Oncologists in Nigeria, our keynote speaker and President, West African College of Surgeons, the DG, NICRAT, National Institute for Cancer Research and Treatment, the Chairman, Board of Trustees, Arcon, the Chief Medical Director, University of Nigeria Teaching Hospital, the immediate past President of Arcon, the heads of units at the University of Nigeria Teaching Hospital here present, members of the executive at national level at Arcon, doctors that are members of Arcon here present, members of the fourth estate of the realm, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to say welcome to the 6th Annual General Meeting and Scientific Conference of the Association of Radiation and Clinical Oncologists in Nigeria. The theme, Equity in Oncology, Patients, Practice, and Policy. I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Lorenzo Menakaya. I'll be co-hosting with members of Arcon. I'm sure in due course they will tell us who they are. But I'd like us to just know that we have some very distinguished people in our midst, the professors and executive, the people that belong to different arms of government that are here with us today. And it's my pleasure to just recognize a few of them. And of course, Dr. Lolade is going to do the rest because I'm not sure I have so much powers to do the rest of it. But I'd like to officially recognize the governor of Enugu State, the very active, smart governor of Enugu State. Please, let's put our hands together for His Excellency, Barrister Peter Mba. Put our hands together. Thank you. Even though he is represented, but I would like to officially recognize him in his capacity as the Deputy Governor of Enugu State. It's my pleasure to mention that we have the privilege of having our own Barrister Ifeanyi Osai. His Excellency Barrister Ifeanyi Osai, the Deputy Governor of Enugu State. You're welcome, sir. Thank you for joining us here today. I'd like to also recognize some of the members. We don't have a high table, but we have something that I believe everywhere is high there. So we would take it the way it comes to us. I'd like to recognize the President of the Association of Radiation and Clinical Oncologists in Nigeria. She has been working hard for this to happen. Of course, she's hosting us today. So it's my pleasure to recognize Dr. Nwamaka Lasebikon. Please, if you're still here, where are you? Okay, she should probably be in the kitchen, making sure things are okay. Yeah, she's making sure things are working well. That's it. She's running around. Thank you. I'd like to also recognize our keynote speaker. This is a man of many parts. He's not just a keynote speaker or president of... Okay, I've already said some of the things that he is. So, Dr. Lolade, you might want to help me from here because
yes,
I feel
thank you very much. I want to especially recognize Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Enugu State. I know that on your table and in your itinerary, there are many ministries that need your attention, many interests on the table, but out of them all, you have deemed it fit to honor us. We have come from all over the world to Enugu State to come and identify with the wonderful work that has been done by His Excellency, Dr. Peter Mba. I mean, I was privileged to listen to him speak on Channels TV far away in Abeokuta. And I had to take a picture and put it on our platform that you can listen to what the governor is doing. The digital governor, the governor that has a very wonderful, mighty plan for Enugu State. And I want to congratulate the people in Enugu State that they're privileged to have such a team. And this morning, when I was told that we're expecting His Excellency the Deputy Governor, I was thrown aback because we're privileged. Thank you, Your Excellency. We want to appreciate you specially. In the same vein, we want to appreciate His Excellency, the Honorable Commissioner for Health. Health, they say, is wealth. And we know that time is of essence and you're very busy. And we have few things to quickly do to ensure that this opening ceremony in the coal city of Enugu is one that is a landmark event. We are the Association of Radiation and Clinical Oncologists, and we're privileged in the House to have representatives from Ghana. We're privileged to have representatives, participants from the United States of America, physically in our midst, not just online. We have Professor Rebecca Wong. We have Professor Vanderpoel. We have our senior colleagues from Zaria, Professor Lasende. We have our acting chair of the Board of Trustees, Professor Adenipekun from UCH Ibadan. We also have Dr. Eshegun from the National Hospital. Even from Enugu here, we have the caliber of people like Dr. Nwankwo. We are privileged to have Professor Okoye, our delectable mama of special regard. So on this note, we will want to take just one or two goodwill messages. Then an aortic. The LOC chairman will come forward. The chairman of LOC, Dr. Nwankwo, would like to welcome you as you'll be taking your speech. Yes, please.
Please put your hands together for Dr. Kenneth Nwankwo as a step
Let's
forward
welcome him
for his welcome address. That's the chairman, local organizing committee.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me once more welcome His Excellency, the Governor of Enugu State, Dr. Peter Mba, ably represented by His Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Enugu State, Barrister Ifeanyi Osai. I especially have to thank Barrister Ifeanyi Osai for being here in our midst. Thank you very much. I've had the opportunity of actually palpating your desire for the upliftment of oncology practice in this country, particularly in Enugu. I'll say thank you very much for all your efforts. I think it's your efforts and the discussions with you that equally led to this kind of theme, equity in oncology. Thank you very much. So I think I will stand on the already established existing protocol so that I don't waste so much time. It gives me pleasure to welcome all of you to the 6th Annual General and Scientific Conference of the Association of Radiation and Clinical Oncologists, abbreviated as Arcon. I know that many of you have traveled long distances to be part of this event. I appreciate all of you. This event actually started on 10th. We started on 10th with a pre-conference where we did a lot of lecturing, training, both hands-on training. And this event, and which will continue for the next 3 days, is a combination of enormous collective effort involving many corporate organizations, institutions. We have a lot of sponsors, individuals who have contributed one form or another towards the organization of this conference. And I say special thanks to our president, Dr. Lashe Bikonwa Amaka, for our entire effort she put in to see that this event becomes a success. Arcon is an association of doctors that actually deal with cancer. And every year we come together to discuss issues concerning how to move cancer issues forward. we know that there is increased incidence of cancer, particularly in developing countries like Nigeria. And then with that, there are equally huge mortality. Unfortunately, we are not prepared so much for that increase, and that leads to a lot of mortality. In recent years, we have seen an upward surge in cancer cases. Most cases present at advanced stage, making it more difficult to treat. And most of us have lost someone, or we know someone who has lost someone to cancer. There is burning desire in all of us, and that is why we are here, to see that a way of addressing this burden of cancer. The number of cancer centers have increased quite all right. A lot of effort have been put by government and even individuals who have programs like Child Cancer Health Fund, National Institute of Cancer Research and Training, Treatment, and a lot of NGOs effort. However, the population of the country has actually been increasing. So the point that we are not matching the cancer management with increase in cancer cases, and therefore we still register a lot of huge mortality. There is great need for equitable availability, equitable distribution, equitable and affordable access to oncology information, cancer prevention, early detection, appropriate treatment, and follow-up of cancer cases. That is why we're actually here, to see what we do, what we discuss, to see that all these are taken care of. So the local organizing committee, I thank all of you for all the effort. The local organizing committee came together and devised the theme, Equity in Oncology, Practice, Patient, and Policy. And this is very apt, considering all that is happening in the oncology world. The scientific committee has packaged a wonderful scientific program with highly educative presentations, inspiring discussions, and networking opportunities. The keynote speaker with extensive knowledge and equity in ethics and equity has been invited to discuss the theme of the conference. A lot of abstracts have been presented already, and more peer-reviewed abstracts will still be presented. Several academic panel sessions have been arranged. We had Young Oncology Forum this morning. There are still others, psycho-oncology, healthcare financing discussions. And for the first time, we'll have ASCO's scientific presentation will be discussed in this forum in Nigeria for the first time. I also have to thank our president, Dr. Lashe Biko, for making effort with Marseille Root Cancer Center to see that we have that forum. And this will actually make this gathering a truly international setting. It is the sincere wish and prayer of the local organizing committee that the deliberations, discussions, and recommendations that we ensure from this event for the next 3 days will impact positively on the oncology practice and in achieving the equity in oncology. On behalf of the LOC, I wish you a fruitful and enjoyable deliberation. However, do not forget to savour the beautiful and fascinating city of this Enugu. Enugu is a very serene environment. So I welcome you not only to discuss academically, but go out and enjoy the city. Enugu, Amaka. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, we can do well by giving him another round of applause. It's obvious that a lot of effort, sleepless nights, has gone into this. We'd like to specially welcome our president, regarded as Port Arcon, the president of the Association of Radiation and Clinical Oncologists, the director of oncology at the same time, UNTH Enugu, Dr. Amaka Lashebekon, for our welcome address. Please, let's give her a resounding round of applause.
Your Excellency, the Governor of Enugu State, Barrister Peter Mba, ably represented by His Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Enugu State, Barrister Ifeanyi Osai, Honorable Commissioner of Health, Professor I.K. Obi, President, West Africa College of Surgeons, Professor E.R. Ezome, the acting CMD of the University of Nigeria Teaching Hospital, Professor Val Ugu, the representative of the BOT chairman, Professor A.A. Adenipekun, representative of the Director General of NICRAT, Dr. Uche Nwoku, the representative of the Nigerian Medical Association Enugu State, ably led by Dr. Celestine Ugoke, who is a consultant radiologist at the National Orthopedic Hospital Enugu, and the General Secretary of NMA Enugu State. Welcome you. The LOC Chairman, Dr. K.C. Wankwo, and the members of the LOC, and to the great executives of the national executives of Arcon and all members here present, I say a very warm welcome and welcome to our foreigners to Enugu State. It gives me great pleasure to stand up here to welcome you to our 6th annual conference and scientific conference. Indeed, it is a journey that began over a year ago, and I'm so pleased to be able to be witnessing this live here today. Your Excellency, sir, we are honored to have you all gathered here today for this crucial and timely event. In the world of medicine, few issues are as urgent and impactful as the pursuit of equity in health. Following the launch of the Lancet Oncology Commission report in Sub-Saharan Africa, which was done during our 5th conference in Abuja last year, there were 6 key recommendations, and one of them was targeted at promoting equity in oncology. So that was the bedrock for the decision to have this year's theme tagged Equity in Oncology. In fact, during the opening remarks by the WHO Director General at the 73rd session of the Regional Committee for Africa, he also emphasized the need to prioritize health equity by radically reorienting health systems towards decentralization as the foundation for universal health coverage, noting that millions of people are pushed into poverty by catastrophic out-of-pocket spending. And this truly is the picture that we see here in Nigeria. The magnitude of financial toxicity experienced by families dealing with non-communicable diseases, particularly cancer in Nigeria as of today, is huge, with costs of treatments often running into millions of naira. Our current statistics in Nigeria are alarming, with an estimated 125,000 cases yearly with over 78,000 deaths. And the honest truth is that this is a gross underrepresentation of the figures. We also know that we currently hold the worst mortality rates for breast cancer worldwide. Our current reality is that there is limited access to quality oncology care across the entire cancer care continuum, resulting in stark disparities across multiple strata in the society, affecting treatment outcomes and patient experiences. To change this gloomy narrative requires a disruptive approach that focuses on strengthening the entire health systems and promoting equitable access to services, prioritizing low-cost solutions with the most potential for impact. This conference is a testament to our collective commitment to addressing these disparities head-on. Over the next few days, we will engage in meaningful discussions, share innovative research, and exchange experiences that will help us advance the cause of equitable oncology care. It will be important for me to point out, Your Excellency, that in our midst, we have our colleagues from across the West African region, Burkina Faso and Ghana, to share their experiences. And we also have our colleagues all the way from Canada and the United States of America present with us physically. And of course, the United Kingdom, to also share experiences to see how we can collectively find innovative solutions to bridge these stark disparities. Our meeting objectives are to facilitate collaboration between policymakers, healthcare providers, and patient advocacy groups to promote equity in oncology at both the local, regional, and national levels. We also aim to identify barriers to equitable cancer care, propose innovative solutions, educate attendees on patient-based advances in oncology research and technology, and conclude with an action-oriented plan for evidence-based equitable practices. Our agenda has been very carefully put together to provide thought-provoking sessions and panel discussions led by experts who have dedicated their careers to this cause. Some highlights for this conference, I will just reiterate them. The LOC chairman had talked about it during his opening remarks. Some highlights for this session include the hosting, for the first time in Nigeria, the officially licensed Best of ASCO series. We hope this will strengthen our practice as well as stimulate us to conduct cutting-edge research and clinical trials that generate data to inform practice, policy, and indeed the entire health systems. To encourage budding researchers, we will be handing out 10 microgrant awards to successful applications. During last year's meeting, we presented a lot of foreign data because, of course, we don't have ours. So that served as the offshoot for us to think about generating our own local data. We approached some of our partners who agreed to support us in this call, and we're able to, between us and them, we're able to fund 10 microgrants to awarding to deserving individuals, 5 of which, Your Excellency, sir, we crave your indulgence that you'll be presenting to the awardees today. Also, another important highlight in this session is that we are also going to be interacting with our younger colleagues to be able to show them different paths and help them as they choose their career paths while they are in residency and immediately after. Because we know that apart from having difficulties with affording care, we also have very, very, very low doctor-patient ratios. And we really need to build that critical mass of manpower that will be able to cover that disparity. We want to thank our partners who have partnered with us in some of these innovations. Marcel Ruth Cancer Center, we thank you for believing in the Best of ASCO launch series that we wanted to do during this meeting. We also want to thank Eli Lilly Pharma for partnering with us to support this. We also want to thank Janssen Pharmaceuticals for supporting the residents with microgrants for prostate cancer, which is the most common cancer in males in Nigeria. And we know that the data shows that it is more aggressive in men of African descent, with Nigeria not being an exception. We know that one of the fallouts of this exercise we conducted about getting people to submit applications for grants showed us the need to be able to build capacity for research, build some of the participants' research capabilities and capacities. One of the reviewers, in fact, a couple of reviewers who actually reviewed our grants noted that there were many beautiful ideas, but the skills to translate these ideas into marketable ventures was lacking. And so that is another call which I'm making today for some of our partners to join us as we roll out sessions to be able to empower budding researchers to be able to write grants and attract huge funding for cancer research in Nigeria. Distinguished conference delegates, I encourage you to actively participate ask questions, and collaborate to foster new ideas and solutions. Together, I believe we can drive positive change in oncology practice, shape policies that promote fairness and on time, and ultimately improve the lives of cancer patients in Nigeria and indeed around the world. Let this conference therefore be a platform where we unite, share knowledge, and inspire action. I want to sincerely thank you for your dedication to the pursuit of equity in oncology. Your presence here today signifies your commitment to making a difference. Together, we can bring about a higher, a brighter, more equitable future for all that are affected by cancer. As I round up, I want to specially recognize and commend the LOC chairman, Dr. K.C. Wankwo, the entire LOC, for all the hard work that went into putting this together. The success of today's event is a testament to what collaboration can do. Now, I want to also mention that the LOC, for the first time, constituted a regional LOC. Because the manpower in Enugu State is limited, we are thankful to our colleagues within the South-South region, Port Harcourt, Dr. B. Olutunde. Thank you for your support and your commitment. To our colleagues in UBTH, Dr. Eriba, Dr. Obo, Dr. Ikile, and indeed to our Calabar colleagues as well for their input in all the success that we are seeing today. To our premium sponsors, Varian, your support throughout the planning and implementation phase of the pre-conference and conference is a proof of your mantra to upscale the quality of radiation therapy globally. Thank you for your commitment and support. To Merck and Pfizer, we also appreciate your increasing commitment and partnership with Arcon. Finally, to our long-term partner, Roche, thank you for working with us to create the sessions on healthcare financing. Your Excellency, sir, I know you'll be away, but one of the highlights of this program is on healthcare financing. During this session, we have representatives from the National Health Insurance Agency. We have representatives from the Nigerian Institute for Cancer Research and Treatment. We have a patient representative who will tell us, how the shoes really burn. And then we'll also have a representative of a private investor who has forayed into the land of oncology and tell us some of the challenges that he has experienced as he has tried to bring this limited service to the good people of Nigeria. We expect that at the end of this session, that we will be able to have broad discussions on what the pain points are and quickly identify some areas of focus that will make a difference. We know it is not a sprint, but indeed it is a marathon, but we are confident that these baby steps will take us to the final end. In conclusion, once again, I thank you all for being here and welcome you to the Equity in Oncology, Practice, Policy, and Patients Conference. Let us all embark on this journey together and make a lasting impact on the lives of those who need it the most. As is our mantra for this conference, indeed, Enugu Amaka. Thank you very much. At this point, I'd like to, with a sense of humility, welcome His Excellency, the Deputy Governor, Barrister Ifeanyi Osai, as he comes to quickly make his address. His Excellency, we thank you for making time out from your very busy schedule to come and join us today. We understand you have very limited time, but Your Excellency, sir, before you make your address, we'd like to crave your indulgence as we recognize the first set of the Pilot Seed Grant Award and have a group picture, but a handshake also for all the hard work and dedication that they put into this. Thank you, sir. So, in no particular order, we had over 30 grant applications that were received, which we sent out to over 8 reviewers, both local and international. and they were scored. So today, we'd like to call on 5 of the topmost scoring participants to please receive a handshake from our Deputy Governor and take a group picture. Again, like I said, in no particular order, I'd like to bring up Dr. Maurice Nando for his work titled Molecular Detection and Characterization of Oncogenetic Viruses Associated with Head and Neck Malignancies Diagnosed in Jews. Congratulations. The second is the diagnostic utility of sonomammography and elastography in differentiating benign from malignant masses in women with breast lumps. Dr. Adobe Ilo. Developing capacity of primary health care in screening, early diagnosis, and appropriate referral and cervical cancer in low-resource settings, Dr. Shehu Umar. Association between obesity biomarkers and breast cancer risk in Nigeria, Dr. Ifeinwa Nakei. And the last, but certainly not the least, I think there were some flight issues, plasma D-dimer level as a morbidity predictor for venous thrombus embolism in gynecological cancer patients, Dr. Adeomi Alabi. If she's not here, we can have somebody come and represent her. Yes. Dr. who? Dr. Bash. I believe that most of these grants were written in collaboration with a team, so if the PI is not around, can we have the lead? Okay. Your Excellency, sir, I present to you the recipients of the first ever Arcon Microgrant Seed Awards.
Dr. Bash, representing Dr. Adeomi Alabi. In this picture, we would like also, Your Excellency, with your kind permission, we would like the chairman of our BOT to please be in the picture, and also the Honorable Commissioner for the representative of Pfizer, the sponsor, Professor Koye, please come up. Professor Iziome, please, sir, you can join the, it's a landmark picture. Chairman LOC, please join. And, sorry, sir, UNTH. Itukosala. Please approach, sir. Yes, sorry, sir, the acting Chief Medical Director. Yes, please. As they're taking the picture, please let's appreciate this wonderful. Are you not supposed to bring the check also closer? Yes, let's have. Is it another one?
Professor Zome, please stay behind. Okay. Dr. Latunji, please. Okay. So, as the pictures are going on, Professor Zome, please stay behind. Professor Zome is our keynote speaker for today. He's also the president of the West Africa College of Surgeons. He's also the pioneer director general of the UNTH multidisciplinary team oncology unit of UNTH. And at this point, we would like His Excellency to present him with a plaque.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. There's also, yes, the grant check. You know, in Arcon is not like in some organizations where the money is audio. This one is real. Yes. Let's give them a round of applause. Let's congratulate them. This celebrates a landmark in our history. We'd like to welcome His Excellency for his remarks.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's actually an honor to be here with you. The Enugu State Commissioner for Health, Honorable Professor Emmanuel Obi, the President of Arcon, Dr. Nwamaka Lasebikon, the Chief Medical Director of UNTH, Professor Obinna Onodugo, represented by Professor Val Ugu, the keynote speaker, our own Professor A.R. Ezume, the Chairman Board of Trustees, Professor Francis Durosimieti, the past presidents of Arcon, Dr. Igbinoba Festus, other distinguished members of Arcon here present, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. I feel particularly honored to be here with you today. And I welcome all of you to Enugu State. And to all our guests who are here, I hope you are enjoying our hospitality. If there is any complaint to the quality of hospitality and care, not the clinical care, but hospitality care, please hold our Commissioner for Health responsible. And I'm sure we will apply the appropriate sanctions. Now, attending this general meeting and your conference comes to me with mixed emotions. Mixed emotion because it brings to fore once again to us the challenge we face in this critical aspect of medical practice. It brings to fore again the need for us to constantly and consistently pursue excellence. I am pleased to be here. When I looked at your brochure and listened to the speeches made, nothing could have made me happier than being part of this event. In our world, where professionals across all professions are gradually drifting from the pursuit of excellence in their choosing profession, here we have the oncologists brainstorming, making conscious effort to fathom the best approach to care in that specific area that is becoming a challenge to Nigeria and Africa. When we talk of cancer and associated issues with it, the challenge the patients face, the drain on the life of families, the pains those close to them face, nothing should stop us from any investment and effort needed to find better ways to care and ensure that people get out of cancer problems. When the initial statements were made here, and all the reports I've tried to read in the past, it suggests actually that there is increase in the rate of cancer. It does suggest. And when I got your letter to attend this event, And of course, the Lancet Oncology Report of 2022. It was titled, Cancer in Sub-Saharan Africa, The Time to Act. 2022 wasn't the time to act. 2022 was probably when we woke up to begin to think of our readiness to act. Because I'm not even sure that we have started to act. We probably haven't. And if you read through that report, it suggests associated problems like malnutrition, infectious diseases, poor maternal and child care. And while listening to the president of Arcon, she talked about primary care, made reference to it. We have challenges in those areas because by the time most of the patients present to you, their cases are already challenged. And you people find it much more difficult to deal with it. So now our part as government, and I'm happy that our Commissioner for Health is here, we are trying to redefine our approach to primary health care. We are trying to encourage our people to make regular checks with or without symptoms, a fundamental aspect of living. So that if there are problems, we believe that if these problems are discovered on time, it will make your jobs a lot easier. And I'm happy that one of the major sessions today is about financing. And I'm also pleased that in your speech, you made reference to our friends and brothers from United Kingdom and other jurisdictions. Because you talked about national health insurance. You talked about cost of care for cancer patients. Of course, in the UK, they have national health insurance. But if the reports I read now is true, it also suggests that the NHS is being challenged, that the patient's waiting time is increasing, that the turnaround time for pre-doctor's meeting is beginning to expand. So we must, in an effort to create our own mode of care and financing and actually payment by way of national health insurance, look at the things that may have contributed to the current challenge they face in Europe and nip it in the bud so that we don't get back to the same cycle. But I must also commend you. I must commend you because instead of bugging yourself with the politics of who leads and who doesn't lead your medical institutions, you're here spending your energy trying to find solutions to our problems. So I want to say a big thank you on behalf of all our citizens, because the jobs you doctors do are essentially a thankless job. We don't thank you enough. We don't appreciate you enough. The moment the treatment you give our relations or friends don't go the way we want, we drag your lab coats, we drag the collar of your shirt, we try to stretch your tie to strangulate you. We blame you for everything. So we also, as part of government, must now begin to educate our citizens that you do your best, but you leave the rest to God. It's also important for us to plead with you to be patient with us. Most of the demands members of your profession make, they are not out of order. You don't even make enough demands because we appreciate the challenges you face and the hazards you face in your job. We appreciate the exposure we give you to challenges you shouldn't face in the course of your assignment. We know the hazards. We know the unfit environment. We know the lack of investments we've not made in those places of work. We appreciate those. We are trying as much as we're able to address them. But in doing that, we will constantly depend on you for guidance. We constantly depend on you for your input on how to run our healthcare system, on practical experiences you've had in the course of your work that you need us to make inputs in. You need us to adopt in healthcare administration. Because recently, we found out that in some of our primary healthcare facilities, that you have community healthcare officials running them instead of qualified medical practitioners. Today, while you're here brainstorming to find solutions to the next generation of cancer care. Some of us are doctors on social media, providing treatment for everything, including cancer, teaching our people how all concoctions can solve all problems, from cancer to everything. And we are lacking the will to impose sanctions. But that's actually criminal. You cannot, in 2023, market what doesn't solve problems to our people, and we fold our hands and watch it. So we need your help to craft legislations. We need your help to develop administrative procedure that we will implement in ensuring that those instances that make your job difficult, because these are some of the things that patients rely on, and by the time they become helpless and present to you, it becomes almost difficult for you to do what you're supposed to have done for them. We appreciate this. So we want to thank all of you for all the sacrifice you've made. We want to thank you for all the patients you've cared for. We want to thank you for just accepting to be doctors when we don't appreciate you enough. So thank you so much for choosing Enugu for this conference. And please always know we'll always receive you. God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We would like to, sorry, just hold on. I would like to respectfully call the acting chair of our Board of Trustees, Professor Adenuka, to come and express our appreciation to His Excellency. You may please be seated.
On behalf of the chairman of our Board of Trustees, Professor Durosimi, who is unavoidably absent here today, whom I'm representing, we would like to express our gratitude to our His Excellency, the Governor of Enugu State, ably represented by His Excellency, the Deputy Governor, for your speech, your concern, and of course your enthusiasm towards cancer care in your state. We feel delighted and happy to be part of us. We know you run a busy schedule, you still find time to be here. I will just ask for one more thing, which we can call, well, it's still appropriate. I'm happy you know that truly we're talking about equity, but we still have limited facilities. I actually recommend one machine to 250 human beings. Nigeria has less than 15 functioning centers. If you look at that, it means we are providing facilities for possibly 3 to 4 million Nigerians, and we are still talking about equity. So our desire is that Enugu State, we want you to have your own center. And take a lead among all the states in Nigeria, because we know Enugu is a special place. And I want to believe that you will take it up, and that this state will have a center of its own, so that we can ensure that we have enough throughout this country. By the time Enugu takes the lead, other states also will want to do something like that. And when you are in your meetings of governors forum, then you can tell them what you are doing. By that, this message can go around, and we can actually talk of having enough centers in Nigeria. Once again, sir, we say thank you very much for coming, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We would like to quickly go to the keynote speech. Oh, the protocol. Yes. Shall we, the national anthem to signify the departure of His Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Enugu State. Your Excellency, we are indeed very grateful. Thank you very much. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. Announcing the exit of His Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Enugu State, Barrister Ifeanyi Osai. We appreciate you. On behalf of Arcon as an association, we say thank you for being here today. I'm sure there is also, of course, there's a walk in the park right at the stand where we have some exhibition, some spots. The governor has gone to take a look at what is being shown at this left-hand side of the conference. So we're going to take just 5 minutes of an intermission, after which we'll be back to continue with the other remarks. So sit down, relax, and can we have some
breast cancer patients? So it's really useful for some groups of breast cancer patients that are HER2 positive. Now, I think somebody mentioned something around personalized health care. It's like you are really going for what is responsible for that particular cancer, what is driving it, all right? So that is exactly what Fesgo is used for. Now it's given subcutaneously. In less than 8 minutes, it is delivered to the patient, saving the hospital cost around the IV lines and all those other things, saving them time. Now they can attend to many patients. What they could have spent on just one patient, they have, the liberty of doing so many other things. It's indeed a great pleasure to have you at our stand, sir.
One of the other vendors for radiotherapy, GNCI.
back your stand.
While the exhibition is going on, we'll just specially want to recognize a few individuals that are also seated in our midst. I want to recognize Professor Frank Chine. It's a tongue twister for me, I'm sorry. Professor Frank, we specially recognize you all the way from the United Kingdom. We are grateful for your time in our midst. We want to especially recognize our keynote speaker, the team, the directors here from Nigeria Institute of Cancer Research and Treatment, our very own delectable Dr. Uche Nwoku. Dr. Nwoku, where are you? And also Dr. Waziri Usman, the TA, now the Director of Prevention, NICRAT. Dr. Waziri, please let's stand up for recognition. Please, everyone, let's look at him. That's the man in charge of prevention in the Nigerian Institute of Cancer Research and Treatment. So if you need any information in that regard, this is an opportunity. Any information you need about NICRAT, you can see him and Dr. Nwoku. I'll also be calling to the podium Dr. Sam Quiz. Dr. Sam Quiz is the Public Relations Officer of the Association of Radiation and Clinical Oncologists. And his assignment here is going to be reading the profile of the keynote speaker. So while we're still appreciating His Excellency, the Deputy Governor, for taking time to visit our exhibition stand, we would like to take the profile of the keynote speaker. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. I wish to observe the already established protocol. I have the singular honor and privilege to invite Professor Ezueme to the podium while I read his citation. Professor. Ladies and gentlemen, this afternoon I have the rare privilege to present to you a perfect gentleman, a very skillful surgeon who has made a lot of impact in the cancer space in Nigeria and beyond. Dr. Emmanuel R. Ezueme, MBBS, MA Bioethics, Fellow West African College of Surgeons, FACS, FICS, is the Director of Bioethics Unit Institute of the Public Health University of Nigeria, Nsukka, and Head of Division of the General Surgery, University of Nigeria Teaching Hospital, Enugu, a Professor of Surgery at the College of Medicine, University of Nigeria, Enugu, and a consultant surgical oncologist with the University of Nigeria Teaching Hospital, Enugu. Dr. Ezueme has been the past director of the Oncology Center of the University of Nigeria, Nsukka. His medical education was at the prestigious Medical School of the University of Nigeria. While he had the surgery residency training, he had his surgery residency training and education with the Medical School, again, of the University of Nigeria. He holds a master's degree in bioethics from Case Western Reserve University, Cleveland, Ohio. He was an international guest scholar of the American College of Surgeons, and then also an ICRITA grant recipient and a Fogarty Fellow in Bioethics. Dr. Ezueme is a member and fellow of many national and international professional groups, including the West African College of Surgeons, American Society of Clinical Oncology, ASCO, International College of Surgeons, American College of Surgeons, Association of UICC Fellows, as well as the Society of Oncology and Cancer Research of Nigeria, SOCRON. He was the chairman and chief examiner in surgery, West African College of Surgeons, from 2015 to 2019. And he is currently the president of the West African College of Surgeons.
Your Excellency, please,
Mr. President, sir. In his role as the Director of Oncology Center of the University of Nigeria Teaching Hospital, he has pioneered the development of the first multidisciplinary comprehensive cancer treatment center in Nigeria and the development of the Enugu population-based cancer registry. I would like to just pause here to add that Prof, in a way, demonstrated in simple terms and very critically, silently, during our courtesy visit yesterday, a multidisciplinary team. Unknowing to us, we went as radiation oncologists, represented by the BOT members and the ESCO. On reaching there, it was a multidisciplinary team that welcomed us, because therein there was a radiologist, there was a pathologist in his house, there was a gynae oncologist, there were general surgeons, all to welcome us. He just demonstrated what multidisciplinary team was. Without saying it, it was a casual meeting, but we saw it in display, and we appreciate that, Prof. He is a member of the Nigerian National System of Cancer Registry and a member of the steering committee of the second Nigerian National Cancer Control Plan, as well as a member of the Technical Working Group on Cancer of the Federal Ministry of Health of Nigeria, and later the Nigerian Institute of Cancer and Research Treatment, now NICRAT. The unit currently collaborates, under his leadership as Director of Bioethics Unit, Institute of Public Health, College of Medicine, University of Nigeria, Prof. Ezueme led the development of the first postgraduate training program in bioethics in Eastern Nigeria. The unit currently collaborates with the Center for Bioethics Research, Ibadan, Nigeria, to run the bioethics blended Masters in Public Health program of the University of Nigeria. His areas of research interest are bioethics, breast cancer, cancer epidemiology, and cancer control in resource-limited environment. He holds some active research grants, including the principal investigator of the Eastern Nigeria Research Ethic and Reach training program, and NIH/FIC research grants, including the PI of the Eastern Nigerian Research Site. He is also PI for the International Cancer for Study of Breast Cancer Subtypes, a group that is currently conducting studies in triple-negative breast cancer in people of African ancestry and endometrial/breast cancer genomic studies. His previous research collaboration includes a site principal investigator in the African female breast cancer epidemiology, study on NIH-funded study under the H3 Africa project to study the molecular epidemiology of breast cancer in African women. He recently completed work as a site PI on the Nigerian Integrative Breast Cancer Study, a trapping-supported NCD grant on different aspects of the molecular biology of breast in Nigeria, and as well a study on improving population level, stage at diagnosis, cancer survival estimation in Nigeria, study funded by the African Cancer Registry Network and International Agency for Research in Cancer. Professor Ezueme is married with 5 children, and he enjoys traveling and watching football. I'm sure Prof is a Chelsea fan. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you this afternoon Professor Ezueme. who has made a lot of impact on the cancer space in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Let me start by thanking the gentleman that just flattered me with that profuse introduction. It's my pleasure to welcome all of us and to give this keynote speech for this 6th Arcon conference. Can we have the presentation up? Good, thank you very much. So let me start by recognizing that Arcon has grown in leaps and bounds. The society, I watched it start. I mean, it started as something very small, but it has grown over the years. And each time I think of this your society, it reminds me of big societies, multidisciplinary societies like the ASCO, the Arctic, which started in small ways like this, but has grown so big. And I believe your society has a lot to learn from these big societies. One of my recommendations, the key thing is that this comes out of a lot of efforts that nurture this society to be this big under this short period of time. You need to continue at it so that it will grow and embrace and then include more people. You need a structure, and I'm sure that when you have a structure, both physical and office and where you run your things, Arcon will grow even bigger than it is. So I commend the executive and the pioneers of this society for starting. And please try so that it doesn't go the same way some other oncology societies in Nigeria have gone. I'm sure many of us here who are senior will remember that there are other societies, one of which I participated in forming, which is the SOCRON, which many of them are now stuttering. But yours have blossomed and let it grow bigger and bigger. Your team for this conference is well chosen. Equity in oncology, patients, practice, and policy. When you consider this team in the background of the team for Cancer Day, World Cancer Day, which is Close the Gap, you know it's been well chosen. And both teams actually highlight the long-term overarching goal of the Millennium Development Goal and the Sustainable Development Goal, whose overall arching goal is to fight inequality and inefficiency in wherever they exist in the society, be it at the social level, environmental level, wherever inequity exists. The overarching goal of this team, the Sustainable Development Goal, is to fight it. And having chosen your conference team to be in tune with that, I commend you. And finally, as a local person here, I welcome you, join the LOC chairman and the president in welcoming you to Enugu. Enugu is one of the best cities you can hold conference in Nigeria. The environment is serene. The hotel prices are not beyond reach of the ordinary clinician or members of your society. And you have a comfortable atmosphere to hold your committee meetings. Enugu was once the citadel, the highest concentration of top-level professionals in health in Nigeria. A lot has gone under the bridge, but certainly in the area of oncology, we are sure you've not chosen a better place than come and have your conference. So you're most welcome, and I commend you for choosing that wonderful team. Now, my presentation, we start from the theme of your conference. And for us to be on the same page, that we all understand the concept of what you've chosen and the meaning of what you're aspiring to do, let's look at the concept of equity and inequity. So when we talk of equity, we must distinguish it from inequality. Inequality means there are differences in outcome, in access, or things like that. Differences in healthcare. And this doesn't matter. Whatever is the cause of the difference doesn't matter. We just describe what is happening. But that's not what you chose for your conference. What you chose for your conference is health inequity or health equity. And according to Margaret Whitehead, she said, health inequity are differences in health care that are not only unnecessary and avoidable, but in addition are considered unfair, unjust. So in choosing your theme about equity, you've taken refuge to justice. You're asking us to look at cancer care and outcomes with justice in our mind. You've called on morality, that we should look at differences in access and outcome of cancer with morality in our mind. Are they morally right? You've asked us to look at these conferences, these differences, and see whether these differences are those of them that put obligation on us to do something. Differences you see in different individuals that sends message to whoever the highest being is that you must do something as somebody responsible. Those are the things that are captured under equity. It's not just description, but the morality of it. So how do we know those differences are crying for help? According to Braverman, he said, health disparities, differences in healthcare, are inequitable if it is systematically associated with social disadvantage in a way that puts those already disadvantaged in further disadvantage. Somebody is down, and then the system you've set up is pushing them down more and more. Those are the ones that cry for help. Somebody is down, he can't even access health. But the system you've introduced to help him is actually pushing him down. That's the way you know the ones that are morally unjust, and therefore you need to do something. And the Center for Disease Control, in order to put it clear for us, says that health equity is achieved when every person has the opportunity to attain his or her full health potential, and no one is disadvantaged from achieving those potential because of social position or other socially determined circumstances. So for us to achieve health equity, we must distribute resources according to the needs of the people. And if you look at the cartoon in that slide, you will appreciate what it means to say health equity. The other concept I want us to remind us about, which I'm sure most of us are conversant with it, is the concept of equity gaps, which all boils down to what the theme of the World Cancer Day is. And the concept of equity gap is that when it comes to issues like cancer, that even though we are in an age of awe-inspiring developments, molecular biology, genomics, precision medicine, radiosurgery, natural orifice surgery, that the average individual, some of us in the society, are prevented from even getting the basic health care we need concerning cancer treatment. That the basics of cancer management is not even available, while others are enjoying the best of care, the topmost care, the cutting-edge facilities in the world. Those are the things that call to you that something is wrong with the way we are doing things. It means that who you are and where you are, have you lived, will make a difference to the fact that will you contract cancer, and if you contract it, will you survive? It is also the notion that people who seek cancer care are hindered by barriers to access at every point. And this is a worldwide phenomenon. It's not just in Nigeria. And we look at a few examples to tell us this is what's happening. And that's the whole concept of what we are addressing in equity. So when we get back to the theme of this keynote speech, which you chose actually, that gave me this theme, he said we should focus on ethical imperatives in oncology to balance patient, practice, and policy. What have you asked me to do? You've asked me to look at the injustices in healthcare access and outcomes. You've asked me to help us shine light on what we ought to do as moral agents to address these morally unacceptable differences. You've asked me to help you to look at how do we balance the interest of the patient, our practice, and that of policymakers to ensure that we achieve a morally justifiable differences in healthcare access and outcome. And that's what I would attempt to do in the next 20 or 30 minutes, to highlight those differences and shine the light on what we should do, which ones are terrible, and we need to do something about them. I mentioned that global inequity is not something local, it's global. And I'll just give us a few examples to tell us that this is stark and very important, and we need to look at it. Low and middle income countries, especially those of Africa, accounts for a disproportionate burden of cancer relative to their population in the world. If you look at the cancer incidence rates, the high income countries have overall higher cancer incidence rates compared to the low income countries. But when you look at the mortality, both the mortality rate and the total mortality, you will see that the mortality is significantly higher in these low and middle income countries and continues to rise, whereas the mortality rate is actually dropping or stable in most of the high income countries. If you look at childhood cancer survival, for example, a child that develops cancer in the high income countries has 80% chance of survival. But if that child develops cancer in any low and middle income country, it has only 20%. There are so many examples, statistics to give you, but this just highlights the stark difference between living in the first world and living in the third world. But the problem, if we're only comparing ourselves with high-income countries, you can say, oh, they live in a different world. But that disparity is happening even in our own region. Let's take countries in Africa, for example. We know that Africa contributes 13% of world population, but only 6% of new onset cancer. But when we look at mortality, we see that the mortality from Africa is very high, and not just there. When you compare it to the resources available and facilities, it becomes astronomically high. Now, what you've seen in that table in front of you are the 3 countries in Africa with the highest burden of cancer according to GlobalCon 2020. Egypt, Nigeria, and South Africa. And you can see the new cases and mortality rates in those countries. But the fact you shouldn't bypass you is that where you live in Africa and your socioeconomic status in Africa matters. There's a lot of difference between living in Niger and living in Reunion. Because individuals in Niger, their age standardized incidence for cancer as a whole is just 78%. But if you live in Reunion, you have 202 chances of developing cancer per 100,000 of the population. The same thing when you look at the mortality rate. There's difference between countries like Republic of Congo and Zimbabwe, where the incidences vary between 56 to 139. And the mortality to incidence rate also vary. But the arching thing from empirical studies, the overall arching event is that human development index had a significant negative correlation with mortality to incidence rate of all cancers. And human development index accounts for 75% of the variations in cancer survival within Africa. And what does human development index measure? Socioeconomic status. And the recent empirical studies now are saying that this is not just Africa, it's across everywhere in the world. That the most important factor is your level of income, your social status. That determines whether you survive or not if you contract cancer. And this is a very important point because it's obvious now to us that the differences depends on what the individual countries are doing to look at the health and improve the health of their people, how they are developing the human resources to improve their economy and improve their social status in the society. But this conversation is not about Africa. So Arcon is a Nigerian society. So let's come down to Nigeria and look at what's happening in Nigeria. These are the top 10 causes of death in Nigeria. If you look at the Global Can report, including the other report from other international sources, that non-communicable diseases account for the majority of deaths. And the causes of death are the causes of differences in mortality and survival. And if you look at the non-communicable diseases, cancer accounts for only 3% of all the causes of death. The implication is that if you're running to equity, cancer is not the #1 project. And so it's not surprising in Nigeria that cancer has not been a priority for health ministries. In fact, in 2014, it was so bad that out of the more than 260 million naira budgeted to cancer control, to health, cancer got 260 billion. Cancer got 111 million naira only. Over the years, things too have improved when we developed our first cancer control program. So between 2018 and 2022, which is this last cancer control program, we had about 97 trillion naira budget. But even given that, when you look at the whole budget system, none of the governments in Nigeria has ever put something to approach what the Abuja Declaration accepted as the minimum you can put to budget. So we are hoping that the new government has promised 10%. Hopefully, when we move from the 5% we've been hovering to 10%, there will be better things. But what is obvious to us is that cancer control is broadly underfunded. And the reason for that is the political will to push more funds into health and then also into cancer control. But we see some of the changes that gives us hope that these things might change. So, what are examples of the socioeconomic inequality in cancer care in Nigeria? So that you see what are the empirical studies are telling us. I'll just cite a few examples. Sharma and Aletisa and their colleagues describe the potential barriers to accessing cancer care within a rural community in western Nigeria. And some of their key findings are interesting. One is that cancer screening activities were very low and infrequent among eligible participants. Only 1.5% have had cervical cancer screening, 3.3% has had mammography, and 5% has had colonoscopy. And I bet you that 5% because they did their work in an area that is known all over Nigeria for screening and mounting programs on colorectal colonoscopy. But the key finding in that report is that higher personal income, insurance status, and education were associated with more cancer screening activity. So the higher your personal income, those that had insurance and those that are highly educated are more likely to be screened. And also noted that individuals in the lowest bracket of income accounted for most of the major hospital costs in the last 2 years of their study. And they had more visits to hospitals because of disease, and they had higher comorbid situations. So you can see this one example of the stark reality of socioeconomic influence on access to cancer and the ability to have access and utilize cancer management control services. Now let's look at other studies that have looked at the inequity that arises due to inability to pay. Twahi and his colleagues, looking at the whole of Africa, compare different countries in Africa, in particular Nigeria, Ghana, and Kenya. And they noted the national health insurance coverage in Nigeria covers only about 6% of her population. Compare that to Ghana, which covers 40%. The earlier study I've cited by Sharma and Alatise noted that in Western Nigeria, only 4% of their cohort had medical insurance. 66% were unaware that health insurance existed at all. And 22% considered the insurance program too difficult to access. So it's evident to us that our national health insurance program has a huge gap to fill in terms of providing adequate coverage for cancer treatment. The same study by Twahi and colleagues noted cancer disease burden in Nigeria is complicated by significant out-of-pocket expenditure. For diagnosis, 87 to 93% of Nigerians pay entirely for their diagnosis from their pocket. Compare that with Kenya, where 30 to 32% pay out of their pocket. Out-of-pocket payment for treatment, 72 to 89% in Nigeria. Compare that to 45 to 79% in Ghana, and then 8 to 20% in Kenya. Out of pocket. And for those who pay out of pocket, the average number of cycles they can afford for those of them that need HER2 is just 5 cycles. Compare that to those who insurance are paying, who take up to 14 cycles on the average. In another study by Knapp et al., looking at barriers to breast cancer management, they showed that 90% of their cohorts have experienced catastrophic health care expenditure. And how did they solve that problem? 72% of them had to borrow money, and then 9% had to stop their children from schooling in order to pay for the care of somebody in their family that had cancer. So this shows you the stark disparity between those who need it and then the ability to pay. And those are the things that call for urgent action on the side of government. Gender disparity is also very evident in Nigeria. In Nigeria, survival favors the ladies. Okay? More ladies are surviving into old age compared to males. But when you come to cancer management, it's not the same. The statistics from the second National Cancer in Nigeria report shows that the age standardized incidence rate for female cancer in Nigeria is 155 per 100,000, while that of males is just 88 per 100,000. And among the top 3 cancers in Nigeria, breast, prostate, and cervix, 2 female breast cancers are there, and both of them account for almost 30% of the deaths among cancer patients in Nigeria. So that when we look at the society and think that females are surviving, in the actual those that survive from cancer, the females are doing worse. And we shouldn't bear that in mind when we are doing a cancer control program. There's also inequity that arises due to distribution, disparity in cancer treatment centers within Nigeria, in cancer workforce professionals within Nigeria. Today, among your members, we have about 93 clinical and radiation oncologists. This is from you, this information from you. You can imagine a country of more than 200 million, how that number will serve. And not just that you have that 93. Where are they located? They're all bunched up in the major centers. So you can imagine yourself, if your relation is living 250 miles away, 500 miles away, how you hope that they will come to the center where the radiation and clinical oncologists are for them to access service that you can provide. There are only 3 medical oncologists in Nigeria. In fact, I think they say one has even left. There are numerous surgeons, but very few of them are trained in comprehensive cancer management. So we have a lot of problems. So these are disparities that are stacking us in the face in the Nigerian environment. And notwithstanding these shortfalls, the pull and push effects are redistributing this workforce. Many of them are migrating out of our environment to better centers. The highly developed countries are actually poaching. Our college trains out and brings out fellows in all the fields every year. But half of them now stay in the environment. And the worst thing is that the ingredients to do the training are lacking. And that's creating a big gap in cancer control and worsening the gap between low and high income countries. So, if you look at that slide, it shows all the geographic disparity in cancer treatment centers in Nigeria. Nigeria recently established 6 centers of excellence, and if you add that of Abuja, that's 7. In Sokoto, in Maiduguri, in Zaria, in Ibadan, Benin, and Enugu. That map, the map on the lower part, shows us actually their distribution. And you can imagine the vast expanse of space that is there for individuals in those remote areas to access cancer care. In a place you say is multidisciplinary, you're sure they'll guarantee them quality care. And the study by Godwin and colleague looked at the different treatment breast cancer patients receive across the country. And they reported there are variations in treatment, but the worst is in radiation treatment. And they noted that individuals who had their treatment in centers that have radiation facility have 64% chance of getting radiation. But if they are coming from areas outside radiotherapy facilities, only 12% chance that will get radiotherapy as part of their breast cancer treatment. And all of us know the consequences of that. But let's look at the radiation facility distribution in the country. The topmost graph on the right is the teletherapy machines in the country. The 3 red ones there are not functional, or they are yet to come on board in Sokoto, in Kano, and in Benin. So what you have actually bunched up in the south. And that's even deceptive. The stars are the government facilities. That one in Enugu, and that one is the government-private-public partnership in Lut, the one in Lagos. The rounded buttons you're seeing there are the private enterprises. Again, bunched up in Lagos. One in Owerri, which is the Kobo 60 machine, and then one in Calabar. That's the distribution of the facilities that will serve 250 individuals. And you're expecting them, the individuals in the remote areas, to have the best treatment. And look at the lower graph are the brachytherapy facilities in Nigeria. The 2 red ones, they are not functioning in Sokoto and in Kano. They are yet to come on board. The other blue ones are functioning. Okay? But again, that shows you the disparity in spread. And imagine yourself in one, if you're, for example, today in a lorry. How would you get your treatment? Or in Sokoto today that their machine is not working. Those are the realities of geography. Having to live in a big country and yet not being able to provide to cover your whole population. Let's not pretend as if the government of Nigeria hasn't done anything to address cancer inequality. The Honorable Deputy Governor mentioned that we are just waking up. That's not entirely true. In fact, the biggest work that any country can do to manage inequality in cancer care is to set up a system. And Nigeria has done that. Nigeria now has a system of cancer control. And there are 3 important systems they've set up. So that we need to know, because individuals in this meeting participated in that momentous work, which is likely going to change the face of cancer management in Nigeria from now onwards. First is that they launched their National Cancer Control Plan. They've gone volume 1, they've done volume 2, they're about to do volume 3. And that, for the first time, shapes what the country is going to do to tackle this problem. That's a huge system. The second one is that they created the National Institute for Cancer Research and Treatment, which has just recently taken off officially. We may not appreciate the enormity of this work, but this is a huge development that the country has taken step on. So that we now have a body whose job is to focus on cancer control alone and be able to chart the roadmap ahead. And I commend many of us in this gathering that participated in doing that work. The third system that we now have is the Nigerian National System of Cancer Registries. Again, this is a huge step that now we can now have a system that to map the different cancer incidences across the country, track their mortality. So these 3 activities have actually put Nigeria on the right map. And we need to commend those who worked on them and the government of the day for carrying them out. We also need to appreciate the efforts of the government in what they are doing to address the inequality and inequity in our system. And some of the efforts come solely from government policy. For example, the creation of the Cancer Centers of Excellence. For the first time now, the country has acknowledged that multidisciplinary comprehensive cancer treatment centers are the way to go. And they are committing themselves to developing that. For a long time in our environment, we'll be campaigning that instead of single individuals and single departments setting up what they call cancer treatment, it won't work. We must create a system where everybody comes together to participate. And the national federal government has taken that as a policy and is worth commending. Then they've sustained cancer treatment support budget line for the past 4 years. That's an outcome of the cancer control program that they set up. So we now have a budget line. That wasn't there in 2012. That wasn't there in 2014. So in the last 4 years, now there's budget for cancer management, cancer treatment. That's very commendable. Then the National Health Insurance System has now been expanded to include cancer. Today, breast cancer and cervical cancer are among the cancers covered by the NHIS. It also covers diagnosis and treatment of complication of some other cancers, but excludes any other cancer outside these two. We are hoping that this system will be expanded to cover all cancer. Then they've introduced the Cancer Health Fund, which is targeted to the indigent. There's very group that seeing their plight cause you to do something. This Cancer Fund has now been targeted to this group, but I must observe that it's been abused. Because in recent times, you're seeing people who are not supposed to benefit from that, benefiting from that. But the effort of the government needs to be commended. That at least for now, they recognize there's a low level which you fall under, that they should do something to help in cancer management. And then they've also started an attempt at the childhood cancer comprehensive coverage, and very importantly, introduce HPV vaccination as national program of immunization. These are very landmark developments that the government are doing, and when we look at the effect on what the fundamental causes of inequity, you will see that these are important developments by the government of the day. And there are some they've done through partnership. Some of the progress have come through partnership with industry. Okay, key partnerships through private-public partnership in chemotherapy access, in patient-assisted program, to address the supply chain issue and reduce the markup that are put on drugs. And some of them are reduced up to 50%. I must commend companies like Roche, Clinton Health Access Initiative, American Cancer Society. These are some of the partners that the federal government has worked with to introduce this program, and that has helped a number of patients. And then through that partnership, they are now increasing the coverage to some other tests that are not basic, immunohistochemistry, okay, that are now included as part of this partnership. That's very important. And then one landmark development, which has led to the institution of some radiation facilities, the National Sovereign Investment Fund created an investment company through which they are now funding different aspects of healthcare, including cancer care. That's the origin of the Lagos Dilute program, and that's helped a lot of people. And they've invested even in laboratory services in Umahia, and then one, I think, in Kano or something. And there's one that's coming in Enugu. And these are efforts of the government that has made a difference in survival. But let's look at our approach again and see whether we are getting it right. You see, we are talking of equity here. Is what we are doing, is it equitable? We must realize that equity is not equality. Okay? So equity doesn't mean giving everybody the same thing, providing the same resources for everybody. Equity gives everybody what they need to offer them the best chance of enjoying similar outcomes. So when we are talking of equity, we must think of vertical equity and horizontal equity. Vertical equity is that you're providing resources to those that need it according to their needs. The poor people are giving extra. The big man are giving the basic. Horizontal equity is that you're providing for everybody on the same level, and they must be treated equally. These are key important things we bear in mind when we want to achieve equity. And it is important that you're reducing the overall incidence of cancer in your country. Doesn't necessarily mean you're achieving equity. You'll be reducing it, maybe the effect is coming from the high up end. Meanwhile, those that are downtrodden are still suffering. And we need to keep that in mind when we are designing our programs. We also need to bear in mind that different factors influence disparity, and addressing them is a complex thing. Okay? So policy changes are needed to address the systemic social and institutional inequality. We need to look at the up-level causes. A lot of times we are looking at the immediate causes, the downstream causes. We need to look at the midstream and upstream causes, and some of the measures we need to introduce are beyond health. They're more like the general things that the government should be doing in the population to target those who are disadvantaged, for them to benefit more and for it to share in their health care and their cancer care. So the ideal focus of the government policy should not, to address inequity, is to focus on the upstream causes, the social and the environmental determinants of health. The social environment, the environmental determinant, we are talking about water supply, their level of income, their environment they live in. These are important so that we don't isolate the immediate causes of cancer, breast cancer, and say we are treating them. We will never achieve equity because things will be different. So let's critique a little bit of our national cancer control program so that we see where the gaps are, and then look at the morality of it and what are our duties. First is that most of the new drives for these changes I've mentioned to you are coming from international agencies and partner institutions. Many of them are not things we generate ourselves. Partner institutions will come. So it means that absence of international funders may lead to collapse of the program. And I have two examples. The cancer desk office. When we started, we are looking about the cancer desk office in this Enugu in 2012, 2014. We went to Enugu Ministry of Health. They had none. And we are asking why. Why can't we create one? They say there's no funding. They cited malaria, tuberculosis, as those that have desk offices because there's partner funding for them. So that's a problem, that we are not able to generate and say this is important. And then the outsiders are helping us. But the outsiders are bringing the ideas which are implementing. Look at the cancer registry. For many years, it depended on a single man with his connections to hold the cancer registry system in Nigeria together. Okay, Professor Adebamawo, under the Institute of Human Virology. For many years, they did the training, hosted all meetings, hosted the hub of the registry. Only recently, through the work of the current person who is our desk officer, Dr. Nwoku, that this has now been transferred to the Ministry of Health and now has gone to the National Institute of Cancer Research and Treatment, which is a commendable big move. But yes. But it shows us that our system is yet to start generating ideas and impetus on its own. We are still depending on foreigners and partners to give us the way and lead us the way to move. It's very wrong. The other thing is that the federal efforts are not properly complemented at other levels of government. The state governments, how many of them have cancer desk office? How many of them health insurance? You are not talking of local governments, they don't even exist. How can you achieve equity when the people that are affected will only deal with the government nearest to them if they have nothing in the program? Then more investment opportunities are coming from the private sector. But the problem is that most of them are placed in highly concentrated areas, Lagos and Abuja. You don't blame them because many of them are for profit. They want where their profit will be. But we should, as a government, ask ourselves, are there policies we can make to force them to move beyond these big cities and move to regional areas to help to spread their influence? Then the initiatives from the academia has not been impactful. Where are your demonstration projects? Where are your research projects that are happening in the communities? We domicile ourselves in the whole setup of the university setup or the hospital and impact our surrounding least. The ideas you've generated, you need to test, implement in your local environment. Where are they? It's not there. So how are you going to go to government and say, I know this works, bring money, let's just use it to reduce equity? That's from the academia. And then, of course, I mentioned earlier, the need for us to look upstream to identify the primary causes of inequity in the society. Because until we address them, the inequity in cancer management will not change. The inequity in cancer access will not change. We must address them. Things that hold people down from getting education. Things that hold them down from getting good water supply, good sanitation. These are important for us to make impact on the inequity in cancer. We must also accept there are... Can we have... Okay, good. All right. Our national health insurance system, it has improved a lot too, but it's still broken. It is underused in most communities, in rural communities, severely underused, and the statistics have shown that, as I've highlighted. It's plagued by leadership crisis, corruption scandals, technical challenges. It's unattractive to people because when you need it most, which is for many of the advanced medical conditions, you're not covered. So the basic things, most people will sort it out for themselves. But the very thing you need it, the health insurance fund won't cover you. And so the interest is not there. And then the states are not coming up. Many of them don't have their own health insurance scheme. And these things are important if we are to address inequity. So let's look at the national cancer control, some of the gaps. Again, treatment services we've scaled up, we've named centers, 7 centers, centers of excellence. We're investing more, for example, in radiation facilities, improving them. My hospital benefited. But the question, these facilities we place there, are they affordable to these individuals, the patients? What's the current cost of radiotherapy? The new machines, not the old ones, the new machines. You will see the average patient can't even afford it. In fact, somebody has said that what you have managed to do is to stop those who go abroad to receive their treatment. They now do it. The bulk of the masses, we've not made impact. And this is very important because when we scale up these services and put them there, we must find a way that those who are downtrodden should benefit. We've looked at the personnel, the push and the pull effect. And we ask ourselves as professional bodies, what are we doing to address the gaps in personnel? The different personnel, are they well distributed? Are we producing enough? I know your association, for example, cannot train. But you need to liaise and collaborate with other associations that train so that you can scale up the people who train the professionals and be able to produce more. And then the government should do things to reduce the pool. They are being pulled away. Then things in your system is pushing them to join. These are important for us to address inequity. Finally, our cancer control effort, we will not win it. If all domiciled in the ivory towers, we cannot win that fight. We must get away from the ivory towers and affect the community around us. Your centers, where are their outreach programs? Where are demonstration programs in the district that they are serving? You must have one. If you don't move out of your environment, you will continue treating until you get tired because they'll continue to come. So we need to move. So, how do we address the inequity? What should we be doing? It's multifactorial approach. We need new partnerships, new ways of partnering, to do screening, to deliver services to the community and the neighborhood. We need to mount public education, training of healthcare professionals, strengthening the primary healthcare system. These are all important, okay? And then we need to look at the policies. Now we shall look at the ethical imperatives. What are the ethical imperatives on the government policies they need to do to close the gap? Every government has a general duty to improve the health and well-being of its citizens. Every government that doesn't know that, any person shouldn't be in government. But beyond that, there's a morally binding duty to use policy to remove the imbalance due to social and environmental determinants of health. Every government is morally bound. You are there to improve everybody. But those that are downtrodden, you are morally bound to use your policy to change their situation and improve them. We should target people who have low income, low literacy, long travel distances to screening and treatment sites or medical facilities. People who have no health insurance, poor diet, physical inactivity, obesity. These are where the targets to reduce inequity in our cancer care should be. That's where our government policy should be. While every government tries to improve the society, they must have special programs to target this group of people. That's the only way to go. The funds are needed for the health insurance. We must find ways to fund them. The National Institute for Cancer Research and Treatment must be funded and the funding proved. And we need to look for, let the polluter pay. We shouldn't be looking far for who should pay. Those who are contributing to the cancer risk factor should pay. Those who pollute the environment, those in cigarette industry, in petroleum industry, in alcohol, those who are the drivers of obesity in our in our society, fast food industries, those who manufacture waterproof material that's scattered everywhere. We need to tax them, and that tax by morality should be housed into the health fund. That's what we need to use to fund health. And if we do that, the National Institute of Cancer Research, we have enough fund to run cancer treatment and reduce the inequity in the system. This is very important as policy issue. Now, the government must also use policy to force individuals, force institutions, force companies to diversify beyond concentration in the ivory towers and the big cities. They need to have effect on the communities, on the rural areas, as part of what they need to do. And these are government policies that can be implemented to change inequity in the environment. So, what of the industry? Is there a moral duty on industries? I hope they are listening here, for them to help to close the inequity gap. Nigeria has a lot of huge unmet need for investment, and that's very good. Because I always advise my people I meet that instead of establishing hotels everywhere, come and set up facilities, radiation treatment facilities, MRI, PET scan, and put your hospitality industry with it. And both of them will sell, but you're serving the people. So the fact that we have a lot of huge unmet need, if you look at the 2020 NIFRANC report, which I showed in that graph, you see that the huge investment gap exists in Nigeria health sector compared to other countries in Africa. And countries are taking note of them, and they're coming. But when these countries are working in the environment, they should know that there are a duty on them. First, there's a duty of rescue. That every moral agent, whether individual or collective, has a duty to rescue those in need. Very important ethical requirement. That you as a company, there's no way you set up a facility, radiation facility, and somebody will be emergency or indigent. You have no provision at all to rescue the person. Not even 1 in 10th, 1 in 20th, or 1 in 100 of the series you've done. It is unethical. You must have provision that no matter how small it is, that for that person who has no other help, you need to rescue them. And that's an obligation. Beyond that general duty, there's also a specific moral duty to help to solve the problem you've created. And that's why we say to task those who pollute the environment is morally correct. And that duty is the duty you owe them for reparation, compassion, engagement, and gratitude that you're working in the environment. So you're a very first-class company or working in this environment. We welcome that because it helps us. Your investment should grow, but you have a duty to the environment. And the CEOs should know and factor that in their plan so that somebody is not indigent and not one of them will get help from your system. So, what of us practitioners? Are there moral duties on us to address inequity in cancer space? First, is that there's a general duty as an individual to rescue when there's no better one to do the rescue. But as professionals and practitioners, there's also obligation due to the special skill we possess. You have a duty and obligation to educate and support your patients on their lifestyle modification. Don't tell me you're charging for it. Advice you're giving them for healthcare, lifestyle changes that you know controls 40% of the new causes of cancer. You need to give it freely to all the patients you're encountering. Don't wait on the public health physicians alone or primary healthcare physician. As somebody working in the office, every patient you encounter, you have that duty to educate and support them, to change their lifestyle. You have a duty to conduct research and to care and impact the community around you, providing cancer screening and education in community and working collaboratively with other scientists to ensure that the environment housing the institution is impacted. You can't tell me you're working in an ivory tower and in your system there's nothing you're doing to impact the society. It's not correct. You owe that duty and you need to do it as a professional. And then for the cancer centers they've established, is there a duty on you? There's a duty to design cost-effective evidence implementation program strategies and demonstrate them in the public space around your catchment area. You have a duty that the catchment area you serve should be different from the area that are not in catchment area of a comprehensive cancer treatment center. There must be a difference. Otherwise, why are you cited there? Okay? You must have community engagement and outreach programs. Cancer centers today, you cannot operate and say you're functioning as a full comprehensive cancer treatment center without an outreach unit. A unit that goes into the community. That's why you should bring in public health physicians into what you do, so that an arm of you is able to do sentinel programs and touch the community around you. That's the obligation that you as a cancer center or somebody directing it should know is a duty on you. So, what are professional bodies like you? Professional bodies, training of cancer health professionals, nurses, radiation oncologists, clinical oncologists, surgical oncologists, palliative care physicians, pathologists, radiologists. You have a duty to contribute in their education and training, and perhaps one of which you're doing in this conference. There's a need to focus your training to address those disparities in professional distribution. There's a need to address geographic disparities in professional workplace placement. Might not be directly in front of you, but you as a society should influence your member. There are gaps. Show them where the gaps are, where they need to redistribute themselves instead of 20 radiation oncologists in one center and none in 250, 300 miles beyond them. And as a college, you have a duty to repopulate. No matter how the drain or the push event, you must repopulate the population. Stop crying. Nobody will bail you out. Your duty is to train. It's on that basis that my colleague, the West African College of Surgeons, decided to step out. We engaged in a National Institute of Cancer Research. We are hoping that this September, October, we'll be able to sign an MOU to scale up training of cancer health professionals. Yes. And one of the ways we pointed out to them is the radiation area, radiation and clinical oncology, that we need to energize them so that they'll be able to, they won't say somebody is holding them back, and the association has a role to play. Okay? We've also told them, we've drafted a curriculum for surgical oncology. There are plenty of them, but many of them need further training. So we are going to collaborate with them to make sure that this training goes on institutions around West Africa, so that I have surgeons who you won't be complaining and say they've caused the damage before they send the patient to us. So these are commitments, and we are calling on the radiation and clinical oncologists to participate with us, partner with us, to make sure the workforce are properly trained, and we scale it up to match the problem we are having of the brain drain in the environment. So in conclusion, let me tell you that advancing cancer health equity is one of the top global health challenges of our generation. Meeting the challenges require that we identify and address fundamental causes of cancer disparities and promote equitable access to cancer prevention. It demands political will from the policymakers, But it demands dedication from us professionals to ensure that we achieve success. Measurable impact will take time to occur, but we need to be patient and persevere. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause. Prof, we're indeed grateful. Please, before we sit, just before we sit, you know, there are many ways people speak. Some will do the research on the internet and speak. Some will speak because what their professors taught them. But some people speak from the head, but some people speak from the heart. I am very sure, sir, that you saw that we didn't have to say people rise up. It was spontaneous. Let's give Prof another round of applause. Thank you very much. We are indeed very grateful. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, Prof. We are very, very grateful. I'd like to welcome Professor Frank Chinwegundu, MBE. He has a recognition from the Queen of England. Special recognition. Sir, you can approach the... Professor Frank is specialized in cancer care and raising awareness about prostate cancer symptoms throughout his career as an urologist. He's made great strides in raising the awareness of cancer-related disease, and since 1998, he has been chairman of the Cancer Black Care, a charity set up within the Black and minority ethnic community, which aims, in addition to his new job, he has run a drop-in clinic in Newham, persuading men to be tested for prostate cancer, the result of which has led over 300 men being tested and 50 referred for secondary care. The work led him to be awarded of a Quality in Care and Excellence Oncology Award for helping people live longer category. Sitting on a government advisory, so many government advisory committees, he volunteers with numerous other charities, including Rich Society, and he has served as a mentor and career advisor at a school in Hackney in his spare period. When asked about his time at St. George's, Professor Chinwegundu said, "George is a friendly and inclusive institution. It was a perfect melting pot, and we had our own tooting community. The friends he made then are still his great friends now." So we welcome, with an applause, Professor Frank Chinwegundu.
Thank you very much. It's such a pleasure to be here today. I bring you greetings from London in the UK. And I must give a big thanks to Arcon, and in particular, my friend Amaka Lasebiken, for inviting me and twisting my arm. Well, not too much. You know, to be here today. It's a pleasure to be amongst friends. Just before I start, the previous speaker made reference to being a Chelsea supporter. I'd like to declare for Manchester United. So I've just been asked to speak for not very long, maybe 15, 20 minutes, on one of the treatments for early prostate cancer, which is low dose rate brachytherapy. I stand to be corrected, but I don't think there's an active low dose rate program in Nigeria. No, there isn't. Okay. I know there's many high dose rate therapy centers, but what I'm particularly keen on, what I've been doing for 15 years now, is low dose rate prostate brachytherapy. And this is one of the things that I've been very keen to introduce into Nigeria. And it's now 6 years from when I first came to float the idea to various centers. And I'm sad to say that 6 years later, it's still not off the ground, whether in the private sector or in the public sector. And one of the things that continues to disappoint me that I have to make reference to is the role of the regulatory bodies. So the Nigerian National Radiation Board have held this project up now for almost 3 years for no very good reason, as far as I can tell. So that's one thing. The other problem was when their previous doctor tried to introduce this treatment into Nigeria, there was a problem with importing the seeds. They would be held up in customs for days on end. And because we're talking about radioactive iodine seeds, if you hold them up in customs, then you have a major problem. You can't use them. So if anyone has any influence with the National Nigerian Radiation Board to overcome this block in terms of regulation and seed importation, I'll be very grateful. So in 2008, NICE, which is the National Institute of, thank you, NICE, okay, thank you. So 2008 in the UK, NICE, which is our National Institute for Health and Care Excellence, produced this document looking at the various options for treating early prostate cancer. And I emphasize early prostate cancer. Unfortunately, many of the cases in Nigeria, prostate cancer, the disease is advanced at presentation. And therefore, these radical treatments or radical surgery, external beam, low-dose rate brachytherapy are not applicable. But as more men in this environment are getting themselves tested with PSA, more and more men are going to be, and in fact are presenting with early disease, where low-dose rate prostate brachytherapy is one of the options for management. So what we're talking about is brachytherapy, low-dose rate brachytherapy, which involves the permanent implant of radioactive iodine seeds under direct vision into the prostate. The half-life of iodine-125 is about 59 days. And what we are doing is delivering high dose of radiation directly into the prostate. A much higher dose than you can do with external beam. And how do we do this? We employ a transrectal ultrasound, which we put into the rectum. We visualize the prostate on a screen. We use this grid with holes against the perineum. We put these needles into the prostate at regular intervals. We use variant software to tell us through these needles how many seeds of radioactive iodine do we have to insert to give the dosimetry that we are after. So another schematic. You can see the perineum. You can see the grid against the perineum. You can see the needles that we're inserting under direct vision to cover the entirety of the prostate gland. And then the software, which is very sophisticated, tells us where we need to put our seeds. So many patients with localized prostate cancer are suitable for this treatment. Now, it is competing with radical surgery. And certainly in most of our institutions in the UK, because it's the surgeons, although I am a surgeon myself, but it's the surgeons that see the patients first of all, and many of our patients are directed towards robotic radical prostatectomy, which has serious side effects. Low-dose rate brachytherapy is an equally good option. Now, the kind of patient that is ideal for low-dose rate prostate brachytherapy is someone who's got relatively early, so Gleason 6 disease or Gleason 7 disease, where the prostate gland is below 80 cc in size. And I know within Nigeria, the prostates tend to be larger, so that may preclude some. It's also suitable for someone who wants to return to work quickly after brachytherapy, because it's a day case procedure. Under general anesthesia, it takes about 2 hours to do, and once it's done, it's a one-off treatment. The man goes home the same day, as opposed to a radical prostatectomy, whether open or robotic, where you're in hospital for 2 days, you have a catheter for 2 weeks, it takes you 3 months to recover. Within a week of the brachytherapy, low-dose rate brachytherapy, you're back at work. The great benefit of brachytherapy is the low side effects. The problem with radical prostatectomy, for those who have it, is a very high rate of incontinence of urine, because you've removed the prostate gland and you've removed the mechanisms that keep you continent, and a very high rate of erectile dysfunction, which sends many men running. Sure, every treatment has its side effects, but with brachytherapy, you don't get incontinence because you've not removed anything, and because you've not disturbed the nerves that control the erections, the rate of erectile dysfunction is much lower. So it's a very attractive option. This is a somewhat old slide, but it still pertains. You know, the man is interested is what is going to keep me alive in 10 years' time? What's going to keep me alive in 20 years' time? Is there a difference between having radical surgery, removing the prostate, or external beam with hormones, or low-dose rate brachytherapy? And the answer is, they're all equivalent. If you look 10 years, 20 years ahead, men are doing equally well from these various treatments. So what the man needs to consider is the side effect profile. And just to mention, one of the things that my surgical colleagues will say to someone who's considering brachytherapy, they say, well, what if it recurs? What if the cancer recurs? Then you're in trouble. And if the cancer does recur, although it's a very low risk of the cancer recurring, because we select the men carefully beforehand, if it does recur, it doesn't preclude you removing the prostate gland. The other myth that abounds is that if you have surgery, you cannot get recurrence of your prostate cancer. And that's a complete fallacy. It just takes one cancer cell to have seeded in the pelvis and you get your recurrence. So whatever treatment you have for prostate cancer, we follow these men up lifelong. If you recur after radical surgery, then you have external beam radiation. So in terms of what we say to our men, we say there is 98% of men are alive and doing well 10 years after low-dose rate brachytherapy, which is the same as radical prostatectomy, and it's the same as external beam. In other words, if you catch the cancer early, the cure rate is extremely good. Our previous speaker was alluding to late diagnosis. With early diagnosis, prostate cancer is an entirely curable disease. And in fact, the European Union last year said that in Europe, no man should die from prostate cancer. No man should die from prostate cancer. Because if you screen by PSA, you will find it early, and the treatments are curative. So this chart is just showing just comparing surgery low-dose rate brachytherapy, and external beam radiation. They're all much of a oneness. The other thing we talk about is the various side effects, which I've alluded to. The sexual function is much better maintained after brachytherapy. So some of the advantages: you avoid the physical trauma of surgery, because all you're doing is inserting needles and radioactive seeds into the prostate gland. It's a one-off day case procedure. Side effects in the long term are very few. Very importantly, for men who are economically active, they're back at work within 1 week of having their seed implant. And it's a cost-effective treatment. It's a cost-effective treatment. So interestingly, this brachytherapy has been in Ghana for maybe 15 years now. And Nigerians are going from here to Ghana. I can see my colleague there, Werner. Nigerians are going from here to Ghana to get brachytherapy. Nigerians are going from here to South Africa to get brachytherapy. In Ghana, they've published their 12-year data on low-dose rate brachytherapy, and yet in Nigeria, we're yet to start. You know. The disadvantages of brachytherapy are, if you have serious urinary problems, you're going very frequently, you're getting up several times a night, then sure, that could be made worse by brachytherapy. So we screen men for urinary symptoms. So we measure their urinary flow rates to make sure it's okay, and we measure the International Prostate Symptom Score to see that they're not having too many problems, because it'll be worse if you have brachytherapy. The other thing about brachytherapy is that because of the potential risk of radiation, you've got to advise the man not to be close to a pregnant woman or to a young child just for the first 2 to 3 months. Okay. And we also say for the first maybe 3 or 4 sexual encounters with a partner, maybe to wear a condom on a rare occasion that a seed is ejaculated. So it's equivalent in terms of outcomes to surgery and external beam. The quality of life is more likely to be maintained after low-dose rate brachytherapy, and it's a very short hospital stay. So it's becoming increasingly popular in the UK, and as I've mentioned, the quality of life is what is driving this adoption. So this started in America about 40 years ago. So it's not a new technology. So I went to Seattle, where it all started off, about 16 or 17 years ago to learn, and I went to 2 centers in the UK and started the program in my institution about 15 years ago. So it's a well-established therapy that it'd be great if we could introduce this into the cancer centers that my previous colleague was speaking about. Just to show you some real-life pictures. Of course, you have to invest in the kits required. You need a very high-quality ultrasound machine because you have to visualize that prostate very well. You have to see where you're putting your needles and where you're putting these seeds. So you need a high-quality ultrasound machine. This one is made by BK, as it happens. So, yes, that's it. So we have the man in a lithotomy position, which means he's on his back, his legs up in stirrups. You have the anesthetist keeping the man asleep for about 2 hours. You prepare the perineum. You insert the ultrasound probe into the rectum. You need a team to do this procedure. So one of the joys about doing this procedure is that it's a joint project between oncology and urology. Okay? And it's wonderful to work with my oncology colleagues. They're the ones that will that will do the dosimetry. I'll be the one doing the ultrasound and inserting the seeds. You also need the radiation physicists. We have at least 2 of these. And certainly in Enugu, you have the radiation physicists that are perfectly capable of doing this procedure. So you need an anesthetist, urologist, oncologist, and 2 radiation physicists. So this is transrectal ultrasound pictures. I'm not sure if the pointer will demonstrate it. But this is a transverse view of the prostate. There's white splodges, which is the needles. You have to outline the prostate on the ultrasound and import that into the variant software. There's you have to outline the urethra, you have to outline the rectum, because you don't want to give radiation to the urethra, you don't want to give radiation to the rectum. So you input all this information into the software, and it tells you where to put the seeds through the needles to give the dosimetry you wish to the prostate gland. This is another picture showing the transrectal ultrasound probe, the grid against the perineum, and what we call a MIC applicator. There's a device that you put the radioactive pellets into, through which you insert it through your needles and into the prostate. After the end of the procedure, you put a catheter in, you wash out any blood that there may be in the bladder, and then we leave the catheter for about 2 hours afterwards. The computer prints out the dosimetry for us, and we're looking for a D90 prostate of over 100%. You may recognize a couple of these friends of mine. The erstwhile president of Arcon. So this picture was taken, and Dr. Joseph is with her from Lagos. So this picture was taken in 2019. Okay, so that's 4 years ago, when I organized for the company that manufactured the seeds to start training, people here to be able to deliver this treatment. So Dr. Lesibikan and Dr. Joseph and myself and the company went to South Africa and spent 2 days on team training, with the idea being, this is 4 years ago now, with the idea being that we would then come back and we would establish low-dose rate prostate brachytherapy within Nigeria. So, just to round up, I wish to commend low-dose rate prostate brachytherapy using radioactive ion.
Thank you very much, sir. We are indeed very grateful. It's obvious that lunch is very close, but we are going to seek your permission for additional 10 minutes before we do lunch. And that 10 minutes is split into 2. We want to welcome questions, and we also take a goodwill message from the Acting Chief Medical Director of the University of Nigeria Teaching Hospital, Itukosala, Professor Val Ugu. No, I will never forget the name again. Don't worry, sir. When I was in medical school, one of my right-hand man, his name is Ugu. So it's registered. And Val, everybody looks forward to February 14th. when we celebrate flowers, and you know, that's one of the days as a medical doctor. No matter where you are, you must get home on time. Otherwise, you will have to shalaye. So we would like to welcome questions. I've seen the hands of one of our very esteemed boss, Professor Bello. Prof, sir. Then there's another question, Dr. Njoku. There's another question, Dr. Yusuf. Yes. So we have 3 questions. Sir, we'll take all the questions, then you respond. You need a pen.
Thank you so much, Professor Frank Chinegundu, for your wonderful presentation and need to establish prostate cancer low-dose brachytherapy in Nigeria. I do know that a lot of efforts has gone through, and one would ask, what are the real reasons why you have not succeeded in establishing a prostate brachytherapy in Nigeria? Is it that you've been sending the wrong people to the training, or have you not reached the right institution that will really give you all the support, both infrastructurally, and in terms of capacity? I do know that you've approached quite a number of institutions, but one of our institution is not one of them. And we'll be very happy to work with you and establish brachytherapy as quickly as possible. We have urologists that are really interested and have done some training in some centers, not necessarily with you, and it will be a low-hanging fruit for you. Thank you.
Dr. Njoku, please. Let's take Dr. Njoku's question. Yes, she just, yeah.
Thank you very much, Prof, for that educative session. So I'm a resident in Louth, so I was just wondering, how many seeds do you usually require per patient? And in your practice, do you experience seed displacements? And how do you solve problems like that? I would also like to know what your follow-up visits are like for patients that have these permanent seed implants. What do you usually do for them on their follow-up visits? Thank you.
The third question, Dr. Yusuf on this side.
Thank you, Prof. I'm Dr. Yusuf, Senior Registrar from UCH, currently with Marcel Wood Cancer Center. Hello. So my question is, you said low-dose rate brachytherapy is becoming more popular.
Use the mic properly, please.
You said low-dose rate brachytherapy is becoming increasingly popular for localized prostate brachytherapy. So I'm wondering, why not promote high-dose rate brachytherapy when a patient can just have high-dose rate brachytherapy and forget about the treatment, and he knows he has completed the treatment, rather than having a low-dose brachytherapy for some time. So is there any advantage the low-dose brachytherapy is having over the high-dose rate brachytherapy that is making us promote it? That's what I want to know. Thank you, sir.
You can take the responses.
Okay, thank you for those questions. If we start off with the introduction, so when it came to the public sector, so UNTH specifically, they have. So, so with UNTH, the radiation is delivered via a public-private kind of an initiative. So the issue there was that they wanted me to make all investments, all the financial investment, and go into partnership with them. And I, as an individual, not living here permanently, was not in a position to be able to inject a significant amount of my own personal funds into doing that. Now, with Lakeshore Cancer Center, which has really been what's been driving the introduction, we have the urologist, a guy that Rufus had trained with me that I trained in the UK. We have the oncologists, we have the physicists, we have the company who have started the training. The problem is, as I made reference to, is getting the regulatory authorities to grant permission, specifically the National Nigerian Radiation Board, that have held this up for the last 2 to 3 years. So it's not a question of the staff. It's not a question of the cost to get it going. All that has been in place for some years now with the Lakeshore Cancer Center. But it's this regulatory issue that has been a problem. I think he wants to rejoin there. I'll just move on to the other two. In terms of how many seeds do we insert, it varies on the size of the prostate and the radiation dose we're trying to achieve. But it's probably an average would be 75. So it can be anywhere from 50 to 90 seeds per patient. Seed displacement, it's very rare in my experience. We do a CT scan at 4 weeks, and it's very rare that a seed is missing from where you inserted it. So it's not been an issue for us, although it is described in the literature. In terms of the follow-up is by PSA, okay? At 3 months after, then 6 months, and then every 6 months thereafter. After 5 years, it goes to an annual PSA follow-up. And if the PSA starts rising, then we start thinking, is there a recurrence? The question about high-dose rate brachytherapy versus low-dose rate, I'm advised by my colleagues, my oncology colleagues, who understand the radiobiology better, that you get a better cell kill if you emit the radiation over a longer period of time. And so in the UK, for example, there's very few centers do high-dose rates. Most of the centers do low-dose rate brachytherapy. So I do not have personal experience of high-dose rate, but I do have a lot of experience of the seeds, which is why I was wanting to introduce that. And the other thing was that with the seeds, you get them on a per patient basis. One of the problems with the high dose rates is that you have to maintain that radioactive source. With the low dose rates, if there's no patient, then there's no expense. You order the seeds when the patient is ready to have them. So there's nothing to maintain. There's no maintenance involved as there is with the high dose rate machine.
Thank you very much. On this note, let's give him a round of applause. Let's appreciate him as we quickly welcome the acting Chief Medical Director of the University of Nigeria Teaching Hospital, Professor Val Ugu. Professor Val Ugu is an amiable professor who has been kind enough to give us permission to mention his name on a very large forum like this. Prof, you are welcome, sir. Please, let's welcome him with a round of applause. The first time I was privileged to meet him was a few months ago when we came for the breast cancer symposium. And ever since then, you are welcome.
I've become a regular listener. Thank you, the MC. The Arcon president, Dr. Amaka, has become as my very good friend and classmate. The Arcon vice president, Dr. Folabi Oladeji. Thank you for coming to Enugu. And the Arcon vice president, Dr. Keinde, that is now my very good friend. The representative of Arcon trustee, Professor Adeni Beku, you're welcome. And of course, the LOC chairman, Dr. Ken Nwankwo. The director of bioethics of the University of Nigeria unit, and the former director of Oncology, University of Nigeria Teaching Hospital, Professor Emmanuel Ezome. You're welcome. The director of UNS Center of Excellence in Clinical Governance, and also the founder of Breast Without Spots, Professor Ifoma Okoye. Thank you so much for coming. And of course, gentlemen of the press, great professors and colleagues here present, other protocols duly observed. I thank you so much for coming to Enugu. And my address is going to be very short. I'm here representing the Chief Medical Director of University of Nigeria Teaching Hospital, my boss, Professor Obinna Onodu. He's unavoidably absent. He left for the US 2 weeks ago in order to meet the diasporans in his continued efforts for collaboration with respect to getting external funds to help us in all the things we are doing in UNTH at the moment. We all know the economic crunch in the country. And so a good leader, any good leader now in Nigeria must think outside the box and find a way of increasing collaboration, particularly getting external funding to support the healthcare. And that's what my boss is currently doing. So he's been in the US for the past 2 weeks, discussing with donor agencies and some funders to see how we can improve the quality of healthcare we're already providing in UNTH. I must thank Arcon in a very special way for agreeing to bring this annual general meeting and scientific conference to UNTH. And I think this is the first time it is happening in UNTH. Can we thank for ourselves? Can we clap for ourselves, please? Because it is not easy. We are so happy that Arcon decided to bring this to Southeast. And not just to Southeast, but to bring it down to Enugu. And that shows that Arcon recognizes what we are doing in Enugu. They appreciate our efforts in improving cancer care in Enugu and in Nigeria in general. It shows that Arcon is aware of what the current management is doing to improve cancer management in Nigeria. Like previous speakers have already said, UNHH is one of the biggest centers for oncology care in Nigeria. It's not disputable. Currently, we have 2 LINAC machines. We also have a brachytherapy machine. And we have 24-hour power supply. And Our oncology center runs almost a 24-hour service, uninterrupted, under PPP practice. So it's been an effort that we are making in the last few years to improve cancer care in Nigeria. And I'm happy that Arcon has organized these efforts that we are making and have decided to bring this conference to Enugu. And I will also assure you that we have listened attentively here, and we have even to improve better. I'm happy that Professor Frank came all the way from the US. I'm going to have a discussion with him before I leave, because we must find a way of finding anyhow we're going to do it, but we have to begin to consider this low-dose brachytherapy treatment for prostate cancer. It must come to Enugu. I don't care whether they have started doing it in other centers or not, but this is a golden opportunity that we must tap in. We must. And I'm sure that, I'm happy that Professor Frank is here. He can't go home without discussing with us. And I can assure all of us that this service must have to start in Enugu within the shortest possible time. Whatever we can do to improve cancer care. The burden of prostate cancer is so high in Nigeria, not just in Enugu, in the country generally. The burden of prostate cancer is so high that any little opportunity a center will have to commence radiotherapy for prostate cancer, that opportunity must be grasped immediately. And I think UNTH will grab this opportunity immediately. Like Professor Zome already said, UNTH has gone a long way in cancer management. We have not gotten to where we want to be. We are making steady efforts. And I'm happy that Professor Emmanuel Zome is here, the former director of oncology, who kickstarted the multidisciplinary approach to cancer. And is already well established in UNTH. I'm sure it may also be established in other centers now. But it appears to have been kickstarted at UNTH so many years by him. I said this because many postgraduate faculties have come to UNTH for accreditation. And they always commend us for having the best run multidisciplinary cancer care. And I'm happy that Professor Zome is here, who kickstarted it. And I'm happy that Dr. Amaka, you are the Arcon president, has continued what Professor Zome started. And we're going to be getting better and better. And the vision of the current management of UNTH is that UNTH will be the hub for healthcare in 2027. And that health hub will start with cancer. That is our hope. That by 2027, UNTH will be the hub for cancer care in West Africa. Finally, I want to thank Arcon again for bringing this conference, an annual general meeting, to UNTH, and for the beautiful conference they have organized, the beautiful hall, well decorated, and even the dignitaries. They were able to bring His Excellency Barrister Peter Mba to come here, who has been well represented by his deputy, Barrister Ifeanyi Osai, who has come here and graced this occasion. It has not been easy. Many faculties have brought many organizations and associations have brought their annual general meeting to UNTH, but only few have been able to attract this kind of dignitaries. So I commend Arcon for this powerful effort they have done for the beautiful conference. I've also looked at the brochure. The brochure is quite rich, of top quality, and I've gone through the abstracts, and I've been able to see a lot of top quality abstracts that will be presented in the course of this conference. And I'm happy with what I'm seeing. And once again, on behalf of the management of UNTH, I want to thank members of Arcon for coming to UNTH, and I wish you a resounding general meeting and conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Val. We are indeed very grateful. And please extend our regards to the Chief Medical Director and let him know that he has been supporting the Association of Radiation and Clinical Oncologists in no fewer ways than one. I requested for, and we are very grateful to him. You know, I requested for 10 minutes. I'm going to request for additional 2 minutes. Not because I'm Oliver Twist, but because we have to, I know we have to have lunch. And someone has told me now that when are we going to finish today? When we still have so many, we still have 7 talks. But you can be rest assured that we are in Enugu for serious business. And we are going to finish. Everything will go as planned. I would like to welcome the DG of NICRAT. The DG of NICRAT, Professor Malami, is not on ground, but he has delegated a very high-powered delegation of both the Director of Prevention, Director of Prevention, please come forward to give us a talk. I don't want to murder your name. I don't want to call you the other name. But please, as you approach the podium, please bear us in mind that we have 90 seconds for the goodwill message. If it's 90 hours or 90 minutes, please compress it as a representative of the DG. Thank you very much. We also recognize Dr. Uche Nwoku is trying to hide, but he cannot hide. He's a golden fish. He doesn't have a hiding place. Yes, we can see. Please rise up. Let's also appreciate you all the wonderful work. You know, it's not easy for an individual to find his way into a keynote speech. Dr. Nwoku found his way into the keynote speech. We appreciate your effort. Thank you very much. Please, let's appreciate him. Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Okay, so it's Dr. Waziri Usman.
Well, you've already taken 15 seconds of my time. President, Arcon, other distinguished invited dignitaries, maybe I will seek for permission to stand on the already established existing protocols. My Director General, in person of Associate Professor Usman Ali Malami, would have loved to be here and was really passionate about the conference, but fortunately, he was unavailable. He is unavoidably absent because he was actively engaged in an assignment that stopped him from coming. But we're here to ably represent him. But notwithstanding, he sent us to represent him and extend his wishes and wants regards to the Arcon, especially the executives, as well as other invited dignitaries and the board of trustee members. The Director General, I will be very brief, is really happy with the name of this presentation, which is Equity in Oncology, Patients, the Practice, and the Policy. He is happy because this is actually in line with the mission and the directions or the objectives of the Institute. Because when we talk about cancer, disparity in cancer care is really a very important issue in low and middle income countries, which bears most of the burden of the disease. And at the the National Institute of Cancer Research and Treatment, all efforts are actually geared towards ensuring breaching the gaps in these cancer disparities. The first speaker emphasizes on the issue of prevention, which is another area the Institute is really working seriously on. The DG is very passionate about preventive oncology and is actually working tirelessly to ensure improvement in access to early detection and screening services, as well as preventive oncology clinics in collaboration with the designated Center of Excellence in clinical oncology in the country. So, without taking so much of our time, the theme of the presentation and the scientific conference is really in line with the mission and the vision of the Institute. And we are looking forward for a fruitful partnership with the professional associations like Arcon, international and national partners, as well as other sister agencies in ensuring that we really bridge the gaps in disparities for cancer care in Nigeria. At this junction, I will conclude by extending the warm regards of the Director General to the Arcon for successful hosting of this annual general meeting and scientific conference, as well as for making it very successful with giving it a wider coverage and wider participation. Once again, we say congratulations, Arcon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I extend our warm regards to one of us, the Director General of the Nigeria Institute for Cancer Research and Treatment. For the next 25 minutes, we'll be taking our lunch, and we'll gather back after 25 minutes. We have a very good, and the evening session will be very brief because hypoglycemia and somnolence would have set in. So we can go for our lunch now. Don't forget that in our booklet, we have the pad. The pad has our meal ticket, the first page, so you can detach and you can utilize for lunch. So please, what's the time now? We'll meet in we'll start again in exactly 25 minutes. Any timekeeper, what's time now? Any idea? Time? So exactly 25 minutes from now, we'll reconvene. Thank you.
coal city. Welcome to Enugu, obodo ife na-eme. Nnọọ. Arcon, Enugu welcomes you to the coal city. Welcome to Enugu, obodo ife na-eme. Nnọọ. Arcon, Enugu welcomes you to the coal city. Welcome to Enugu, obodo ife na-eme. Nnọọ. Arcon, Enugu welcomes you to the coal city. Welcome to Enugu, obodo ife na-eme. Nnọọ. Arcon, Enugu welcomes you to the coal city. Welcome to Enugu, Obodo Ife Neme.
Are you ready? Please come forward very briefly. We are going to be very strict with time because hypoglycemia has already set in. And you know there's always this postprandial sleep. Where's Dr. Ibrahim? Is Dr. Ibrahim around? He's around. Where is Dr. Ibrahim? We have 10 minutes. Dr. Ibrahim, please, yourself and have you given your slides? Please, if you have any presentation, please ensure that at least 30 minutes to your presentation, your slides are uploaded and reviewed by the multimedia team. Ma, please, you could come, just come. They will sort it out, don't worry. Is my hand useful? Sorry, ma. Or are you able to present extempore? The secretary of the local organizing committee should please find his way to the front. The secretary of the local organizing committee, you are needed here. Secretary LOC, where are you? One more time, we want to appreciate all our partners, all our colleagues, particularly the ASUPO team. ASUPO team, let's appreciate the ASUPO team.
That team is a very powerful team. Please stand up for recognition. Asiupo, the Asiupo team. Yes. Despite all odds, they have stood strong. I mean, when I went for the commissioning of their radiotherapy facility, I mean, that was the first day I had to travel on water because, the flight was canceled and we had another meeting in Lagos. I mean, so we want to appreciate you especially. And I'm sure your machine is doing very well. And where's Upo? Have you been able to? Best of ASCO. You good? Let's welcome her with a round of applause. Anybody that is approaching this podium must give us a smile. Yes. You're welcome. Yes.
Hello, and welcome everybody from a lovely lunch. Hope we can still keep your attention. Yes. No, it's not a seat. Yes, so we invite you to the Best of ASCO. This is the first time it's being held in Nigeria, and we are excited to see this happen. We're going to start with the breast session today, and I'm the chair for this session. I would like to introduce Dr. Ella Wanchuku. I've been here long enough. Yes. And then Abiola. Ella is a clinical oncologist in Abuja National Hospital. And then Abiola is a medical oncologist for University of Illinois. So we welcome you to discuss. Oh, I didn't see you. Dr. Tekim, thank you. You are very welcome to the podium. He is a clinical oncologist of Ibadan. He's in Ibadan. I got my facts right. Yes, of Ibadan. So he's also a clinical oncologist. I think he's even stopped doing radiation oncology. But we'll take him back. So we are here to discuss some of the abstracts from ASCO. So I'll start from Tekim. Yeah. Okay. We'll start from Abiola. So what's the name of your abstract?
Okay, so I'm going first. The slides are not up yet.
The slides are not up yet. Okay, so we are going to start with a randomized trial of fixed dose capecitabine compared to standard dose capecitabine for metastatic breast cancer. This is the 7-7 trial.
Okay, thank you to the organizers for inviting me to speak. We're very happy that the Best of ASCO is finally taking place in Nigeria, and it's being birthed at Arcon, and it's something that we should be proud of. Today I'll be speaking about the randomized trial of fixed dose capecitabine compared to the standard dose capecitabine that we're used to in metastatic breast cancer, and it's the X77 7/7 trial, which was done by Khan and his colleagues. Next slide, please. So as a background, as patients with metastatic breast cancer, are on continuous treatment, we have to look for effective therapies with less toxicity for this group of patients. Compared to other chemotherapy agents, capecitabine is unique in the fact that it is an oral agent. It doesn't cause any alopecia, even though some patients experience some thinning. There's no neuropathy, and it can be continued long-term without major cumulative toxicity. Other things that are also unique, the side effects of capecitabine, we have the hand and foot syndrome, which can be distressing for patients, and which is where this modification, would actually help. There's also diarrhea and stomatitis, and it's also stated there that the FDA-approved dosing is 1,250 milligrams per meter square twice a day from day 1 to 14, followed by a 1-week rest. Next slide. So this is just giving a background. The important thing to take out from this is that they had large interpatient variability in the pharmacokinetics, based on the BSA-based dosing of capecitabine, and it was a single-arm phase 1, phase 2 trial, which demonstrated that this fixed dose capecitabine administered on a 7-to-7 schedule is efficacious and is also well tolerated by patients. So the X7/7 trial was a KU Cancer Center Midwestern Cancer Alliance trial, which sought to compare the fixed dose of 1,500 milligrams BD on a 7-day schedule and 7 days rest to the FDA-approved 1,250 milligram per meter square for 2 weeks, followed by a week rest. Next slide. So the eligibility criteria were adult female patients with pathologically confirmed metastatic breast cancer, and any prior number of chemotherapy or endocrine therapy were actually accepted. Any breast cancer subtype was also included, and if you're HER2 positive, you could use concurrent trastuzumab. You needed to have a creatinine clearance of greater than 50 mils per minute. They were randomized 1:1, where 80 patients received 7 days on, 7 days off, and then
73 patients received 14 days on and 7 days off. The primary endpoints for this study was the 3-month progression-free survival, with secondary endpoints including the progression-free survival, the overall survival, and objective response rate and the toxicity. They had to have a CT chest, abdomen, and pelvis, and a bone scan every 12 weeks to monitor their response to treatment. And cycles were repeated every 14 days in the 7/7 arm and every 21 days on the other arm. Next slide, please. So the sample size justification was guided by the hypothesis of that the 3 months progression-free survival was actually similar in both arms. So which meant those who took for 7 days and rested for 7 days, had about the same, they want them to have about the same progression-free survival. So 160 patients with metastatic breast cancer would provide an 11% margin of error with 95% confidence interval for an estimated 3 months of 50% in each arm. 3 months progression-free survival rates and the Kaplan-Meier estimates of median progression-free survival and overall survival were compared utilizing the log rank scale. So the other thing that was also looked at was the restricted mean survival time was also used to report, estimates of progression-free survival and overall survival. Next slide. Oh, so this is okay. So this is pretty small, but if I recall from this slide, it just showed that all the patients were female, so there were no male breast cancer patients that were involved in this study, and you also had a low representation of Black or African Americans, that participated in this study. But most of the patients that were also here were also the luminal A breast subtype, and I think that was the major significant thing about the baseline characteristics. Next slide, please. So the progression-free survival, then this is really difficult to see. I don't know. Okay, so
There's no difference.
There was no difference. Yes, there was no difference in the, but I wanted to give the exact figures. There's no difference in the progression-free survival comparing both arms. Next slide. So, okay, so looking at it, you can see that the 3 months progression-free survival for the 7/7 was 76%, which was the same thing with 14/7, with the p-value of 0.99. And this similarity, though it widened as they were getting to 12 months, it became similar again at 24 months. And at 36 months, it was only in the 7/7. The overall response rate, it had better overall response rates in the 14/7 compared to the 7/7. Is that what I'm saying? Yes. But it wasn't statistically significant. So next slide. So overall survival, I think it was also the same. So yes, I think it was also the same. So next slide. So this is the summary of the overall survival. You can see that the 3 months, you had 94% with the 7/7 compared to 85 with the 14/7. So these are the things that really brought forth the use of 7 days on and 7 days off. Next slide, please. This is just subgroup analysis of the progression-free survival, which was still, equivocal between both groups. Next slide. So looking at the toxicity, that's where everything really came out, that in the 7/7, you had lower rates of neutropenia, lower rates of, in fact, oral mucositis was completely zero. So unlike the 14/7, where you still had a percentage, you had no patients having grade 2 to 4 mucositis in the 7/7 arm. The hand and foot syndrome was markedly reduced, as same as diarrhea. Next slide. So in conclusion, in metastatic breast cancer, the fixed dose of 1,500 milligram twice daily of capecitabine on a 7 days on and 7 days off schedule, which which is the FD7/7, when compared to the BSA-based dose and schedule of 14/7, showed there was similar efficacy with no difference in the progression-free survival and overall survival. There were lower incidences of hand and foot syndrome, diarrhea, and stomatitis, and you also had fewer treatment discontinuations and dose modifications that were required. So it's meaning that, the 7/7 may become an alternative dosing option to minimize toxicity while maintaining outcomes in metastatic breast cancer. So with favorable toxicity, the FD7/7 dosing schedule is ideal for designing future combination trials with capecitabine. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this wonderful presentation. I guess I have a few comments in that, we know there's a lot of pharmacogenomics with capecitabine. Different regions of the world actually process it differently in terms of the toxicities and the doses. So I suggest we try it in our patients, like a trial. I think this is something very easy to do, even as a retrospective in your clinics, and so that we can come out with something to see whether this is definitely something that we can do. The numbers are still small, I think, but I think this is easily reproducible.
And even the cost,
Yeah,
it's very cost effective.
Yeah, so I think, for us it's free, so maybe we'll try it in head and neck and other areas as well in the palliative setting. So thank you very much. I'll go to the next presenter. What's the next slide, please? Okay. The next slide, Dr. Ketim is going to talk about it. Effects of ovarian ablation or suppression on breast cancer recurrence for 14,909 premenopausal patients in 25 randomized trials, the EBCTC group study. Over to you.
Yes, thank you very much. Next slide, please. Now, this was a meta-analysis trying to compare patients who had ovarian suppression by either means, either surgery or irradiation, or using a gonadotropin-releasing hormone agonist to effect ovarian suppression, and those who did not go through the treatment. Now, the idea was that ER-positive women on cancer treatment, either with chemotherapy or so, when they are still menstruating, how do they do? Do they need hormonal suppression, or do they don't need? And so the primary outcomes were recurrence caused by specific mortality analyzed by standard, that is EBCTG methods. Next slide, please. Now, 27 trials were identified. These were all randomized clinical trials involving a number of women. Now, at the end, 2,760 ER negative were involved, so those ones were excluded from the analysis. Go on, please. Next slide. Now, this trial was split into 3 groups. The first group was no chemotherapy at all. Those that didn't have chemotherapy at all, there were some women there, and 12 trials were identified. And then the next group was still under that, those that had chemotherapy, but the menses resumed. And then the second group was those that had chemotherapy, and then they did not have menses again. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, so in all the groups that were found, it was found out that those that had ovarian ablation by any of the methods had better outcome in terms of a disease recurrence. So there were less disease recurrence in those ones than in the control groups. And also from the graph on my left, on my right as well, in those that were premenopausal before chemotherapy was commenced, they were also randomized into either ovarian ablation or not. And then the incidence of recurrence was slightly lower in those that had ovarian ablation. Next slide. Now, this is a meta-analysis of all the cases that were involved in the trial. Now, a simple method of getting a meta-analysis. On the graph by my right, actually by the right, there is a major line, a major vertical line. That is regarded as a line of no effect. So once any of the dots there crosses that line, then that means they didn't have any effect. all those that are on the left of the line means that the effect was quite reasonable. So from that picture, you could see that only one study crossed the line to the right. So that was a negative outcome. So most of the other studies were on the left. So that means, and those ones on the left were actually those on the cases. So that means that the survival in those on the left were those who had ovarian ablation, and then their survival was quite significant. The diamond-shaped line is the overall effect, which shows the magnitude of the effect that was in its study. Next slide, please. Now, this also shows a similar result, and then on the patients that had no chemotherapy at all or that were premenopausal after chemotherapy. Similar effect is also demonstrated that those that had ovarian ablation in one form or the other had a better duration of control. That is, the amount of recurrence in them was lower than in those who did not have ovarian ablation. Next slide, please. Yeah, the same thing here. Those that were premenopausal prior to chemotherapy, but thereafter they were not actually sure what happened thereafter, whether their menses resumed or not. Now you could see from that drawing that a lot of them, the effect was almost on the middle. So that means there was actually no difference in most of the studies there. So in which case, well, the ovarian ablation still has some minimal effect on those patients as well. Next slide, please. Now, in those that were premenopausal prior to chemotherapy, the effect is also very similar, that with ovarian ablation, additional ovarian ablation, the time for recurrence was a little bit lower than those who did not have. Next slide. So this other graph also shows similar effects. So we can see that most of the actions here, those that had ovarian ablation actually had better disease control, a lower rate of recurrence than those who did not have. Next slide. Now, there was other sub-analysis on those who were less than 45 and then those who were more than 45 years. In the two graphs, we can see that those that had disease, ovarian ablation has better disease control. You could see from the two graphs that the rate of recurrence was quite lower than those who did not have ovarian ablation. Next slide. Now, we still have similar effects here. And in terms of mortality, those that had ovarian ablation, the mortality was lower than those who did not have ovarian ablation. And so in all cases, mortality on the far right, we still have similar effects. Next slide. And so we also have similar patterns across, even in those that were not negative and those that were not positive. So we see that ovarian ablation had good effects on the treatment outcomes in both groups. Next slide. Now, this was also in those that had no chemotherapy or no chemotherapy, and the two groups were they were all subjected to tamoxifen, and then with ovarian ablation in addition, and then those that didn't have ablation. So we see similar effects from that result. Next slide. Next slide. Those are just the number of the magnitude of the survival benefits. So similar things. So in summary, there is a persistent benefit was actually observed in those two studies, in all the studies that were included in the meta-analysis. And then similar benefits in women who received prior chemotherapy and remain premenopausal after chemotherapy as well. So, but however, the benefit appeared to be larger for women who received no tamoxifen than for women receiving tamoxifen. Next slide, please. So we acknowledge ASCO for this opportunity to present this study. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this. I think the only caveat I see for this part of the world is trying to convince a premenopausal woman that you want to suppress her ovaries, apart from the cost. But also there's something new about the hormone therapies, I can never say it, GnRH not working that well for ovarian suppression. So it means the most definite thing is what I don't know, but I think that's an area of research. But the first thing is that how acceptable our young people to undergo ovarian suppression. That's something we haven't even found out. This is more of anthropology, and I think it's important for our patients. Any other comments about that?
Well, the only comment I have is that based on our circumstances, whereby in most of our patients, we still have people who cannot do immunohistochemistry. So that's where the issue comes. Because we still have a lot of our patients who don't have facilities for immunohistochemistry in Nigeria. So we need to really work into that, and then so that we can actually know those who can actually benefit from that approach or not. And then, as you rightly said, well, acceptance may be difficult, but it is a little bit better. Those who have had their children who may not want to be pregnant again to have more issues, we can actually offer it to them, and then we see how far it can go. And I think also in such women, every 6 months we have to give them, I think, zoledronic acid to be able to combat the bone depletion that may follow. Thank you.
Okay. Abiola, you have any comments before we come?
So I just wonder, I mean, especially for premenopausal women that have completed having children, and in this era of surrogacy, you know, people are beginning to have children by surrogacy. My thought process is, what do you think about BSO, you know? And because I have a friend that she's in that dilemma, and the question she had for me was the risk from BSO versus how just getting this ovarian suppression with a GnRH analog.
So if that kind of situation, I would say she could do the BSO if she's up for it, because GnRH use, of course, this is long term, so. But if she's a friend of yours, then I'm sure cost won't be an issue. So it depends on where the person is located. So, but definitely BSO is something we should consider, especially for those who have finished having their children. We can laparoscopically do the BSO so that, yes, you don't have to go through the issues of surgery. But I just want to also say something about Dr. Ntekim's comment on IHC availability. So I think this is part of the things we need to do with Arcon to say there are centers that have immunohistochemistry available. Can we send samples instead of managing patients without immunohistochemistry? It is better to send the sample to a center, and you would be able to get feedback. In some places will give you feedback in 1 week. So it's something that is possible, and it's something that we need to do, because it's in 2023 we cannot be managing breast cancer as one disease, and we don't know what the immunohistochemistry is. Please, thank you.
Okay, so I'll just say that it's just difficult to convince people. Most of our patients are premenopausal. They only have one child. Even when they have 5, they want more. So those are some of the issues that we have in the clinic. And I think we haven't explored radiotherapy. It hasn't worked that well for me, but I think it's something that we could look at. You know, I think the laparoscopy will be cheaper because it's just one time laparoscopically, but that also probably comes with some costs. Machines for radiotherapy in Nigeria, but not in Ghana. But anyway, so I guess there are a lot of options that we can look up, and this actually also stimulates some research in our clinics that we can do. Okay, so the next presentation, Abiola.
So I'll be talking about the next one presentation, but before I do that, I quickly again want to highlight that our gratitude to the best of ASCO for giving us the opportunity to do this. And we are both on the ASCO IAC board, and in addition to that, I'm also the liaison to the newly developed Sub-Saharan African Regional Council. So that being said, there's a piece of paper being passed around for us to join ASCO. It's free of charge, at no cost to anyone. Just fill it in if you're not already an ASCO member, and then you will join ASCO. I know that It's very expensive to join ASCO with the dollar equivalent right now, and also to travel to ASCO. But right now, it's being offered for free. So once you get the paper, just fill it in and either leave it on the table or give it to the person that gave it to you. So ASCO will follow up with that. So then, the slide. All right, so I'll be talking about the efficacy and safety results by age in the Monarch E trial. That is, I'll be discussing adjuvant abemaciclib combined with endocrine therapy in patients with hormone receptor positive, HER2 negative, node positive, high risk early breast cancer. Before I move on to, so this boils down to us talking about in 2023, it's not acceptable to treat breast cancer without IHC. As a matter of fact, people should be held accountable if breast cancer is being treated as one. So, talking about the site. All right, so this will be a kind of a fire rapid discussion. So pretty much, why is this even important? But what we have seen, and why it's relevant to us right now, and why we're discussing it. Number one, this is a way to introduce abemaciclib to Nigerian market. And I have to do a disclosure, which I totally forgot about because this is not my site. The disclosure is that the chair of the diversity committee of Lilly. So, and I'm discussing abemaciclib. So abemaciclib is one of the CDK4/6 inhibitors. It was actually the third kid in the block after palbociclib and ribociclib. So what this study was about was to look at the high-risk patient, and high-risk being defined as patients that had node-positive disease or patient that has received chemotherapy. So after chemotherapy, the normal practice is we place them on 10 years of endocrine therapy. But this study explored that in addition to the 10 years of endocrine therapy, can we give them 2 years of adjuvant abemaciclib in addition to the endocrine therapy? And at that time, Monarch E trial study was the only adjuvant study designed exclusively in this space. Since then, they have reported on the NATALEE study, which is from ribociclib. So the goal of this study really was to add the abemaciclib, which is a CDK4/6 inhibitor, to the endocrine therapy as a means of eradicating micrometastatic disease and hoping to actually increase disease-free survival. Next slide. So what we found out was this. Looking at, you will see that there's a difference. There's a 34% risk reduction between the group of the patients that received abemaciclib versus the people that did not. And in addition to that, when you look at the invasive disease-free survival, you see that there is an absolute 2.8% difference. And as you go down the months up to about 60 months, you see that there's a 6.4% absolute risk reduction. So in the disease-free survival too, there's also a difference between those two groups. Next slide. So now when we look at the quality of life, because when we talk about treatment, again, I try to think about let us de-escalate treatment. But this study is trying to escalate treatment. So when you escalate treatment, you start thinking about the quality of life of the patients that we are giving more treatments to. So what this slide is showing us that when you compare the quality of life for patients in addition to adding abemaciclib, it's actually preserved in all kind of forms, whether you use the FACB or the whatever you use to measure the quality of life is the same in both groups. Next slide, please. So the question now is, what about older patients? Can older patients benefit from the addition of abemaciclib, especially when they have high-risk disease? Especially because, number one, older patients are less likely to be represented in studies. And then two, these patients are more likely to have higher comorbidities. So they explored the efficacy and safety of adjuvant abemaciclib in elderly patients in the Monarch E trial. Next slide. And what they did find is that looking at this group, they looked at it dividing in the age group by less than 65 years and older than 65 years. And although there were only 3% of the patient group population was older than 75%. Was older than 75 years, sorry. So this is the baseline factors of the patients on this study. Now, they looked at the tumor size, the number of lymph nodes, and the grade, performance status, and what have you. So the most interesting thing about this baseline factors really is that for most of our studies, they are quite kind of silent on race. And I will talk about that towards the end. Next slide, please. So what we did see is that even with the elderly population, we did see a benefit of the addition of abemaciclib. We saw a benefit in the invasive disease-free survival. We saw a benefit also in the disease residual-free survival in these patients, regardless of the age. So, move next slide. So now this is the side effects. All right. So for most parts, especially in most African countries, abemaciclib is still new. And the diarrhea with the use of abemaciclib is ridiculous. Even when the patients are given Imodium, some patient is very intolerable that you have to dose reduce. So diarrhea is actually, from my own practice, is actually much more higher than what it was reported in the clinical trials. And then neutropenia that is being seen in palbociclib and ribociclib is not much seen in abemaciclib and this other side effects. And even the older patients did not have much side effects. Again, talking about dose reduction or interruption. Regardless of interruptions or reductions that is being done, we still see that dose adjustment done because of the adverse effect, regardless of the age, was really not significant. Please, next slide. So, despite dose modification to manage adverse effect, we see that the outcome, there's no difference in the outcome, which is why all this, the lines are almost equal. So pretty much the disease-free survival, the invasive disease-free survival was still about the same, regardless of the relative dose intensity in abemaciclib. Next slide. So also the quality of life, when you look at the quality of life using most of these measures, you see that regardless of when the patient was less than 65 or older than 65, the quality of life is about the same. So what they are trying to say is take more abemaciclib. Next slide. So in conclusion, what we see is that the addition of abemaciclib with endocrine therapy after these patients who are high risk have been treated with chemotherapy and normally placed on endocrine therapy for 10 years. When we add abemaciclib for 2 years in this patient, we Africans are going to actually take a position on the seat. We will take a seat at the table and actually make sure that this, when a globalized trial is being done, it is truly globalized and patients that look like us are enrolled in that study. All right, thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. It's a pity there was one more presentation, but it didn't come on, which is the ribociclib. Oh, she's online, yeah. So that's a very interesting one, in addition to what she says. Oh, the CA data. Yeah. Okay. There's one more person online. Is it coming up? Yes. So it's interesting to see that most of you, they expect us to prescribe these drugs, and yet these trials are not made in our patients. And I'm sure you all agree that the side effects you are seeing for palbociclib is far beyond what is in the textbook for our patients. So I think it's time we have to again sit at the table and insist that these trials are done in these regions of the world so that we can apply or not to our patients, or maybe reduce the dose for our patients. For like me, for palbo, I start at a low dose and then increase because the side effects are too much. She's ready?
Yes, we have our slides, but yes. Yes, okay, Dr. Fatirigo, if you can hear me, please unmute so that you can start your presentation. So while we're about
go ahead.
Yes, for the abemaciclib, I think I recall the need for KI67 to be able to identify the patients who would benefit from abemaciclib use. We still have challenges with doing that. Okay, can you share her slide? Okay, all right, thank you.
We can hear you. Okay, can I have my slides, please? Good afternoon, everyone.
Please go ahead.
Do I go on?
Yes, please.
Can someone unmute and just give me a go ahead?
I said you could. I said you could.
Okay, good. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. The next abstract, from ASCO, would be focusing on outcomes according to treatment received from small node-negative HER2 breast tumors. And it's actually an analysis of secondary data collection from the CS database from 2010 to 2019. And this poster was put together by Andrew Wax et al. And basically, it was coming from at least a background of, the systemic therapy benefits of small node-negative HER2 positive breast tumors. And we know that, back in Nigeria, maybe with everything that's ongoing currently, patients are presenting earlier, and so we have to just prepare and be well grounded in this area of when patients actually come with early disease. And so we know that NCCN guidelines, even the recommendations, is at the level of 2B, which is not, very strong. And so this poster, they analyzed the SEER database to see if there was any benefit, chemotherapy versus no chemotherapy. And it was basically in PT1 tumors, a node negative but HER2 positive. And they did a comparison between those who are HER positive versus those who are HER negative. And you can see that from the poster, if we look at the Kaplan-Meier analysis, you see that it was similar for both groups, so that the patient was HER positive and had chemotherapy versus HER negative, whether they had chemotherapy or not. But when you move down to the 1C category, that's tumors that are greater than 1 cm, but less than 2 cm, you see there's a slight difference. And when we now move to the adjusted hazard ratios, I mean, this when they control for age, the hazard ratios, I mean, after controlling for age, for race, the tumor grade, histopathology, and hormone receptor status, you see that when comparing those that had HER positive and HER2 positive disease, it was much more, they had that risk reduction with when they had chemotherapy. And we know that these people have had an extra layer of treatment, isn't it, with the hormone receptor positive disease. But those with that were hormone receptor negative, it wasn't statistically significant after adjustment for these different factors. And so in conclusion, basically what these authors have found is that, I mean, it's mixed, either near or there. I mean, it still looks like what we have on the NCCN guidelines, and you can see that those that had, it's uncertain. It's still, I mean, the receipt of chemotherapy doesn't show, it's not strong enough as far as this is concerned, except for those with, even if they had hormone receptor positive disease, you see that they were the ones that were statistically significant after controlling for all these factors. And so considering back home where we have challenges of cost and because of adding all these extra therapies to the treatment of these cancers, this is a major factor to consider when adding it to their treatment. So I'd like to appreciate, I mean, ASCO for the ASCO Best of ASCO Abstract Committee, and also the organizers of the Arcon conference for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So it means we can save some money for these kind of tumors who are even HER2 positive. You don't need to give them anything, I suppose. Okay, Abiola, you have something to say?
We have one more slide.
Okay, yes. So I was asking about the KI67 to be able to use it as a tool to identify those who would benefit from abemaciclib use. I know that at a certain time there was a cutoff that was there, and we still have challenges having KI67 being included in our histopathology reports. So it may be a challenge for us here. So I don't know what your take is.
Right. So I think at this point, this is when we start thinking about leapfrogging, right? And I try to look at medicine or oncology as, are you cutting us off?
Thank you very much. Round up. Just round up. Round up.
Looking at oncology as us doing what they did, you know, back in the day, we had the GSM and then we just moved up to using cell phones. I mean, we actually missed the whole phone booth thing that they did abroad. So I think we can leapfrog and chew gum and run at the same time, whereby when we are doing the immunohistochemistry, we can add the KI67 to it and be able to risk stratify our patients and get all these things together. And us coming together like this kind of discussion, talking about ASCO, best of ASCO in Arcon. This is the first of its kind, and this is showing that we are literally moving forward towards leapfrogging.
Thank you very much. Please let's encourage them with a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to seek your indulgence. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, gradually. Thank you very much. We will, because of time, three of our presentations have been moved to tomorrow. The one by Roche, the one, the cost of illness and access to care,
Tanit's presentation is moved to tomorrow. The talk by Data and Equity, the role of the private sector. The three of them have been moved to tomorrow. The other shorter presentations that are for 10 minutes are the ones we are going to have now. And let's also be aware that we're having a gala night here now. So we'll take the 10 minutes for ISN on diagnostics. Please, I think they should just come and sit. The three presenters should just come and sit here so that we can just take them at a go. Then the industry presentation by JNCI, another 10 minutes. Then the industry presentation by Innotech, also 10 minutes. So that in about within 25 and 28, 30 minutes, we are done. Where are the presenters, please? Are they ready? Okay. Please approach. So the longer presentations, the one by Rush, which is about 1 hour, the one by Tanit, then Dr. Sobi Grover, your presentation is also. All right, no problem. All right, no problem. Thank you very much. I was informed that one of, please come forward. GNCI, beautiful. I was told that ISN will be presenting tomorrow. Innotech, are you ready? You have chosen well, Innotech. Yes, please. So the presentation's 10 minutes. Yeah. Are the slides ready? Who shoots first? Thank you very much.
Good evening, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. So my name is Oge Onfuju. I'm head of sales for radiology and radiotherapy solutions with JNC International, covering Nigeria and West Africa. I'll be presenting quickly on cutting-edge radiotherapy and oncology solutions provided by JNCI and Electa. Next slide, please. So quickly, this is just a rundown of the presentation. I'll try to make it as quick as possible because time is well spent. Next slide, please. So a brief introduction. What are the main challenges we face in providing solutions or care for our cancer patients? Of course, we are familiar with most of them. First is late presentation. Of course, next is affordability. And of course, there's poor infrastructure and limited human resources. These are some of the reasons why we are here today to provide solutions for our patients. Next slide. So who is JNC and who is Electa? I'm always happy to introduce JNC International Limited. JNC International is, next slide please, is a proudly West African turnkey medical equipment and solution services company. Slide. Next slide, please. And our focus is to deliver modern but appropriate medical equipment technology solutions that meet our clients' exact needs. Our vision, of course, is to be the leader in quality healthcare solutions in West Africa, and we do this by delivering innovative healthcare solutions, creating unique customer experiences, and promoting life and well-being through sustainable partnerships like our partnership with Arcon. Our competency is in turnkey medical equipment solutions. We exclusively represent over 27 original equipment manufacturers who are top in their areas of specialties. We have an in-house 31-man project and technical team that supports our clients and partners to deliver after-sales services. And of course, we have a 4-man clinical applications training team, also in-house, supporting our customers. Next slide, please. So our value proposition, next slide. Our value proposition covers areas of consultancy and advisory, equipment solutions, installation and commissioning, capacity development, and of course, after-sales support. Next slide. Our mission aligns with mission of Electa to provide or to improve patients' lives by working together with our customers and partners to develop innovative solutions that provide lasting clinical difference in a sustainable way. Next slide. Next slide, please. So I'll quickly run through our radiotherapy solutions. I mentioned earlier that we're a turnkey solutions company, so we don't just provide equipment. We start with pre-project consultancy. We also do design and space planning for our clients. We understand the intricacies in setting up a radiotherapy center, especially with design and planning. This must be gotten right from day one, so that we don't face difficulties in administering care to our patients. Next, we do project management and implementation, equipment procurement, clinical applications training, and of course, after-sales service. Next slide, please. Our conceptual design and space planning covers architectural designs, MEP designs, medical equipment planning, mapping, and of course, optimizing the clinical flow. Next slide, please. So our conceptual design and space planning is not just for radiotherapies, but also for different critical areas in the hospital, including radiodiagnostics, operating theater and integration, critical care, accident and emergency, and so on. Next slide. So this is just a sample of some of our designs. Next slide. And of course, this is also bunker retrofitting and constructing, which is done locally here. Next slide. This is a project management and implementation plan which we've executed. And the next slide, I'll go straight into our equipment solutions. So what is the biggest threat to cancer? Our equipment solutions need to provide precision radiation medicine to ensure that the cancer is properly treated and the patient is free. So what are the solutions we provide? For radiation therapy, we provide, of course, 160 MLC linear accelerators, high-dose rate brachytherapy machines, and of course, large bore CT simulators. I'll quickly go through briefly some of these systems. Next slide, please. Next slide. So I'm starting first with our Electa Harmony system. Of course, this system is able to provide multiple capabilities for treatment. You could call me that single or multiple energies, provide all the advanced technology, including 3D, IMRT, VMAT, DCAT, and SBRT. Of worthy note here is our IntelliBeam feature, which allows you to provide faster treatment for our patients in single arc rotations, of course with flexible dynamic control points. Our IntelliMax system is also available. It's an AI system that allows you to predict maintenance routines so that there is minimal or zero downtime. And with this, we are able to guarantee up to a 99% uptime of all our radiotherapy equipment. Next slide, please. Next, we have the Infinity HD system. In addition to all the features I've mentioned, of course, there's uncompromised performance here with 2 times faster lift speed, providing faster treatment for patients with better accuracy, optimized efficiency, speed, and quality. Next slide, please. We have next the Versa HD systems. Of course, with this advanced 4D image guidance for long and post-straight SBRT, in addition to other advanced features that make this system a one-stop shop for SRS, SBRT treatment, and of course, high-definition dynamic radiosurgery. Next slide, please. And finally, I will be introducing to you the Electa Unity, which is an all-in-one stop shop for scanning, planning, and treatment. These are our MRI Linac system with an inbuilt 1.5 Tesla MRI. So on one solution, you can do your scanning, your planning, and treatment. Next slide. So these are just highlights of most of the things I've talked about. But the idea here, next slide, is to be able to provide faster treatments for our patients with better accuracy and focus. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. So I'll go briefly, quickly to our high-dose rate brachy system. Next slide, which provides you with, of course, next slide, a tailored system. Previous slide, please. Tailored system to provide you with previous slide. Previous, yes. Previous slide, please. Yes. Provides you with a tailored system to suit your practice. It could come in 10, 20, or 40 channels, depending on the scale of your practice. And this is, of course, upgradable in the future. We have a wide range of CT, MR safe, and MR conditional applicators for various procedures, including gynecology, prostate, rectum, bladder, breast, bronchus and esophagus, head and neck, skin and surface treatment. So this is a one-stop solution for your brachy treatment. And of course, it comes in the source of your choice, cobalt or iridium. Next slide. And then also our large bore CT system. This is a 90 cm wide bore CT, the largest wide bore CT in the market. And of course, we understand the convenience of having a wide bore CT for our treatments and applications, especially during brachy and prostate treatments. And of course, apart from the 90 cm wide bore, it has a 70 cm field of view, which is also the highest in the market. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. For our chemotherapy solutions, we partner with B. Brown and Arjo. B. Brown for automatic infusion systems and Arjo for brachytherapy, for chemotherapy couches. Next slide. This is just based on some studies that was done, because apart from radiotherapy precision, we also need precision in chemotherapy. Based on a simple study that was done, found out that on a general level, errors were reported giving medications for chemotherapy. 39% were either over or under dosing, 21% error for schedule and time error, 18% wrong drugs, 14% chemotherapy given to the wrong patient. And of 270 bags, 67 were infused slowly, 67%, 8% infused too fast, 26%, only 26% correctly administered at the prescribed rate. This is the reason why we require a precise and accurate chemotherapy delivery solution. Next slide, please. And of course, we need to ensure medication accuracy, dosage rates, and delivery of the medication is accurate. Patient and caregiver safety, prevention of contamination, drug compatibility, and of course, patient comfort. So starting from prescription all the way to discharge, we have a solution that can help you with that in our infusion systems. Next slide, please. So our infusion system is a one-stop shop. Next slide. Providing all-in-one solutions for infusion therapy, including a drug library for a drug list of up to 1,200 medications, docking station, high delivery and accuracy and consistency, and of course, anti-free flow mechanisms. This allows for precise calculations and deliveries of medication to the patients. And I mentioned it's a one-stop shop, so it can also be used for patient-controlled anesthesia, advanced infusion like TCI and TIVA, and of course, enteral feeding, and for patients who are critically ill to feed. Next slide. In addition to that, we have a wide range of accessories for these infusion systems that allow you to deliver your medication precisely. Next slide. We also have a wide range of operating theater equipment for laparoscopy, minimal invasive surgery that allows you to take care of surgical requirements for treatment. Next slide. Next, I'll just run through our clinical applications training. Next slide. And the next couple of slides, this is our partnership with Arcon previously to have clinical applications training. We also partner with clients. Next slide. We can see where clinical applications training is done on site at customer sites in different institutions where we have our installations. Our uptime support, we have, I mentioned, 31 team engineering and project located in different hubs of the country, guaranteed to give you up to 99% uptime. Next slide. Next slide. So just a highlight of some of our previous projects. We have at National Hospital, Asiukpo Center in Calabar, and of course, University of Medjugorje teaching hospitals. So these are live pictures of some of our sites where we have installations, and this is at the Asiukpo Center in Calabar, and of course, University of Medjugorje teaching hospitals for both the LINACs and large bore CTs. And we're proud to have been associated, especially with the UMTH project, where we had the former president actually commissioned the project. So finally, why GNCI? Our pedigree speaks for us. With 20 years, proudly West African company. Our unique differentiator is in an after-sales service and maintenance. And of course, 27 global manufacturers have trusted us to work with them to provide solutions for our clients in country. We have a proven track record. We guarantee lowest cost of ownership, a long-term partner in progress, and of course, we're responsible corporate citizen and proudly Nigerian. This is highlighted in some of the achievements we have in awards. And we've been Biomedical Engineering Company of the Year by the Nigerian Healthcare Excellence Awards since 2016. And then, of course, international awards like the Frost and Sullivan. Twice that's come to West Africa. Twice we have won the award. And then, of course, the 2013 BID International Award. Thank you very much. I will look forward to more partnerships with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, JNCI. Veritable partner that saw into the vision of Arcon prior to the very first landmark AGM in Marriott. I'd like to welcome Dr. Chidi Agwaku for the Innotech presentation. Thank you. Please pull up the Innotech slides.
Good afternoon, everyone. Standing on existing protocol, I'm here to give a presentation on behalf of the Innotech Enterprises, which is, of course, who are, of course, the producers of Totema. So I won't want to belabor the point and tell you about things you already know, because I know this is an informed audience. So I'm going to glide through the slides and pick on the most important points, which would be why I would highly recommend this above other products that are comparative to it. So being clinicians, I'm sure we are very familiar with prescribing hematinics. So I'm going to start from the very beginning. As an indication, it's to prevent anemias, which we know can occur in these scenarios, pregnancy and surgery. So those were the initial indications that it was made for. But we've been able to kind of like use it in oncology, especially in chronic illnesses where patients suffer from chronic anemia or anemia of chronic disease, if you want to reverse it. So this is just the first slide, and these are things that we know very much. So moving on to the second slide, like I said, I want to point out the unique points about this particular product and why most people would choose to use it above its direct competitors. I mean, sometimes we prescribe medication and we don't know exactly why we prescribe the medication. So I thought it would be interesting to look at what the benefits are, to see what the evidence is, and to see what we can derive for our patients using it. So it's a unique formula of these three elements: iron, manganese, and copper. So we know that iron is the main component of red blood cells. in addition to the hemoglobin, the globin portion of it. But we do know that addition of manganese and copper helps to increase the bioavailability of iron. I didn't know that until I went back and started checking up the background information for this study. So manganese is very crucial because it helps with the bioavailability of iron, it helps with the coenzymes that help with production of hemoglobin itself, and copper is also important because it helps with deriving iron from the liver. If you're trying to get iron from the liver, copper is one of the cofactors in the enzymatic reactions. And the main indications are treatment of iron deficiency anemia, which our patients have, and the actual prevention of it. So if we look at these bubbles here, you will see some of the advantages of Totema. I won't name any of the competitors, of course, but I would like you to go back and check these with other things you've been prescribing in the past. So it's fast acting. That's very crucial because most of the times we see people who, for some cultural or religious beliefs, would not want to get blood transfusion. And the usual way we go with patients like that is to be proactive about it and ensure that they get their EPO injections earlier on. But it's been found that Totema is very fast acting, and I'll show you just how fast acting it is in terms of increasing the blood level of patients in the acute scenario. Now, it has to be said that cancer patients are a special category of patients because the factor that is causing the blood levels to drop is still very active. Unlike in patients who are, I won't say patients, unlike in individuals who are pregnant or who are post-surgery, where you expect that when you replace the blood levels, it doesn't go right back down after treatment or something else. So it's fast-acting, it increases hemoglobin levels, it restores ferritin, which is the storage form of iron. It's well tolerated in terms of the gastrointestinal side effects, and it also has good compliance. I will talk about why it has good compliance going forward. Onset of activity, we talked about how rapidly you can expect the benefits from this product. So there's very rapid absorption of iron, especially when it's in the ferrous form, as against when it's in the ferric form. So it's important to know the products you're giving your patient. The iron that is available there, is it ferrous or ferric? Then as at day 3, you notice that the serum iron continues to increase, starting from day 1 where you have rapid absorption. Then it's been shown to have clinical improvement of hemoglobin. I showed you that in one of the earlier bubbles. In adults, in pregnant women, and in children. Like I said, this doesn't hold exactly true for cancer patients who have active factors that might be reducing their blood levels. But in the patients who are in recovery, perhaps patients who have finished their active treatment and who are in the follow-up phase, it will give them some benefit, like it will give these 3 categories of patients, of people listed here. So by day 30, you notice normalization of hemoglobin levels. And this, of course, is not in categories of people with hemoglobinopathies, where you see rapid hemolysis and sudden breakdown of red blood cells. Then it also helps with replenishment of stores. So replenishment of stores will generally mean iron that is stored that is not being used, either as the ferritin or hemosiderin. In the forms where it is stored in the liver, you have to have some reserve before you reactivate it for use in the general circulation. So by day 90, not only has it normalized hemoglobin, but it's also increased the iron stores and leaves the patient healthier than they would usually be. So in terms of tolerance and compliance, tolerance helps with compliance, and compliance helps with better outcomes. In terms of tolerance, the often said saying, will give you a taste of your own medicine. So in terms of oral ingestion of the medication, it's more tolerable than its other components, its other competitors. The reason why I want to say that is because down to the compound itself, we have preparations like ferrous gluconate and we have ferrous sulfate. So the gluconate version is better absorbed and tolerated than the sulfate counterparts. And it has an adjustable dose, of course, when we talk about compliance. I'll show you what it comes in the preparations, but it's 50 milligrams of ferrous iron in each ampule. So in terms of comparison to the substitutes, if you look at the graph there, you would see different preparations, and of course, these are not brands I'm talking about. I'm talking about other preparations of iron compounds. you would see that taking liquid ferrous gluconate was associated with almost a 0 percentage of adverse events, as against taking the ferric versions, taking the sulfate versions, where you have adverse events and people talking about gastroenteritis, people talking about nausea, when they are taking something that is supposed to actually help them recover completely. So historicity, in terms of how long it has been in use, which lends some credence to the utility of the drug, it's been used for almost 70 years in treatment of iron deficiency anemia and iron deficiency, and it's registered with the FDAs of about 60 countries. This is not paying. This is supposed to be multimedia that shows how to use it, but I think that should play. Can you play that, please? Very quickly. So this is how to open the ampule, because it looks quite complicated if you look at it, and if you don't have an idea, you might actually not be able to use it. So this is a very quick look at how to open it. Yeah, so it's carved at the edge there, so it snaps open when you open it. You can use it with water, or you can use it with orange juice. And it helps with tolerability, of course. So that's how you open it up into a glass of water or orange juice. So moving on to the next slide. So the flexibility or the posology of Totema is such that each ampule contains 50 milligrams of iron metal, and the indications for the general states are written there. So for some of our patients who are patients in dire need of their hemoglobin levels to go up, at about 3 ampules a day will be good to help with those patients. So why is it produced in this ampule form? Why isn't it in a bottle? Why isn't it in something else? It's because there's better iron bioavailability. You prevent it from atmospheric exposure, because we know iron can be oxidated. Unlike in bottles, where you open the bottle, you pour some, and you keep it back on the shelf, you're going to have lesser availability of the iron, especially when you use it over a couple of weeks. Then you can't obviously forge it or tamper with it because of the way it's written. Once you open it, you have to use it and you're done with it. So I'm sorry for taking so long, but in conclusion, it's a fast-acting drug, good absorption starting from the very first day, normalization of hemoglobin by the 30th day, iron stores are restored by the 90th day, good tolerance, good compliance, and unique ample preparation to ensure that there are no fakes, which is very rife in some industries. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Your laptop. Thank you. Please, you can encourage you with another round of applause. I would like to quickly welcome Dr. Sobir Grover. She's going to be talking to us about data is king, setting up research database. Yes, the presenters could go. Don't worry. If you have questions, which I'm sure you will have, please, you can approach them. They are very approachable men. We are pressed for time. That's why we could not do a general question and answer session. So we just want to quickly take this particular topic on data is king.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the organizers for having me. Am I loud enough? So I think I might be the last presentation between you and the sundowners, as we call them in South Africa. So I'll try to make it quick and efficient. Could I please have my slides? So I guess it's also quite fitting that this is the last presentation of the day, given the theme of the meeting. We're going to bring it all together with what is very close and dear to my heart, setting up research databases. So I'm a radiation oncologist at the University of Pennsylvania and University of Botswana, and have been based in Botswana since early 2015. So what I wanted to go over today is, again, I think this theme has been echoed through several presentations, mainly how significant, how important it is for us to generate data and research here on the continent for our patients, for the diseases and the questions that are relevant in Africa. And then I wanted to present an example of what we've been able to do in Botswana, setting up research program that's very much nested in the clinical space, and the research and the clinical work sort of work hand in hand. So you are all aware of this. Cancer incidence is expected to double by 2040, and so is the cancer mortality. And then, sadly, majority of this increase in cancers and most of this increase in cancer and mortality is expected to be in low middle-income countries. When we look at cervical cancer, which is a disease that I'm most involved with in Botswana, most of the burden of cervical cancer falls in Africa and some parts of Asia. And then when we look at the distribution of stage and outcomes, what we note is most of these patients present in sub-Saharan Africa at very advanced stages, and most of the women that we see with this cancer tend to be very young and as a result, I mean, they're very productive members of their economies and very essential to the family structure. So now when we look at the data, this is a review that we recently did, just looking at stages of presentation of cervical cancer in Africa and what is the data that's been published. So first important thing to note is all the countries in gray actually have no published data on stage and outcomes of cervical cancer. Of the data that does exist, majority of the patients are presenting with stage 3 or 4 disease. And this is a disease of radiation oncology, right? So it's very critical for us to be studying these questions and pushing this field forward. So now when we look at the landscape of research, what we see is majority of the publications, even today, come from the US or China. And we look at where the research output is coming from other countries, particularly in Africa, it's quite low on the list. And why is that? Some of the challenges you're all aware of, they're related to funding, we've talked about several of them today, not having protected time. When we look at distribution of GDP in terms of what goes into research, so US, for example, spends about 2.5% of its GDP in research, as opposed to less than 0.5% in several countries in low middle income settings. I can keep talking, but it's probably going to be more helpful if you can have a visual to go with it. So, and then also looking at the distribution of clinical trials. You know, I looked at this quite closely recently. Over 83% of all clinical trials, despite where the distribution of diseases, they're actually coming from high-income countries, mostly from the US. Less than 5% of the clinical trials, as it was discussed earlier, they're coming from low and middle-income countries. So this is, we already talked about this. Can you see anything there, or is it just blank on mine? You can. I can't see anything there. Okay, we're changing places. No problem. Okay, so this is what I was talking about with the distribution of clinical trials. Majority of them in the blue tend to be in the high-income countries, and very small % of the clinical trials we can see in low middle-income countries. Next slide, please. Yep, we've already talked about this. This is the distribution, the GDP per capita that's spent on research as one of the challenges for research, building research infrastructure and productivity. And we've seen this before. Why is this? Why is this gap? Some of this is just related to infrastructure, and I'm not even talking about some of the basic infrastructure we're talking about, clinical capacity, et cetera, but also research capacity, having IRBs that are equipped and have the expertise to review the protocols, grants management. So if you get an external grant, they require a pretty solid infrastructure for grants management that also requires a lot of resources. And then data systems and the lab support to actually run these trials. Training and mentorship, as well as funding, and then having protected time. So now coming to Botswana, where I work, some of the folks thought that Botswana is actually in South Africa, like Lesotho and Eswatini, but no, we're a country bordering South Africa, right above South Africa. So Johannesburg and Gaborone are about 4 hours away by car. So In 2015, we set up this clinic in Botswana because majority of the patients that we see in our clinic have cervical cancer. So over 50% of the clinical volume is cervical cancer because of the high prevalence of HIV. And so we set up this clinic that was a multidisciplinary clinic for all patients with gynecological cancers. And as a result, all of the patients from all over the country with cervical cancer and other gynecological malignancies are now referred into this clinic. So now this clinic has become the center for management of these patients, which has really allowed us to provide evidence concordant care for these patients, and also it's become the center for collecting data on these patients to be able to understand how these patients are doing and what interventions we need to put in place. So as a result of, again, the questions that have come up in this clinic that are relevant to our patients, we've been able to generate a lot of data and important data that's fed into the guidelines for our patients, as well as helped us get some resources to improve care for these patients. So all patients that have positive a biopsy-proven cancer, GYN malignancy, are then referred into this clinic on a Wednesday. So we've developed these patient charts. You can't see it very well, but basically these, as opposed to what we had before, it was just scribbled on a normal piece of paper, we've developed these patient charts that have really allowed us to collect all the important information that's needed. So as opposed to having free text, it's a lot of check boxes that actually makes sure that it's filled out. And the same form is then, has the same variables are then used to collect data into REDCap. So the data is collected as part of the clinical care, and then the same patients are then taken into a clinical research room where they're consented, and then this data is then entered into REDCap and some additional information is collected. So patients are seen in the clinic room, those forms are filled out, and then they're seen by a research officer that collects all the additional information, consents the patient, and captures it all in REDCap, all live. Some of our studies require lab samples such as swabs or blood samples, so these blood samples, etc., would also be collected after the patients are consented. And for the patients that need to be enrolled in certain protocols, we would time it so that while we're doing the physical exam, that's when we're collecting the swab, etc., to keep things efficient in the clinic and to maximize the resources that we have. And then often the patients are brought back into the clinic because sometimes they're sent for lab work or staging studies, so we bring them back so that we record all of that before we make a treatment plan, and their information is fully complete and there's a clear treatment plan. And then all patients are followed up for 5 years. You know, we don't necessarily follow the same guidelines as in North America or Europe. We follow all patients for every 6 months for the first 2 years, and every year between 3 and 5. Unless there's a problem or any symptom that's picked up on phone call and the patients are brought in earlier. So the clinical setup is quite basic. We actually use the same space that's used by the screening clinic, the VIA clinic, on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So that allows us to, again, use the infrastructure that the VIA clinic has, partly funded by PEPFAR, so we can use their tables, we can use their examination equipment, their speculums, etc. And so on the clinic days, often it gets quite busy, so we have patients, we've been able to buy a lot of chairs to be able to set up patients outside the clinic space to not crowd it. This was particularly helpful and needed during COVID. So just a word about data management. All of our data is collected on REDCap. Initially, it was all done on the UPenn REDCap because University of Botswana did not have REDCap at that time, but we're in the process of actually transitioning and putting all of the data in the UB REDCap. And all of this data is then also provided to the Ministry of Health to be entered into the National Cancer Registry, so that there's no duplication of effort. And as a result, the registry has the most up-to-date data that they have is actually on GYN cancers. This is an app that we implemented, recently to really help with patient retention. So what we were noticing is that a lot of patients were missing their appointments, or it was scribbled on some piece of paper and they would forget. And often a lot of the patient charts would get lost because, again, they were just pieces of paper. So we developed this app in country, and the idea is to every single patient that comes into the clinic gets enrolled in it. We put in a phone number that the patient wants to be contacted at, and this system will then send patient an automatic reminder for their appointment 7 days and 2 days before their appointment. And then also it helps us keep track of all the patients that are booked on a certain day, and if they don't show, to be able to then contact them to understand what happened and make sure they don't get lost. And then often for patients, sometimes they'll lose their records while they're coming from a bus from the Kalahari or wherever they're coming from. So this allows us to take photos and upload all of their medical records. So when they come, and if they've lost their records, we can go back and look at, this was a pathology, or they've already gotten 5 cycles of chemo. So this has been really helpful for a few different purposes. We have a lot of IRBs to manage, starting from University of Pennsylvania and Ministry of Health and Princess Marina Hospital. We do have a study coordinator that manages all of the IRBs, but it's really important to keep track of all the dates, etc. And we've learned our lessons of how to do it. In the beginning, Penn IRB would ask for one thing, and then the Ministry of IRB would ask for one thing. So we would get one approval, and then the other one has asked something else, and we have to send it again for approval. And we would go around this circle several times. So as a result, maybe year 3 or 4 of doing this, we've figured out to bring the ministry and the Penn IRB together. And whenever there's a major protocol submitted, we sort of have one call together after they've all reviewed it, so that they can just hash out the questions and issues that they have, so we can address it all at once, keep it efficient. So that's been really helpful. So initially we had a lot of lab work that was supported through UPenn, but gradually we've built a lot of capacity in Botswana, particularly around HPV-related work. We have a couple of students who finished their PhD and now are doing a postdoc, one on HPV genomics and the other one on HPV viral load, which was one of the grants that we received. So that's been really helpful. And hopefully now we'll be extending some of this work to Pretoria and to Johannesburg. So funny enough, the work that's happening in Botswana is actually going to be going to Johannesburg as opposed to the other way around. So we're quite excited about that. Next, please. So in terms of funding, because I often get asked that, a lot of the funding, we have support from Ministry of Health in terms of the nurses that we have in the clinic, from University of Botswana, for the surgeon, the gynonc, that's provided by the University of Botswana, funded by the University of Botswana. And then we have lots of grants from NIH, but it didn't start out that way. There were a lot of very tiny, small grants, and that's how we started, with 1 research assistant, and then gradually built to 2, and then got 1 big grant, and then got another. So it's been 10 years of work that has led to this. And at this point, it's not just me applying for these grants. There's several investigators at the University of Botswana as well who are leading some of this work, so it's quite exciting. Next, please. And just a word on, like I mentioned this already, and then also several students over time that have been involved with the work from UB, from UPenn, and actually all of from UK, Canada, all over, who come and spend about 4 to 6 months and then contribute to the research that's going on and keep pushing the agenda forward. So in terms of the staff, we have a couple of nurses that are supported through the ministry who are very, very invested in the clinic, as well as very invested in the research work, because they do go hand in hand. The research team will then provide them the data on, this is how many patients we saw today, this is how many patients were missing the staging, and we really work together to make things better week after week. And then the research recruitment officers that we have, sometimes when the clinic gets really busy, they're also entering and registering the patients and helping the clinical team. So they work really nicely together. We do have a research nurse for all the sample collection, and a research coordinator who really manages the whole show. It seems quite elaborate now, but again, as I mentioned, we really just started with 1 research assistant, and then gradually, over time, with different grants, built the team. Next, please. Yeah. So I'll skip over this. This is mostly the clinical structure that I've already described. Next, please. So just to give you some example of the data that we've been able to generate from this prospective database that we have set up over time. We recently looked at all of our cervical cancer patients between 2013 and 2020 by stage, and as you would expect, most of them were stage 3 or 4. 70% of our patients are HIV positive, and their overall survival at 2 years is 67%. And then when we compared the outcomes of patients with or without HIV, despite what everybody believed, actually there was no difference in outcomes of patients with or without HIV. Next slide, please. Yeah. So there was no difference in outcomes by HIV status. What really mattered was actually the quality of treatment they were receiving in terms of the total dose of radiotherapy. So that's really helped us push some of the brachytherapy techniques further, some image-guided brachytherapy to push up the dose and get higher EQD2s in our patients. Next slide, please. Yep. Next slide. So we've also then in detail looked at where the delays are in our system to try to understand, some of the areas we can intervene on and some of the areas we know we won't be able to help in. So we looked at a subgroup of our patients and really just mapped out how long it was taking from getting the biopsy to getting the result, and getting the result to actually getting all the forms, coming to our clinic, and then getting to radiotherapy. And what we saw was the biggest gap was actually getting all the paperwork done to get to radiotherapy. In Botswana, all of radiation is paid for by the Ministry of Health, by the government, but up until recently it was in a private hospital, and that required a series of paperwork to get patients the resources to get there, and that would often take very long. So we worked very closely with the case management to close that gap. And then when the WHO guidelines came out in terms of reducing the age of screening for women with or without HIV for cervical cancer, we were asked to look at our data to see if really it is needed in Botswana. And so we looked at our patients that we're seeing in the clinic, and what we saw was over 20% were actually patients less than 40 years old who would have been missed through the current screening guidelines, which were starting at age 35. So as a result of this and the WHO guidelines, now the age for screening has been reduced to 25 for all women in Botswana, particularly HIV positive. And this is some of the lab works. We've sort of subtyped all the cervical cancer patients to try to understand the distribution of different HPV subtypes. And what's been really interesting is that 11% of patients do not have HPV 16 or 18. And then we see, I don't have that data here, but we see over 30% of patients with HIV. There's no difference in outcomes, but over 30% have multiple HPV subtypes in their samples. So we're looking at this further. So there's several initiatives that are currently ongoing through this clinic as part of this research program. One is a big focus on survivorship. There's a lot of stigma post-cancer in Botswana. So a lot of women don't often come for follow-up care, and they have a lot of difficulty integrating into sort of normal life post-treatment. So we're working on that quite a bit. We're also looking at the delays between actually getting the biopsy and for lab to review it and actually provide the results to the patients. Right now what happens, the biopsy is done and it may be positive, but there's no red flag system to alert that someone needs to contact this patient and get them to care. So sometimes you would see patients who've had a biopsy over a year ago. So we're working currently on a project that's sort of setting up systems for this communication between the referring facility and the lab to get these results back to the patient as quickly as possible and get the patient integrated into the clinic as quickly as possible. Some regional projects that are ongoing, so if you're interested, feel free to reach out to me tomorrow. One is actually looking at a hypofractionated palliative radiation protocol for Africa. This is using the 10 gray times 3, similar to the Tata regimen. And we're doing that at 2 sites right now, Ethiopia as well as Botswana. So if there are other sites interested, please let me know. And then we're very interested in setting up the similar kind of cohort database across the region, led by investigators in different institutions. So there's we have about 6 or 7 that are very interested and have gone through the IRB, and they're all setting it up using their own REDCap databases. So if you're really interested in that, please let me know. I'll also have my email at the end, and I'm happy to sort of bring you into the group and the monthly calls and share everything that we have in terms of the protocol for IRB, the data forms, etc. And that was it. So I really made it in record time so that I don't get in between you and your cocktails. Thank you.
Sorry, please bring back the email address. Thank you very much. Please bring back the email address. Yes, keep it there for a while, because I'm sure most of our people are trying to take a picture or write it down and all that. Please, this is one of the, earlier today we saw best of ASCO. So this is best of Arcon. One of the best of Arcon is on a platter of gold. If you like to be part of if you want to become a PI, true of us, If you want to have a site, you know, you can just, have a conversation. You know, another important and another wonderful thing that's happened from this presentation is that people are actually signifying that they want to ask questions. And I'm sure there are, is there anyone that wants to ask questions? I've seen one hand. I've seen the second hand. I've seen the third hand. I've seen the fourth hand. Don't worry, just can you get a pen or something so that I can take all the questions? We don't want the questions to be given back. Yes, sir. We are waiting for signal from downstairs. The gala, we're having gala night downstairs. That music that you are hearing, they are preparing, yes, they are preparing for dancing and celebration. So that music, they are testing the water. We are waiting for signal. While we are still waiting for that signal, we'll take the questions. Yes, the first question. Yes, ma'am.
Actually, it's more a comment to say a huge amount of work she presented at the end of the evening. Just phenomenal, really. This is true research from bench to clinical decisions, but to policy, to reducing the age at which your patients are being screened in the country. And that's phenomenal. You've sort of presented it in a very humble manner. But I think for me, you know, first of all, a red cap, I presume, is an electronic medical system. Okay, fine. And I think the opportunity to have all these patients from presumably all over the country coming to one center to be registered, and that's how you're collecting all the data. It just rings so many bells. I think maybe I'll have a side conversation with you with all the things that we're trying to do and getting some advice so that we don't have to go through all the hoops, but in particular with IRB and so on. But phenomenal. Thank you.
You're among the four. You want to sneak in? One word.
Thank you. My question is to the presenters on metastatic breast cancer using capecitabine. Have we passed?
That one, you see what I said, that you are smuggling your question into, you know, when someone does not have visa and wants to enter a country, those are the features. Don't worry, you look for them and they are ready to, don't worry, look at the person you meet. Look forward, you see? Come and interact. Ask her all the questions, best of our school. He's ready. Yes, Prof.
So again, congratulations, great work. But for Nigeria, I actually have some questions. I know that they're really trying to do some of the swap studies that you're already doing, but they're looking for money. So the question is, where do we get those kinds of grants to do this kind of microbiome studies in Nigeria?
Don't worry, there's some of those questions I will answer for you. Where do you get the money? Don't worry. Very easy. Prof, sir.
Thank you very much for that wonderful work. Honestly, it's very interesting and I'm quite happy. Yeah? I just want to quickly know, because you said there was no difference between HIV patients and those who did not have HIV. I want to know, were the HIV patients on ARV? And if they were, what was the CD4 count like among them? That's one. Secondly, what percentage of the patients have both HPV and HIV together? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Okay, the last question. Okay, you can respond now. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the comments and questions. So in terms of the HIV question, so 70% of our patients, so first of all, there's 20% HIV prevalence in the general population in Botswana. It's one of the highest in the world. And then among women of childbearing age, it's about 35%. Right? So of the patients that we see in our clinic, cervical cancer patients, 70% are HIV positive. However, majority of them have had HIV for over a decade, and they've been on ARVs for over a decade. I can tell you, patients often don't remember what other treatment they have had in terms of how many cycles of chemotherapy, but they know what pills they're on for HIV. Okay, and they go to their HIV appointments. I mean, I think that destigmatization in Botswana has been just incredible and remarkable, right? So as a result, median CD4 counts in this cohort are around 450, 500, and most of them are virally suppressed. So it's a very different population of HIV positive patients that we see even compared to South Africa, right? We rarely have a patient that hasn't been on ARVs when they present to us in the clinic. Rare. I don't recall any actually in the last 3-4 years. So it's a pretty different population. And I think just to add to that, we need to use that opportunity very carefully, right? So they know about HIV and they understand, and they also know that they need to be on ARVs. But in that HIV clinic, they're also supposed to be screened for cervical cancer. And if there's a mass in the cervix, they're also supposed to be referred to us right away. But that doesn't happen. That doesn't happen, and that's a missed opportunity, right? So when we've done studies trying to understand knowledge about HPV, knowledge about HPV vaccination, knowledge about cervical cancer, that's not very high, despite having PEPFAR funding for like almost 2 decades. So that's a missed opportunity. In terms of grants, I mean, you know, Anuja, I'm mostly funded through NIH grants. One grant that I would really push for here is the Fogarty grant, which is basically a K mechanism for international PhDs, MDs, right? So it's basically provides 75% support, salary support for 5 years and $30,000 a year for research, right? So ideally you would find a mentor in Nigeria or maybe even outside of Nigeria, but this is for folks who are really interested in research, build out a protocol and submit it. Not enough people apply for it. There's just not enough people applying for it. And I should have had a link here. I'm happy to look that up and circulate it, especially for the young investigators, PhDs, postdocs who are really interested. We've had one who's received this in Botswana and another one who's currently applying. So I think it's a really great opportunity we should all take advantage of.
Let's encourage Groovy with a round of applause. A huge round of applause. One of the things I know about Botswana is that it's one of the richest countries in the world. Maybe that's why they are willing to be their brother's keeper. But you know, Nigeria has a lot of money. I can assure you. And I know. Amen. Whether we are now spending it for research is a question for another day. Amen. So, thank you very much. It's been a very exciting day. We're gradually winding down. Tomorrow, by the grace of God, we're going to be setting out at 8 with the Young Oncologists Forum. And immediately after that, we'll do a catch-up of some of the presentations. Come and listen to the exciting presentation of the Master Ruth, where you are going to be hearing about the progress that has been made over the years. You are going to be listening also to Roach and so many other wonderful presentations. It's going to be an exciting day. You can be rest assured that even tonight at the gala, there's a gala night that's going on downstairs. So we rightly want to rise now and give ourselves a huge, huge, huge round of applause for staying till the end. Shall we rise, please? Oh, we're sorry. Let's give ourselves a massive round of applause. You can see even our round of applause is tired. Our tired is tired. Have a wonderful, enjoy yourself in the gala night. Don't worry. Music has a way of changing the mood and causing people to shake their body and coming alive. Enjoy the rest of your evening. We thank our multimedia team. You've been excellent today. I know tomorrow you're going to be better.